Chapter 554. The novel will be updated more quickly. In the medical center, Xiaoheng was chatting with the second boss in the study. Recently, Gu Jiao stayed in the medical center, so Xiaoheng came here more often. Brother Xiao. Outside the door, little Zhongli waved at Xiaoheng in a low voice. Xiaoheng looked outside the door and said to the second boss who was making tea, "Excuse me, I'll go see if Jiao Jiao is back." The second boss hurriedly said, "Go." The two of them were really loving. In the past, he and his wife were also like this. However, as time went by, he couldn't afford to pay the public anymore, so he didn't dare to get close to his wife. Xiaoheng went out of the study and went to a storeroom downstairs with little Zhongli. Little Zhongli looked outside and made sure that no one was approaching before closing the door. He whispered to Xiaoheng, "Brother Xiao, someone came to Sister Mo's room." Little Zhongli was a medicine boy of the Immortal Music House. On the surface, he was there to relieve Mo Qianxue's boredom, but in fact, he was a little spy sent by Xiaoheng. After all, Xiaoheng wasn't the person Mo Qianxue really knew, so he was a little wary of Mo Qianxue. "Who was it?" he asked. Little Zhongli shook his head. "I didn't see her face clearly. From her voice, she was about the same age as Sister Mo, maybe a little older. Her voice wasn't as young and pleasant as Sister Mo's." Xiaoheng had seen the file of the Immortal Music House case and knew that Mo Qianxue was 17 years old this year. Xiaoheng first thought of a woman who was older than her. Hua Xia was 19 years old and was from Fu City. Of course, birthplace could be faked, so could age. However, Minister Xing had seen Hua Xia before, so he judged that Hua Xia was less than 20 years old. Little Zhongli said, "She drugged me as soon as she came." Xiaoheng frowned. "You were drugged. Are you all right?" Little Zhongli shook his head again. It felt good to be cared for. Little Zhongli patted his chest happily and said, "Those drugs are useless to me." "What do you mean it's useless?" Xiaoheng was puzzled. Little Zhongli scratched her ponytail. It's because I'm in good health and am especially resistant to drugs. That's what my brother said. I can hold my liquor well." "Xiaoheng, you're only 9 years old, and you can already drink?" Xiaoheng said, "You're still young. Don't drink in the future." "I'm okay." Little Zhongli felt that this suggestion wasn't unacceptable. She didn't like drinking anyway. Xiaoheng said again, "Tell me what happened after you were drugged." Little Zhongli recalled, "After I was drugged, I was a little sleepy, so I pretended to be asleep. She drugged me with knockout pills. And that's what she said too." These words were very strange. The normal explanation would be that I heard her say that she had drugged me. But little Zhongli's words clearly said that she knew it was a knockout pill. And then she got confirmation from the other party. Xiaoheng asked, "You can recognize knockout pills?" Little Zhongli said proudly, "I've been a medicine boy for so long, of course I can recognize them. I even recognize arsenic and crane top red." Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Okay, continue." Little Zhongli said, "I heard that person say that the 3-day deadline is up. When is Sister going to make a move on him? Could it be that Sister's heart softened, and you can't do it? Brother Xiao, who is the he she's talking about? Is it you?" "It's Gu Jiao." Xiaoheng's gaze turned cold. "It's not me. Is there anything else?" Little Zhongli said, she said, "Young Lord wants me to tell you that there's a change in the plan. Within 3 days, we'll lure him out of the capital." Lure him out of the capital within 3 days? The simpler it was, the more information it contained. Why did the young lord of Immortal Music House suddenly give up on killing Gu Jiao? Did the young lord of Immortal Music House think that Mo Qianxue couldn't succeed? Or did the other party think that Gu Jiao still had value? Killing Gu Jiao and luring Gu Jiao out of the capital were different in terms of difficulty. But if you put the whole thing into perspective, you'd find that the two were essentially the same. That was, both had to gain Gu Jiao's absolute trust. And if Mo Qianxue could do this, whether she killed Gu Jiao or lured Gu Jiao out of the capital, it would be something she could do. Inferring from this, it should be the latter, Gu Jiao's value. What did they want to do with Gu Jiao? Xiaoheng closed his eyes, connecting all the events related to Immortal Music House in his mind. Suddenly, a bold conjecture emerged. They wanted to capture Gu Jiao outside the capital and use Gu Jiao to lure him out. It was that group of people. He could almost conclude that once he fell into the hands of that group of people, the young lord of Immortal Music House would immediately give the order to kill Gu Jiao. After coming out of the imperial study, Gu Jiao went to Rinshou Palace. Little Jing Kong was playing on the swing in the front yard, and Little Nine was dismantling the birdcage that the palace servants made for him on the snowy ground nearby. Recently, for some reason, he liked to dismantle the house. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong saw Gu Jiao at first glance. He stopped playing on the swing, jumped down from the seat, and pounced on Gu Jiao. It was a snowy day, and he was sweating profusely. Gu Jiao wiped his sweat with a handkerchief and touched his neck. It was also wet with sweat. Go in and change your clothes, Gu Jiao said. Okay, Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong was especially obedient. He held Gu Jiao's hand and jumped into the inner hall. Empress Dowager Zhuang was secretly eating candied fruits in her bedchamber. When she heard Little Jing Kong's small voice, she quickly hid the candied fruits. Great Aunt. Gu Jiao entered the room and greeted Empress Dowager Zhuang. Empress Dowager Zhuang seriously opened the booklet on the desk and pretended to read it. Although she no longer held court, some booklets would still be sent to her. It was just that recently, the number of booklets sent to her had decreased. Presumably, Grand Tutor Zhuang was slowly becoming estranged from her. Little Jing Kong had stayed in Rinshou Palace before, so his clothes were kept here. Gu Jiao found a set of clothes for him to change into. When he was changing, Little Jing Kong said to Gu Jiao, Jiao Jiao, little brother agreed. When will you go see him? Gu Jiao said, any time is fine. Is he in Bisha Hall now? Yes, yes. After Little Jing Kong finished speaking, he was suddenly a little stunned. Jiao Jiao, how do you know that little brother is in Bisha Hall? Gu Jiao curved her lips and pointed at his shiny forehead with her fingertips. Because I have a spell that can see the thoughts in your head. Little Jing Kong hugged his little head. I didn't want to play truant. No. Gu Jiao couldn't help but laugh. Gu Jiao rarely laughed, and the time when she laughed out loud was even rarer. Her funny point was always very strange. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't laugh when she heard Little Jing Kong's words. Instead, she couldn't help but laugh when she saw Gu Jiao laughing. When Gu Jiao was done laughing, Little Jing Kong's face was also completely red. I really didn't want to play truant, he said guiltily. After learning that Gu Jiao wanted to treat Huang Fuxian's legs, Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't object. She asked Eunuch Qin to go to Bisha Hall. After a while, Eunuch Qin came back and reported with a look of embarrassment. Young Master Xian didn't want to come. He said he didn't want to be treated. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, he said it himself? Could it be that Princess Ning'an had spoken on his behalf? Eunuch Qin said, yes, he said it himself. He was very determined. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed. Then let him be. If he didn't want to, they couldn't kidnap him. It wasn't a minor illness. They could just force a bowl of medicine down his throat. If he didn't cooperate, the doctor couldn't treat him. They couldn't use the Empress Dowager's imperial edict to pressure him. That child was obviously someone who would resist the edict. Serve the meal, Empress Dowager Zhuang said to Eunuch Qin. Little Jing Kong was disappointed. On the carriage back, Little Jing Kong didn't say a word. He was in low spirits. Gu Jiao didn't know how to comfort him. She touched his little mushroom head and whispered, do you want a hug? Little Jing Kong turned around and threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao held his soft little body and stroked his little back. Why don't you want to treat your legs? Maybe he was desperate about life. He couldn't find the motivation to live. He didn't care whether he had legs or not. He didn't care whether he was standing or sitting. He even didn't care whether he was kneeling or crawling. Little Jing Kong was sad and fell asleep in Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao took him back to Bishui Alley. When she was about to get off the carriage with Little Jing Kong, Xiao Heng walked out of the courtyard first and reached out his hand. Let me. Okay. Gu Jiao handed the sleeping Little Jing Kong to Xiao Heng. When he left Gu Jiao, Little Jing Kong struggled for a moment, but when he fell into Xiao Heng's arms, he rested his head on Xiao Heng's arm and continued to sleep. Xiao Heng put the little guy back in the west room. took off his coat and shoes, and pulled the quilt over him. Gu Jiao was about to go to the clinic when Xiaoheng came out and stopped her. Jiao Jiao, I have something to tell you. The two went to the east room. Gu Jiao lit an oil lamp. Xiaoheng adjusted the wick to the brightest and lit another oil lamp. Gu Jiao actually liked a brighter room, but she didn't tell anyone. Gu Jiao sat on the chair and looked at Xiaoheng, who was adjusting the wick seriously. She suddenly felt warm in her heart. Chapter 555. Gu Jiao also noticed that there was a charcoal brazier in her room. It must have been lit early, as the room was very warm. She had been staying in the medical center for the past few days. And if she wasn't mistaken, she would stay here tonight as well. Did he specially light the charcoal brazier, just because she wanted to talk to him in this room? Was he worried that she would be cold? Although Gu Jiao's body wasn't afraid of the cold, she still couldn't help but smile. Xiaoheng finished adjusting the wick and turned around. He was caught off guard by her infatuated look with her hands on her cheeks. Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng calmly sat down opposite Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao looked at him openly. What do you want to talk to me about? Xiaoheng automatically ignored her burning gaze and said seriously, It's about Emo Qinxue. Gu Jiao nodded. How do you know about Emo Qinxue? She didn't remember introducing Emo Qinxue to him. Xiaoheng said lightly, How can I not care about a patient who is staying in my wife's room? Gu Jiao blinked and rested her cheeks on her hands. Are you jealous? No. Xiaoheng flatly denied. Sleeping with you every day. Gu Jiao smiled and stood up. She leaned across the table and put her face in front of him. At this distance, she could see his thick and long eyelashes trembling slightly. She could also hear his nervous breathing because of her sudden proximity. Xiaoheng was very thick-skinned in the yamen, but in front of people close to him, especially Gu Jiao, he was easily shy. He lowered his eyes to avoid her gaze, but he couldn't avoid her seductive breath. She didn't do anything, but she could still seduce him. Kiss. Gu Jiao kissed him on the cheek. Xiaoheng's body stiffened, and he instinctively looked at Gu Jiao. He met her burning gaze. His heart skipped a beat, as if it had been struck by something. You look so good when you're jealous. After saying that, she sat back down with a slight smile. Xiaoheng's cheeks were burning, and the places she had kissed felt like they were on fire. They were husband and wife in name, and had done more intimate things than this. However, for some reason, this unexpected kiss still teased him to the point where he almost lost control. He almost forgot what he was talking about. Xiaoheng took a deep breath and forcibly got rid of the distracting thoughts in his mind. He calmed himself down and said, Emo Qinxue is a member of Immortal Music House. Yes, I know. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiaoheng wasn't surprised. If it was a normal patient, she wouldn't have brought her back to her courtyard. It was very likely that she already knew Emo Qinxue. Xiaoheng continued. Her injuries were intentional. Her goal was to get close to you and gain your trust. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. Oh, no wonder. Emo Qinshue's injury wasn't that big of a flaw. It was indeed the kind of injury that could have killed her. The strange thing was that Emo Qinxue had collapsed on her way back from Immortal Music House. It wasn't that she didn't suspect anything, but she didn't feel any malice from Emo Qinxue, so she didn't take it to heart. Gu Jiao said thoughtfully, If Emo Qinxue really wanted to kill me, she should have had many opportunities to do so. But she didn't. How did you two meet? You met on the street. She refused to admit that she had visited a brothel. Xiaoheng. Forget it. Even a fool would be able to guess that this lass had been to Celestial Music Abode before. Probably when she was investigating Grand Concubine Jing. Women weren't allowed to enter Immortal Music House. Was this girl dressed in men's clothes? Then Emo Qinxue. Xiaoheng suddenly felt that he was being cheated on. Gu Jiao's instinct was to protect her. She blinked and said sincerely, Husband, you're so handsome. You're the most handsome. Very good. She was guilty. Xiaoheng made a mental note. He decided that he would deal with her later. Right now, he had to deal with the young master of Immortal Music House. After the 15th day of the first lunar month, it snowed again in the capital. The emperor went to court, and the matter of awarding meritorious officials was a hot topic. Almost no one objected to the awarding of Tang Yuashan and Gu Chongqing. However, the awarding of Princess Ning'an was met with many different opinions. The officials in court were divided into two factions. One faction was led by Su Sifu, who wanted to reward Princess Ning'an with the title of Protector of the State. The other faction was led by the Minister of War, who objected to awarding Princess Ning'an with the title of Protector of the State. The Minister of War, Su Yuan, was the father of Su Kanji. Su Sifu's argument for awarding Princess Ning'an was that Princess Ning'an had made great contributions in the frontier fortress. Su Yuan's objection was that Princess Ning'an was the widow of the previous dynasty, and she had a son with the royal family of the previous dynasty. She didn't know the right person, and let the wolf into the house. She also gave birth to the child of the previous dynasty. She was not qualified to be conferred the title of Protector of the State. The emperor's subordinates suppressed the memorial presented by the old chancellor. The memorial said that someone might make an issue of Huang Fuxian's identity, and asked the emperor not to fall out with the officials in court. The people had always sympathized with Princess Ning'an, not Huang Fuxian. If the emperor fell out with the officials because of Huang Fuxian, the people's hearts that he had worked so hard to accumulate would be in vain. The emperor had no choice but to withdraw from court. But he loved Ning'an. The more people objected, the more he felt sorry for Ning'an. Why did everyone in the world bully his Ning'an? What did his Ning'an do wrong? Wasn't it the fault of the previous dynasty? His Ning'an was also a victim. Why couldn't she be compensated? On the way back to Pure Flower's palace, the emperor almost had the impulse to insist on conferring Ning, and even if all the civil and military officials opposed it. But when he thought of Huang Fuxian's child, he endured it. The night before the deadline of 3 days, Hua Xiao came to the medical center again. Mo Qianxue could already walk a little. She sat by the window and looked at Hua Xiao with disgust. Can you not always come here? You will expose me. Hua Xiao waved the round fan and said with a smile, I just came to remind elder sister that tomorrow is really the deadline. Has elder sister thought about how to lure her out of the city? Mo Qianxue said indifferently. If I don't lure her out, what will happen? Hua Xiao said with a smile. Then elder sister will die. Mo Qianxue said coldly. Can you kill me? Hua Xiao's lips curved. I can't kill you, but there will always be someone who can. Elder sister should know the consequences of betraying the young master. Mo Qianxue turned her face. Do you still have poison? Hua Xiao asked with a smile. What kind of poison is elder sister talking about? Mo Qianxue said coldly. Like the kind of cartilage powder. Hua Xiao covered her face with the round fan and smiled. 7 days drunk. Yes, I brought it. I was afraid that elder sister would not ask me for it. 7 days drunk, as the name said. One pill could make one drunk for 7 days and 7 nights. Mo Qianxue paused and asked. She is a good drinker. Will it be ineffective? Hua Xiao handed the bottle to Mo Qianxue, then patted the bottle with the round fan and said, No, it will be my poison. Elder sister, don't worry. I am the best drinker in the capital, but I will be drunk after 1 pill. Just in case, there are 3 pills in here. Elder sister, take your time. At night, Gu Jiao came over and checked Mo Qianxue's physical condition as usual. You are healing well, Gu Jiao said. Mo Qianxue nodded absent-mindedly, poured a cup of flower tea, and handed it to Gu Jiao. Drink some water. Look, your lips are dry. Really? Gu Jiao touched her lips, took the teacup, and drank all the water in the cup. Mo Qianxue looked at her nervously. Gu Jiao did not respond at first. When she was packing the small medicine box, she fell down with a thud. At dawn, a carriage sped out of the city. The coachman was from Xianle House. Mo Qianxue was sitting in the carriage. No one in the clinic noticed that she left. When they found out, they would not be able to catch up with her. Hurry up. Mo Qianxue urged the coachman. But miss, where are we going? The coachman asked. I don't know. Hua Xiao did not tell her where to take Gu Jiao, only that they were going out of the city. She was already out of the city. Did the young master's people find her? There is a post house in front, the coachman said. Mo Qianxue said. Don't worry about it, just go straight. Yes. The coachman waved his whip, and the carriage went away on the cold road. Just as they were about to reach the relay station, a group of experts dressed in gray suddenly rushed out from the side path on their horses. They lined up in a row on the official road, instantly blocking Immerse's path. The coachman hurriedly stopped the carriage. "Miss, there is nothing for you to do here. Go quickly," Immerse ordered. "Go to the post house in front." Go quickly." "Yes." The coachman got out of the carriage in confusion. He always felt that the aura of that group of people was too scary. When he walked past them, he did not even dare to raise his head. Fortunately, that group of people did not stop him. He quickened his pace and rushed into the post house. Immerse waited until he had gone in, before she parted the curtain slightly. "Who are you?" the leading man in gray said. "The young master asked us to pick you up. Did you bring the person?" Immerse lifted the curtain slightly, revealing the unconscious person inside. "I've brought him," he said. "Give her to us." "Wait." Immerse pulled out a dagger and pressed it against Gu Jiao's neck. He frowned. "What are you doing?" Immerse said. "I think I might not be able to keep my life. To prevent you from killing the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness, I need to go to a safe place first." The leading man in gray narrowed his eyes dangerously. Immerse said coldly, "The young master needs her life. If she dies now, you will not be able to answer to the young master. As for me, it is my own business that I escaped. The young master will hunt me down in the future. It will not be your fault." The leading man in gray tightened his grip on the reins. "Okay, where are you going?" Immerse said. "Foam County. It is 30 miles from here. An hour should be enough." The leading man in gray gestured to his subordinates. They surrounded the carriage. One of them jumped off the horse and became Immerse's coachman. They rushed to Foam County at top speed. Halfway there, Immerse suddenly shouted, "Wait! Stop! She is going to vomit. She is poisoned by the 7 days of intoxication. It will be troublesome if she chokes." Those who practiced martial arts naturally understood that vomiting while unconscious was very dangerous. They had no choice but to stop the carriage. The leading man in gray rode on the horse and said to his coachman, "See what is going on." The coachman turned around and lifted the curtain. A silver needle glittering with cold light flew out with a whoosh. The distance was too close, and the speed was too fast. He wanted to dodge it, but it was already too late. He screamed and fell from the carriage. "It's a trap!" The leading man in gray drew his saber. Another row of silver needles shot out. The coachmen blocked them with their sabers. Immerse quickly cut off the reins on the carriage and rode away on a fine horse. The leading man in gray was about to order his men to stop her when the carriage suddenly burst into flames. "Hostage!" The leading man in gray flew up, split the carriage with his saber, and carried the unconscious hostage to the snow not far away. He faintly felt that something was wrong. He pulled down the veil on the face of the hostage, but it was not the hostage, but Hua Xiao. Yes, Immerse knocked Hua Xiao out, and made her drink the 7 days of intoxication the night she came to find her. The reason why she also made Gu Jiao drunk was so that she could leave. She betrayed the young master. She could not escape the fate of death, but she did not want to die in front of her. Immerse raised her speed to the extreme. However, she did not escape far before an arrow hit her horse. The horse screamed and fell forward. She also fell into the snow. She was in severe pain all over, including her chest. She turned sideways and spat out a mouthful of blood. Immerse. The leading man in gray got off the horse and came to her with a saber in his hand. Immerse raised her hand to use the silver needle, but he kicked her acupoint. She instantly froze in the snow. The leading man in gray squatted down, grabbed Immerse's clothes, and pulled her in front of him. He was so angry that he had nowhere to vent the anger in his chest. His gaze fell on Immerse's slender white neck, and a trace of wickedness appeared in his eyes. Immortal Music House's #1 courtesan. It is said that no man has taken her virginity. Why don't you submit to us brothers today, and let you have a good time before you die? Immerse could not speak, and could not move. She could only stare at him fiercely. The leading man in gray tore Immerse's clothes, and a large area of snow-white skin was exposed to the cold air. The leading man in gray originally just wanted to humiliate and intimidate her. He did not really want to do anything to her, but this body was too seductive. Perhaps even a eunuch would be able to act like a real man if he saw her. The leading man in gray tore off Immerse's skirt. Tears of humiliation and despair fell from the corners of her eyes in big drops. She trembled, desperate, but could not help but think, "Fortunately, it was me. Fortunately, it was me." The moment Immerse closed her eyes, an eagle's cry suddenly came from above her head. Immediately after, a cold and threatening red-tasseled spear pierced through the air. With the force of thunder, it shot from the side of the leading man in gray, piercing through his head from his temple. Chapter 556. The man in the gray robe who had his head pierced fell sideways into the snow, his brain and blood splattering all over the ground. This scene was too terrifying. Being shot in the head by an arrow was enough to make one tremble in fear, not to mention a long and heavy red-tasseled spear. All the gray-robed men felt as if their heads had been pierced as well. Their heads felt cold, and their bodies froze. They had killed countless people, but they had never seen such a method of murder. It was too cruel and too horrifying. How much killing intent did one have to possess to be able to shoot such a spear? Who was it? Who did it? Everyone sensed that the situation was not good. The snow-covered official road was suddenly filled with tension and fear. Another man in the gray robe took over from the previous man and began to give orders. "Draw your swords! Draw your swords!" He shouted loudly. Everyone was pulled back to reality by his voice, and they all drew the scimitars at their waists. At the same time, the sound of horse hooves that seemed to be able to break through mountains and rivers came from afar, and the snow seemed to be trembling. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a young man in green, riding a vigorous horse galloping towards them. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the few people. With a leap, he flew over their heads. The moment the horse's hooves landed on the ground, the young man reached out his hand and pulled out the red-tasseled spear that had pierced through the man's head. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he took off his cloak and used it to cover Immerse's body. Immerse lay in the cold snow, watching the young man galloping towards her. He was not wearing a mask, and his eyebrows were cold. The eye-catching birthmark on the left side of his face was not ugly, but had a hint of coldness and evil. The young man was full of killing intent, but he covered her body with a cloak. Gu Jiao's horse did not stop. She pulled out her red-tasseled spear and immediately attacked the remaining 5 people. This group of people was not weak. Together, they were as strong as Sky Wolf. However, Gu Jiao was not the Gu Jiao from 2 months ago. Her strength had recovered a little. Even if she fought Sky Wolf again, she would be invincible. Gu Jiao dismounted, and the 2 sides began to fight fiercely. One of the gray-robed men suddenly thought of something and pointed at Gu Jiao. "Her! She is the hostage we want." Gu Jiao clenched her red-tasseled spear and said coldly, "Come and catch me if you have the ability." The 5 of them attacked Gu Jiao with all their might. What was surprising was that Gu Jiao's power was not as described in the letter. Logically speaking, the strength of the 5 of them should be enough to control him, but to be on the safe side, they added one more master. However, they were completely unable to gain an advantage over her. Gu Jiao hated trouble, and she also hated fancy attacks. Shadows were bloodthirsty. Her killer move was her most powerful move. The gray-robed masters fell one after another. With Gu Jiao's last stab, the last gray-robed master fell into a pool of blood. However, she did not kill this one. She left him alive. Gu Jiao stabbed her red-tasseled spear into the snow and bent down to wrap Immerse in her cloak. Her arms went around Immerse's back and knees, and she picked up her cold and stiff body. At this moment, the Ministry of Justice's carriage arrived. Xiaoheng lifted the curtain and glanced at Gu Jiao and Immerse. He glanced at the scene and understood what had happened. He hurriedly got off the carriage and called the coachman to the side. Gu Jiao carried Immerse into the carriage. Xiaoheng asked through the curtain, "Are you all right?" Gu Jiao looked at Immerse. Immerse's face was pale as she shook her head, indicating to Gu Jiao that she was fine. Gu Jiao replied, "I'm fine. Your face is covered in blood." "It's not my blood." Xiao Heng's expression relaxed. Emo Qinshua's body was shivering. The cloak was clearly not enough to keep her warm. Gu Jiao took off her winter coat and gave it to Emo Qinshu. There was no charcoal in the carriage. It was as cold as ice. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Then, a slender hand handed in an official's robe and winter coat. It was Xiao Heng's. There was only one carriage from the Ministry of Justice. Xiao Heng could not get on the carriage with Emo Qinshu in her current state. This meant that he had to ride back. In a world of ice and snow, how could a civil official like him withstand it? Moreover, he was going to enter the city later. How could he, the secretary of the Ministry of Justice, walk around in his underwear? Gu Jiao did not reject all of them, but also did not accept all of them. She only took the winter coat and let Xiao Heng put on the official's robe. Gu Jiao got off the carriage and took the red tasseled spear back to the carriage. She said to Xiao Heng, "Oh right, I left one alive. See if you can get anything out of him." "That one?" Xiao Heng pointed at the expert in gray who was lying alone on the side. That expert was pretending to be dead. Unfortunately, he could not fool Xiao Heng's eyes. "Okay, you guys go back first. Leave the rest to me." Gu Jiao got on the carriage. The coachman received Xiao Heng's orders and sat on the outside seat. He turned the carriage around and headed back to the capital. In the carriage, Emo Qinshu leaned against the wall. She gradually regained her body temperature and consciousness. She looked at Gu Jiao, who seemed to be resting with her eyes closed. She whispered, "Are you asleep?" "No." Gu Jiao opened her eyes and looked at her calmly. "How do you feel?" Emo Qinshu lowered her eyes and whispered, "It's like a nightmare." Gu Jiao reached out to her. Emo Qinshu understood what she meant. She slowly raised her hand and handed her wrist to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao felt her pulse. From the pulse, she could see that she had suffered a little internal injury, and her vitality was greatly damaged. "Are you hurt?" Gu Jiao asked. "No," Emo Qinshu said. "That person did not manage to reach the last step." "Why are you here?" Emo Qinshu asked. "Xiaojiu brought me here. Otherwise, she would not have been able to find her way." Emo Qinshu opened her mouth. "I mean, weren't you drugged by me? How can you still wake up? Is your alcohol tolerance better than Hua Xiao's?" Hua Xiao was the best drinker in the Immortal Music House. So far, no one could drink more than her. 7 days of intoxication was her unique knockout drug that could even knock her out. Emo Qinshu realized something and stared at her with her almond-shaped eyes. "You didn't drink it, did you?" "Yes," Gu Jiao admitted generously. That night, Xiao Heng told her about the Immortal Music House and mentioned Emo Qinshu's purpose and the young master's order. When Emo Qinshu handed her the glass of water, she drank it on the surface, but did not swallow it. She wanted to see what Emo Qinshu would do next. Emo Qinshu first put her on the bed, and then dragged out a person from under the bed. It was Hua Xiao. Emo Qinshu changed Hua Xiao into her clothes and put on a veil. At this point, Gu Jiao could almost guess what Emo Qinshu would do. The reason why she did not immediately stop Emo Qinshu was that Emo Qinshu's drug was really too strong. Even if she did not swallow it, she still absorbed some of it after holding it in her mouth for a long time. She slept for an hour. Fortunately, Emo Qinshu did not walk too fast. Otherwise, when she arrived, the tragedy would have already happened. Killing the man would not help. Emo Qinshu did not ask Gu Jiao when she began to suspect her. She was too embarrassed to ask, and there was no need to ask. She approached her for another purpose. Now that the matter was exposed, she still came to save her. "Next time, take me with you," Gu Jiao said. "Don't do stupid things alone." Emo Qinshu stared at her. After a long while, she lowered her head and answered in a low voice, "Yes." Gu Jiao took Emo Qinshu back to the medical center. On the other side, Xiao Heng and the bailiffs of the Ministry of Justice brought the survivor back to the Ministry of Justice, together with Hua Xiao, who fainted nearby. Hua Xiao was drugged with 7 days of intoxication and would not wake up for 7 days and 7 nights. Xiao Heng temporarily put her in a separate cell. The man in the gray robe was taken to the torture room. There was a poison sac in his mouth, which was found by Xiao Hung and taken out. After that, he tried to commit suicide by biting his tongue several times. Xiao Hung simply gave him a little bone-softening powder. Xiao Hung was the head of the Ministry of Justice, so interrogating prisoners was not within his authority. However, when he personally applied to Minister Xing to be interrogated by him, Minister Xing readily agreed. The man in the gray robe sat weakly on the iron chair in the center of the torture room. Behind him was a scaffold for holding the prisoner, and on the walls on both sides were hung all kinds of torture instruments used for torture. The torture room was dim, and there was no candlelight. There was only a stove half the height of a person on the right side of the door. On the stove was a red-hot iron. Xiao Hung sat opposite the man in the gray robe. The stove was only a few steps away from him. The light of the fire reflected on the right side of his handsome face, making half of his face look dark and half of the fire. For no reason, there was a sense of gloominess and coldness. "You leave first," Xiao Hung said to the two bailiffs in the torture room. "Yes, Lord Xiao." The bailiffs were under Minister Xing's orders. They listened to Xiao Heng's orders. Xiao Hung changed his image of a good official. His expression was cold, and even carried a trace of ruthlessness. He looked at the man in the gray robe and said, "Who ordered you?" The man in the gray robe was someone who had seen many storms, and could be considered calm. He lay weakly on the chair, his head tilted, and his body unable to move. When he heard Xiao Heng's words, he laughed coldly. "When your yamen investigates a case, don't you start by asking the identity of the prisoner? Won't you ask who I am?" Xiao Hung looked at him indifferently. "Your name is Bai Kuan from Fu City. You are 25 years old this year. Your parents passed away 3 years ago. You have no brothers or sisters and no family. When you were young, you studied at Mr. Lu's private school in Fu City for 2 years. Because of your naughty nature, you were expelled from the school. Later, your parents sent you to a blacksmith shop as an apprentice. After 2 years of studying, you were expelled by the blacksmith shop owner for stealing. You moved from place to place, and finally caught the eye of a martial arts teacher. Your talent was not bad. In just a few years, you were able to practice martial arts. When you were 22 years old, your parents passed away one after another. After you buried them, you left Fu City. Since then, there has been no news of you." The man in the gray robe looked at Xiao Hung with a face full of shock. Xiao Hung walked step by step in front of him. That excessively handsome face had a pair of sinister eyes. "How is it? Am I right?" No, I am not Bai Kuan." The man in the gray robe shook his head with all his might. However, the effect of the bone-softening powder made him unable to move at all. Xiao Hung bent down slightly and looked at him closer. He said indifferently, "Is it important that you are Bai Kuan?" The man in the gray robe was shocked again. Xiao Hung took out a confession letter from the wide sleeve of his official's robe. He also took out a box of cinnabar ink. The man in the gray robe suddenly had an ominous premonition. What do you want to do?" Xiao Hung flicked the confession letter. His slender fingers opened the box of ink, and then grabbed the man in the gray robe's hand. The man in the gray robe tried to struggle, but he had been drugged with the bone-softening powder. How could he have any strength? His eyes were as big as copper bells. He roared, "You are an official of the imperial court. If you do this, you will be beheaded." Xiao Hung said, "Oh, is that so?" The man in the gray robe said, "You are crazy. I want to see your official. I want to see the Minister of Justice. You can't beat me into a confession." Xiao Hung said, "I didn't beat you. I don't confess. I didn't confess. I didn't confess. It wasn't me. You. The man in the gray robe was so flustered that he spoke incoherently. Xiao Hung ignored his struggle and complaints. He was not the kind of person who was cold on the outside but soft on the inside. His heart was black. However, there was no need for him to disguise himself in a place where Gu Jiao couldn't see. Xiao Hung expressionlessly grabbed his hand. He first pressed the ink, then pressed a bright red handprint on the confession letter. The torture chamber was a place where important criminals were tortured. Ordinary criminals would not be sent here, and those who were sent here would basically have a layer of their skin peeled off. In order to isolate the screams of the criminals, the door of the torture chamber was made to be extremely soundproof. The yamen runners in the corridor did not hear the commotion inside. About an hour later, Xiao Heng came out of the torture chamber with a tired face. His forehead and neck were covered in sticky sweat. His chest rose and fell slightly, and his breathing was short. He pretended to be calm, but there seemed to be a trace of reluctance in his eyes. When the yamen runners saw this, they hurriedly went to inform Minister Xing. Minister Xing hurriedly rushed over. Lulang, what happened to you? Xiao Heng looked at Minister Xing with a complicated expression. I'm fine. However, the criminal committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Minister Xing was stunned. He was somewhat surprised that the other party would commit suicide out of fear of punishment. Then did he confess? Minister Xing asked. Xiao Heng presented the document in his hand, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Fortunately, I did not fail my mission. Bai Kuan confessed. This is Bai Kuan's confession letter. Minister Xing hurriedly took the confession letter and carefully read it from top to bottom, from right to left. The more he read, the more dignified his expression became. This person was indeed related to Immortal Music House. At the end of the confession letter, the young master of Immortal Music House was mentioned. It was written in black and white. Immortal Music House's young master, Zhao Country's princess, calls the present emperor elder brother. Minister Xing felt as if he was struck by lightning. Chapter 557. Minister Xing had absolute trust in Xiao Lulang. Firstly, Xiao Lulang was just a weak scholar. He couldn't kill a vicious criminal to silence him. Secondly, Xiao Lulang had always given people the impression that he stood aloof from worldly affairs and was honest and upright. Anyone could fake a crime, but Xiao Lulang wouldn't. Minister Xing wasn't worried that Xiao Lulang would fake a crime. Instead, he was worried that Xiao Lulang would feel guilty if he saw a living person die in front of him. That would leave a shadow in his heart and prevent him from solving the case. Minister Xing didn't remember that Xiao Heng used to be a coroner. He had even dissected corpses before. Why would he be afraid of a dead person? The main reason was that Xiao Heng looked like he had suffered a blow. If I had used a heavier dose, he wouldn't have been able to recover his strength so quickly and commit suicide out of fear of punishment. I would have been able to get more information out of him. That's right. That person only told him about the imperial princess, but didn't say which princess it was. This was where Xiao Heng was smart. Sometimes, it was this little bit of regret and incompleteness that made things seem more logical. Minister Xing patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. You've already done very well. If it were someone else, they might not have been able to get any clues. I'm just trying to reason with him. Xiao Heng was halfway through his sentence when a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. Minister Xing said to the two bailiffs, You two go in and clean up. Lulang, come with me. Yes. Xiao Heng followed Minister Xing to his duty room. Do you have something to say? Minister Xing asked. Xiao Heng said, Bai Kuan didn't commit suicide out of fear of punishment. He didn't dare to say who the mastermind was, so he bit his tongue and committed suicide. Minister Xing looked strangely at the document that had just been placed on the table. Then this confession, Xiao Heng nodded. The confession is true. I used some acupuncture on him, but that's all he dared to say. He was very secretive about that person's name, and refused to say it no matter what. This was more reasonable. Minister Xing was puzzled just now. Why would an assassin commit suicide for fear of punishment? If he had such awareness, would he still be an assassin? Minister Xing said thoughtfully. It seems like that person's methods are impressive. That's why the assassin didn't dare to say her name. But who could it be? Since she called Jin Shang imperial brother, she must be Jin Shang's younger sister. The previous emperor had many children and 7 princesses, but only 4 were younger than the emperor. They were Princess Ning'an, Princess Xinyang, Princess Diqing, and Princess Huiqing. Among them, Princess Diqing died of illness 2 years ago. Princess Huiqing's birth mother was the previous emperor's cousin, and was given the title of Ling Jiaoyi. Ling Jiaoyi was favored in her early years, but after giving birth to Princess Huiqing, she was a fool. Later, Both mother and daughter lost favor. So, was this young master of Xian Le house a fool for Princess Huiqing, Princess Xinyang, or Princess Ning'an? I'll go to the imperial palace. In addition, Bai Kuan committed suicide for fear of punishment. Yes, torture easily made people think of torture. In order to not bring unnecessary trouble to Xiaoheng, Minister Xing decided to punish Bai Kuan in the name of committing suicide for fear of punishment. As for whether he could convince others, it was up to Minister Xing's ability. Minister Xing reminded, His Majesty may summon you. You only need to remember that you didn't use torture. You used reason and emotion to persuade him to confess. Yes, Xiaoheng said. Darren, there's one more thing I forgot to say. Minister Xing asked, What is it? Xiaoheng said seriously, Hua Xiao is in cahoots with them. She is also an important witness. I think she should know something. Regarding what happened before returning to the Ministry of Justice, Xiaoheng also wrote a letter explaining the details. In the letter, he said that Mo Qianxue was still alive and approached Gu Jiao as a patient. However, he omitted the fact that the two knew each other. He only said that Gu Jiao didn't know that she was a courtesan of Xian Le house, and thought that she was just an ordinary patient. As a benevolent doctor, she picked her up halfway and brought her back to the medical center for treatment. During this time, the assassins of Xian Le house came to assassinate Mo Qianxue once. In fact, they wanted to confuse her and let Mo Qianxue take the opportunity to kill Gu Jiao. However, Gu Jiao, who didn't know the truth, risked her life to protect Mo Qianxue and even got injured. Mo Qianxue was moved by Gu Jiao's actions and gave up the idea of assassinating Gu Jiao. 3 days ago, Hua Xiao of Xian Le house found Mo Qianxue and urged her to lure Gu Jiao out of the capital. Mo Qianxue knew that Gu Jiao would be in danger this time, so she couldn't do it. Therefore, Mo Qianxue thought of a way. She drugged Gu Jiao and Hua Xiao, and let Hua Xiao disguise herself as Gu Jiao and abscond in the name of sending Gu Jiao out of the capital. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng had their eyes on her and chased her out of the city. After that, they killed the masters and captured Hua Xiao and Hua Xiao, and took them back to the Ministry of Justice. Minister Xing knew about Gu Jiao. She was the miraculous doctor of the medical center and Xiaoheng's wife. The mastermind behind the scenes seemed to have a grudge against Gu Jiao, or had a conflict of interest with Gu Jiao. Princess Huiqing could be ruled out. Putting aside the fact that she was a fool, she didn't live in the capital and had never seen Gu Jiao. She had no interest with Gu Jiao. Then, only Princess Xinyang and Princess Ning'an, who had returned to the capital in the past year, were left. Sir, there's something I don't know if I should say. Lulang, go ahead. The prince consort was killed by the Gu siblings. Minister Xing was stunned in the duty room for a long time. This was a serious matter that involved the royal family. Minister Xing had to report to His Majesty first. Xiaoheng knew that Minister Xing would go to His Majesty. With concubine Jing's example, Xiaoheng wouldn't leave the decision to His Majesty alone. He wanted the whole world to know and all the officials to know. It was best if His Majesty wanted to find out who was the mastermind behind the scenes. If he didn't, then let the whole world force him to do it. Minister Xing's carriage ran into Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage halfway. His official rank was lower than Grand Secretary Yuan's, so he naturally had to get off the carriage and salute him. He didn't expect the old chancellor to be in Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage. In terms of official rank, Minister Xing was 1.5 ranks higher than the chancellor of the Imperial College. However, everyone knew that the old chancellor was an important official of 2 dynasties and His Majesty's trusted aide. He was someone who could compete with Grand Secretary Yuan in seniority. Both sides greeted each other politely. Grand Secretary Yuan gave him a look and asked, Minister Xing, you look like you're in a hurry. Did something happen? It wasn't convenient for Minister Xing to divulge the details of the case, so he only said, It's the case of Immortal Music House. There's a bit of progress, so this humble official is planning to report to His Majesty. The old chancellor asked with a puzzled expression, What kind of progress needs to alarm His Majesty? Could this case be related to His Majesty? Minister Xing smiled in embarrassment. This This humble official can't say too much. I hope Grand Secretary Yuan and Chancellor Hu can forgive me. It's fine. Grand Secretary Yuan nodded in a reasonable manner and raised his hand to indicate for him to return to his carriage. Minister Xing cupped his hands in salute. Then, this humble official will take his leave. The moment he turned around, the old chancellor suddenly cried out in pain and fell out of Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage. His fall was too technical, perfectly avoiding the coachman's hand to catch him. Minister Xing's expression changed, and he hurriedly reached out to catch him. Although he did catch him, his sleeves were also torn, and 2 documents fell out in a voluminous manner. Let me pick them up. Let me pick them up. The old chancellor didn't wait for himself to stabilize his body, and bent down to pick up a confession letter, as well as the case file Xiaoheng wrote. Aya. He pretended to look at the documents in his hands carelessly. How could this be? Minister Xing hurriedly took the documents and folded them before stuffing them back into his other sleeve. He said with a flustered expression, "Farewell." The old chancellor returned to Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage. Grand Secretary Yuan looked at him with a solemn expression. The old chancellor looked as if he was struck by lightning as he said in a daze, "Old Yuan, guess what I saw?" Grand Secretary Yuan frowned. "Am I that familiar with you? Why did you call Old Yuan?" Even though Grand Secretary Yuan and the old chancellor had both served the imperial court for many years, their relationship wasn't that close. The only relationship was that the 2 of them were friends with Elder Feng at the same time. It was just that Elder Feng and the old chancellor were closer. The reason why the old chancellor was in Grand Secretary Yuan's carriage today was because Grand Secretary Yuan had met the old chancellor, whose carriage had broken down. The old chancellor had asked him shamelessly if he could give him a ride. Could this Grand Secretary Yuan refuse? Even if he was unwilling, he had to let him get on the carriage. This was what happened after that. The old chancellor said with a terrified expression, "I saw the confession letter from the Ministry of Justice. It said that the young master of Immortal Music House was actually the princess of Zhao country's imperial family, His Majesty's younger sister. Was the confession letter what you were holding there?" Grand Secretary Yuan exposed him in a second. "Old Chancellor," Grand Secretary Yuan. "Also, you purposely fell down and tore Lord Xing's sleeve. Do you think I'm blind?" Old Chancellor. The Master of Tea Arts had finally met his match. "Old Chancellor. Anyway, I saw it. I also told you that when news about this case appeared in the capital, I will say that it came from your Yuan family. The highest realm of a Master of Tea Arts was flipping the teacup and spilling the tea. Then there was no need to pretend anymore." The corner of Grand Secretary Yuan's mouth twitched. "Can you still be a little more shameless?" The old chancellor stretched his legs and lazily leaned against the wall of the carriage. "I can't, Grand Secretary Yuan. How did the late emperor accept such a shameless thing?" Chapter 558. Minister Xing entered the palace to see the emperor. The emperor was reviewing memorials in the imperial study. Hearing Eunuch Wei's report, he let someone bring him in. "This humble subject kowtows in salute to your majesty." Minister Xing respectfully saluted. The emperor sat behind the desk and put down a memorial that he had reviewed. He picked up another one and asked, "Why did Minister Xing suddenly enter the palace?" Minister Xing hesitated and said, "This subject has something to report." The emperor opened the memorial. "What matter can't wait until the morning court?" Minister Xing thought, "It can wait until the morning court. But I'm afraid you won't be happy if I say it in front of the civil and military officials. Speaking of which, I met the old chancellor and Grand Secretary Yuan on the way. The old chancellor shouldn't have seen the contents of the document clearly, right? He only glanced at it. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have seen it clearly. Even if he saw it clearly, as an old subject he wouldn't publicize it." Thinking of this, Minister Xing secretly felt relieved. Minister Xing cupped his hands and said respectfully, "It's a case. This humble subject can't decide whether to say it in the court or not." The emperor asked, "What case?" Minister Xing answered truthfully, "The case of Immortal Music House." "Immortal Music House?" The emperor frowned. The most famous brothel in the capital. Your Majesty also knows about it. Minister Xing was surprised. No wonder he was so surprised. Immortal Music House's reputation seemed great, but in the end, it was just a brothel. The imperial city had a clear hierarchy. Crossing the hierarchy barrier was harder than ascending to heaven. As long as the emperor wasn't interested in visiting a brothel, he wouldn't pay attention to it. I've only heard of it. The emperor didn't care much. Does a brothel case need to be mentioned in the court? Minister Xing said with a complicated expression. This case involves a lot of people, and is related to the imperial family. The emperor said indifferently. Which prince went to the brothel and had an accident? It's fine if it's a prince, but I'm afraid you won't be so embarrassed. Minister Xing understood that if he stuck out his head, he would still be stabbed. He had to say it even if he didn't want to. The courtesan of Immortal Music House died on the 7th day of the new year. The emperor had an impression of the 7th day of the new year. That was the day the army returned, and it was also the day he saw Ningen again. Why did something happen on such a good day? The emperor frowned. At first, Minister Xing thought it was just a civilian murder case. There was no need to alarm the emperor, so he didn't mention it in court. Minister Xing continued. But after this humble subject investigated, I unexpectedly discovered that the courtesan of Xianle House was actually not dead. She had faked her death, and found a substitute to escape. Her real purpose was to get close to Dr. Gu of the medical hall. The emperor did not have much interest in the affairs of a courtesan in a brothel. When he heard this, his expression changed. Which clinic is Dr. Gu from? The clinic next to the girls' school is called Miracle Hands Hall. Minister Xing was not clear about the relationship between the emperor and Gu Jiao. In order to attract the emperor's attention, he added, Dr. Gu is Xiao Liulang's wife. Xiao Lulang was the new top scorer personally appointed by the emperor. The emperor should have some care for him. In fact, Gu Jiao was also the daughter of Marquis Ding and Fu. It was just that Gu Jiao herself had never admitted it. The emperor's eyes carried a bit of coldness. Why would a courtesan from a brothel approach a doctor from a medical hall? Minister of Justice, assassination. Assassination? Little godly doctor. The emperor's expression became doubtful and dignified. You just said that Xianle House's case was related to the imperial family. Could it be that the imperial family ordered the courtesan to harm Dr. Gu? Minister Xing did not directly answer. Instead, he took out the confession and case file from the wide sleeve that he had sewn on the way. The emperor took the confession and case file. He recognized that it was Xiao Liulang's handwriting. Xiao Lulang held the position of Minister of Justice. In Gu Jiao's words, he was Minister Xing's secretary and spokesperson. If he did well, he could become the Secretary General of the Ministry of Justice. It was normal for him to write the case file and confession. Of course, not all confessions were written by officials of the Ministry of Justice. A portion of the confessions were personally written by criminals. The confession clearly stated that Bai Kuan was illiterate. Therefore, Minister of Justice Xiao Lulang wrote it on his behalf. After the emperor finished reading it, he slapped the confession on the table. Preposterous. Who interrogated the criminal? Minister Xing, in order to avoid new problems, simply said to the emperor, it was this official who personally interrogated him. Xiao Lulang temporarily wrote on the side. The position of Minister of Justice's official was usually filled by the Yamen's litigation master. However, if the litigation master was not in the Yamen, Shi Yi could be appointed by the Minister of Justice. Xiao Lulang came from Hanlin Academy. It was not to the extent that he did not even have the qualifications to be an official. If it was someone else who was trying the case, the emperor was afraid that he would re-examine the case. However, Minister Xing and Xiao Lulang were officials that the emperor had personally promoted. The emperor still trusted the two of them. The emperor did not know much about Xiao Liulang's ability to solve cases. If it was only Xiao Lulang trying the case alone, the emperor was afraid that he might have been deceived. However, Minister Xing was a veteran at solving cases. He would not be fooled by a thief. Could it be that it was really done by a princess of the imperial family? But wasn't this very absurd? She called the present emperor older brother. In other words, The young master behind the scenes of Immortal Music House was his younger sister. He only had 3 younger sisters, Ning'an, Xianyang and Huaiqing. Of these 3, no matter which one, it did not seem like they were suspicious. There was no need to mention Ning'an. She was such a kind and pure person. How could she associate herself with the power of a brothel and do something that would harm the little godly doctor? Huaiqing was a fool. She did not have this ability. It could not be Xianyang. Xianyang was indeed a powerful character. Among so many princesses, she did not have the protection of her mother, nor did she have the special favor of her father. But she had never suffered at the hands of anyone. She had also received the great marriage that her father had prepared for her before he passed away. She was indeed a woman with skill. But she had no reason to frame the little godly doctor. Minister Xing ventured to ask, "Does your majesty have any clues?" The emperor unhappily said, "What clues do I have? Are you sure you have not been deceived by the murderer?" Although the emperor trusted Minister Xing's ability, he would rather suspect that Minister Xing's judgment was wrong if he had to suspect his own sister. Now that things had progressed to this point, Minister Xing had a guess in his heart. It was just that there was no conclusive evidence at the moment. Xiao Lulang could tell him that the prince consort was killed by the Gu siblings. This was the internal investigation of the case by the Ministry of Justice, providing effective clues to speculate on the motive of the real murderer behind the scenes. But he could not say this to the emperor. Just as Minister Xing was thinking about how to speak to the emperor, Eunuch Wei's voice came from outside the imperial study. "Princess Ning'an, why are you here?" "I stewed some ginseng soup for my royal brother." "Is he inside?" "Ah, he was inside, but she did not know if it was convenient." "Ning'an, come in," the emperor said. Eunuch Wei smiled and stepped aside. "Princess, please." Princess Ning'an carried the food box in one hand and slightly lifted her skirt with the other as she stepped into the imperial study. Minister Xing turned and bowed to Princess Ning'an. "This is..." Princess Ning'an looked at Minister Xing in astonishment. The emperor introduced, "This is the minister of the Ministry of Justice. His surname is Xing. So it is Lord Xing." Princess Ning'an nodded. "Sorry for the lack of manners." Minister Xing bowed with his hands clasped in front. "I do not dare." Princess Ning'an said embarrassedly, "It seems that I have come at a bad time. If I had known that my royal brother was discussing official business with the ministers, I would have come later." The emperor said, "It does not matter. It is just a groundless case. Since you are here, you can take a look." As the emperor spoke, he handed the confession and the file to Princess Ning'an. Princess Ning'an placed the food box on the table and took the file to read. While she was reading the document, Minister Xing was secretly looking at her. The more Princess Ning'an read, the more surprised she became. In the end, she frowned. It was actually someone from the imperial family who tried to kill Dr. Gu? But why? Minister Xing's heart flashed with a trace of doubt. Princess Ning'an did not look guilty at all. Could it be that they had guessed wrong? Logically speaking, it was not enough to just have a motive. They also needed the time and evidence of the crime, commonly known as witnesses and material evidence. The emperor snorted. "You also think it is absurd, don't you?" Ning'an suddenly lowered her eyes and smiled bitterly. "His Majesty only has 3 younger sisters, and among the 3 of them, only I have interacted with Dr. Gu the most. The prince consort died at the hands of her and Gu Shizhi, so it seems that I am the most suspicious." The emperor's face darkened. "Nonsense. How could you do that? In my opinion, it is obvious that someone has bad intentions and wants to slander the imperial family." Princess Ning'an sighed. "But didn't the murderer confess?" The emperor coldly said, "The murderer is not necessarily lying. Or he didn't lie, but someone pretended to be a princess and approached him." Princess Ning'an slowly turned her head and looked at Minister Xing. "Does Minister Xing think that there are these 2 possibilities?" Minister Xing opened his mouth and weakly sucked in a breath of cold air. "Before the truth is out, all hypotheses are possible. By the way, there are 2 other witnesses mentioned above. One is the courtesan of Xianle House who faked her death, and the other is also a girl from Xianle House, called..." Princess Ning'an didn't seem to remember the name. She looked at the document and said, Ah Hua Xiao. As she spoke, her eyes fell on Minister Xing's face again. Minister Xing, where are these two witnesses now? Can they testify in court? Based on the one-sided statement of an assassin, it is somewhat arbitrary to conclude that Xianle House colluded with the imperial family. What do you think, Minister Xing? Princess Ning'an's eyes were very gentle, but for some reason, Minister Xing's forehead was a little cold. He composed himself and said, Princess Ning'an is very right, but these two witnesses can't testify in court now. Why? Princess Ning'an asked softly. Minister Xing said, Hua Xiao was drugged and will wake up in 6 or 7 days. The other girl called Mo Qinxue was seriously injured and is being treated in the medical hall. According to Minister Xiao, her condition is not good. Otherwise, according to the normal procedure, Mo Qinxue would be taken back to the Ministry of Justice for detention. Princess Ning'an sighed thoughtfully. One was drugged and the other was injured. What a coincidence. Minister Xing, they are important witnesses in this case. You must protect them well. Don't let them be killed, or the truth of this case will never see the light of day. Minister Xing subconsciously glanced at Princess Ning'an when he heard this. Princess Ning'an smiled at him frankly. Minister Xing lowered his eyes, frowned, and saluted. Princess is right. I will definitely send more people to protect them. After leaving the palace, Minister Xing returned to the Ministry of Justice. Xiao Heng's room was behind Minister Xing's. Hearing the noise, Xiao Heng put down the pen in his hand and went to Minister Xing's room. Minister Xing fell into a chair tiredly and told Xiao Heng about the conversation in the imperial study. It really is flawless. Did we suspect the wrong person? Is the murderer actually Princess Huiqing or Princess Xinyang? Xiao Heng was not surprised by this development. If the other party didn't even have this kind of method, they wouldn't have gotten to where they were today. He was very glad that he didn't put his chips on the emperor. Xiao Heng said, It's not Princess Xinyang. Minister Xing looked at him strangely. How do you know? I often go to the medical hall. Xiao Heng said. Princess Xinyang contracted a heart disease a few years ago, and only Dr. Gu can treat her illness. She hasn't recovered yet, and is still taking the medicine Dr. Gu gave her. She won't kill Dr. Gu at this time. Minister Xing had heard that Princess Xinyang had suffered from a heart attack due to the loss of her beloved son. Back then, he had heard that she had listened to the imperial physician's advice and left the sad capital to recuperate at Fengdu Mountain. Princess Huiqing? Minister Xing shook his head decisively. Someone couldn't have used the name of an imperial princess, right? Xiao Heng suddenly said. Actually, it's fine if she didn't warn you. Minister Xing didn't understand. What do you mean? Xiao Heng smiled faintly and said, Minister, Princess Ning'an is right. You have to send more people to keep a close watch on the medical hall and the Ministry of Justice's prison. Don't let anyone have a chance to silence them. Chapter 559. In the imperial study, Princess Ning'an sat next to the emperor with a gloomy expression. The emperor patted the back of her hand and said, Don't take it to heart. The truth of the case will come out one day. Princess Ning'an whispered, I occasionally wonder if I shouldn't have come back. That year, I was blind and didn't listen to my brother and mother's advice. I insisted on marrying to the frontier fortress. As a result, I entrusted it to the wrong person and caused hundreds of thousands of people to suffer from war. I also caused so many soldiers to lose their lives. When Your Majesty proposed to confer me the title of Princess Protector, I actually understood that I was not qualified. The emperor looked at her. Ning'an. Princess Ning'an met his gaze. Imperial brother, let me finish. The emperor nodded helplessly. Okay, you say it. Princess Ning'an said with self-blame. I was accepted by the royal family because of my brother's great kindness. Please don't mention the matter of conferring me. The emperor said earnestly, This is not your fault. With or without you, the remnants of the previous dynasty will stir up trouble in Zhao country. You are just a pitiful person who was used by them. Even if it wasn't you, it would be someone else. Don't blame yourself anymore. Your words have reminded us. Could it be that we have doted on you too much, causing some people to be jealous? That's why they were dissatisfied and caused so much trouble? Princess Ning'an didn't say anything. The emperor comforted her. I have my own ideas about this matter. I will not let you be wronged. Just pretend that you didn't hear anything today. I will find out the truth. Princess Ning'an's eyes were a little red. When the emperor saw her like this, he couldn't help but think of when she was young. Ning'an was a lively and active child. She wouldn't cry like a normal little girl. When she was wronged, she would find a place where no one was around and sit there quietly, trying her best to hold back her tears. Every time he found Ning'an and made her happy, thinking of the past, the emperor felt even more sorry for Ning'an. He didn't know how many times she hid in a corner and secretly felt sad when she was alone in the frontier fortress. Did anyone find her? Did anyone feel sorry for her? The emperor called eunuch Wei. Go to the Ministry of Justice and tell Minister Xing to keep his mouth shut and not reveal any information about this case for the time being. Yes. Eunuch Wei accepted the order and left. However, it was too late. On the way to the Ministry of Justice, Eunuch Wei heard people discussing this matter. Two little brothers, what were you talking about just now? Eunuch Wei lifted the curtain of the carriage and called out to the two young men by the roadside in a good-natured manner. Since it was a secret, his identity could not be easily revealed. He was wearing the clothes of an ordinary master. The two of them thought that he was a rich old man from the capital, so they told him about the news they heard in the tea house. I heard that Immortal Music House colluded with the royal family and killed the soldiers who returned from the frontier fortress. Is there such a thing? Old Chancellor was well aware that the speed of rumor spreading was completely dependent on how ridiculous the rumor was. It didn't matter if it was exaggerated or not. As long as it was widely spread, it was fine. Who did you kill? Young Master Gu Jiejun. Gu Chongqing. Cough cough. Eunuch Wei almost choked himself to death. How was it related to Gu Chongqing? Wasn't it said that the person who was assassinated was Miss Gu? Moreover, it was an attempted assassination. Is there a mistake? Young Master Gu went to visit the families of the soldiers. They were killed on the way out of the city. That place was not far from Feng County. Someone came out from the nearby relay station and saw that the snow was full of corpses and bloodstains. It was obviously Miss Gu who fought with the assassins from Immortal Music House. The people who died were all from Immortal Music House. Who made this up? Too tragic, too tragic. Young Master Gu was bravely killing the enemy at the frontier fortress, but when he returned, he was plotted against by the royal family. They were afraid that young Master Gu's meritorious service would overshadow the master, so they wanted to get rid of him after he had outlived his usefulness. He didn't die in the hands of the enemy, but died in the hands of his own people. This is really chilling. It seems that he didn't die and escaped. Then young Master Gu will have to hide from now on. This was the first version that Eunuch Wei heard. There was also a second one. The contents of the first two stories were similar. They were all about how Gu Chongqing was attacked when he left the city, and how Immortal Music House colluded with the imperial family. However, it wasn't the imperial family that killed the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness. Instead, it was the imperial family's princess who fancied Gu Chongqing and wanted to recruit him as her prince consort. Gu Chongqing didn't agree and angered the princess. Thus, he suffered from the other party's crazy revenge. What kind of nonsense is this? Eunuch Wei felt a headache coming on. The third story was the one that gave Eunuch Wei the most headache. The victim was still Gu Chongqing and not Gu Jiao. I heard that it was the remnants of the previous dynasty. Weren't the remnants of the previous dynasty all exterminated? It seems that some of them escaped the net and infiltrated the capital. They colluded with Immortal Music House to take revenge on young Master Gu and the Gu Jiejun. It's a pity that young Master Gu is seriously injured and his life is uncertain. And I also heard that the imperial family has a spy. The remnants of the previous dynasty is hiding in the imperial palace. Hey, I've heard of something here. When the prince consort was killed by young Master Gu, Princess Ning'an pleaded with young Master Gu to let the prince consort fend for himself in the snowy mountains. However, Young Master Gu ignored Princess Ning'an's opposition and took the prince consort's life on the spot. Ah, could it be? Eunuch Wei helplessly looked at the sky. It's over, it's all over now. Once the news was spread out, it wouldn't be easy to take it back. Moreover, there was a good saying, it's better to let it out than to block it. The more the emperor forbade the people from talking about this matter, the more heated the discussion became. If the emperor was a tyrant, then it would be fine. If he killed hundreds of people, then no one would dare to talk nonsense. But he wasn't. This led to the matter continuing to ferment. By the evening of the second day, almost the entire capital had heard that Immortal Music House colluded with the imperial family to assassinate Gu Chongqing. Gu Chongqing wasn't in the capital right now. Even if the emperor wanted to call him out to clarify the truth, he couldn't. The emperor could choose to have Gu Jiao stand out and say that the person who was assassinated was her. But that would mean that the case of Immortal Music House's assassination was confirmed. Moreover, was there a big difference between assassinating Gu Jiao and assassinating Gu Chongqing? The only difference was the speed at which it spread. As the young master of the Gu family army and the heir of Marquis Ding, and Gu Chongqing's reputation was even greater in the capital. Gu Jiao was too low-key. Her name wasn't enough to attract attention. But the essence of the matter was the same. Moreover, this matter wasn't a matter of whether the victim was Gu Jiao or Gu Chongqing. Rather, it was a matter of which member of the imperial family was the mastermind behind the scenes. Princess, the tea spilled out. Inside the warm room of Baixia Hall, Liana reminded. Princess Ning'an looked at the tea spilled all over the table. She put down the teapot that had been filled for an unknown amount of time and said, "Wipe it off." Yes. Liana brought over a cloth and wiped away the water stains on the table. Princess, you have been restless these past 2 days. Did something happen? No, it's nothing, Princess Ning'an said. Baixia Hall was well protected by the emperor. She hadn't heard any random rumors. Liana only thought that her master was upset because of Huang Fuxian. She comforted. Don't worry about Gongzi. He's just throwing a tantrum. When he grows up and becomes more sensible, he'll know how to be filial to you. Princess Ning'an said. Lianer, if one day you are taken away, will you betray me? Lianer solemnly said. Of course not. Lianer's life was saved by Princess. Without Princess, there would be no Lianer. Lianer will not betray Princess. That's right. My life is mine. How could I betray me? Princess Ning'an recovered her usual vigor. She smiled and said, Go to the small kitchen and see how the soup for Imperial Mother is coming along. Lianer went to the small kitchen. When she returned, she had a food box in her hands. I've packed it for you. Princess Ning'an took the food box and went to Renshou Palace. She never thought that Xiaoheng would also be there. Princess Ning'an looked at Xiaoheng in Empress Dowager Zhuang's study. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, He's the Lulang that Ijia mentioned to you. Ning'an hasn't seen Lulang yet, right? Princess Ning'an was stunned and smiled slightly. Ah yes, I haven't seen him. Xiaoheng stood up and saluted. Princess Ning'an nodded in return. Empress Dowager Zhuang sighed to Princess Ning'an. Didn't I tell you not to cook? Princess Ning'an smiled and put the food box on the table. This is the soup made by Baixia Hall's chef. Empress Dowager Zhuang motioned for Eunuch Qin to take over. This servant will do it. Eunuch Qin opened the food box from Princess Ning'an's hands and took out the soup inside. Princess Ning'an smiled. Then I'll leave first. I'll come to pay respects to Imperial Mother tomorrow. Princess Ning'an left the study and heard Empress Dowager Zhuang say to Xiaoheng, Continue. Xiaoheng said, No, that's all the rumors I heard from the people. Empress Dowager Zhuang said, To quell the rumors, the only way is to let the witness speak. Did the witness wake up? Xiaoheng, she woke up. Empress Dowager Zhuang. Wasn't she drunk for 7 days? Why did she wake up so soon? Xiaoheng. Jiao has a hangover medicine in her hand. She woke up in the morning, but she could only speak in the afternoon. Empress Dowager Zhuang. Did she confess the mastermind behind the scenes? Xiaoheng shook his head. Not yet, she refused to say. Did you use torture? Yes. All the punishments that can be used have been used. Her mouth is very tight. Empress Dowager Zhuang snorted. If the hard method doesn't work, then use the soft method. If the soft method doesn't work, then use rape. I don't believe that Xianle house is full of tough bones. You go and bribe someone. Let her poison Hua Xiao in the name of visiting Hua Xiao. Say that it's a snack given to her by the young master. Hua Xiao won't not understand. Princess, your handkerchief. In the courtyard, a little palace maid looked at the lost and thought Princess Ning, and Princess Ning looked down at the torn handkerchief in her hand and smiled warmly. It was scratched by the branches. I'm thinking about what to do. Chapter 560. After Princess Ning left the courtyard, Xiao Heng completely pushed open the window that had a small crack that couldn't be seen if one didn't look carefully. He watched her disappear at the entrance of the palace and said softly, "Thank you, great aunt." After leaving Renshou Palace, Princess Ning didn't immediately return to Bixia Hall. Instead, she went to the imperial study. "Ning, you're here. Come and sit." The emperor put down the memorials in his hand. After many days of absence, a lot of work had piled up. Plus, the reward for Ning and the murder case of Xianle House made him a bit overwhelmed. Princess Ning came to the emperor's side. Eunuch Wei brought a small stool and placed it next to the emperor. Ning sat down gracefully and looked at the emperor with a gentle gaze. "Am I disturbing you, imperial brother?" The emperor smiled and said, "No, take a seat. I said that you can come whenever you want. You will never disturb me." Princess Ning recalled, "I remember when I was young, you often said the same thing. You're a prince and have a lot of homework. Every time I went to find you, you were studying." The emperor sighed. "I'm not favored by my father. If I don't work hard to leave an impression on him, he'll probably forget that I'm his son." Princess Ning turned to look at him with reverence. "But in the end, it was you who stabilized the throne. That's all thanks to my mother." Speaking of Empress Dowager Zhuang, the emperor felt a bit more emotional. "You probably don't know what happened to me and my mother in the years you weren't here." Although the emperor hated concubine Jing, he still cared about Ning and didn't tell Ning all about how she had instigated him and Empress Dowager Zhuang. But now that it was brought forward, he couldn't help but say it. "We were drugged and were at odds with Imperial Mother. We did too many things that let Imperial Mother down. Now that we think about it, Imperial Mother was the one who personally made us the emperor, yet we treated her like this. She must be very sad." Princess Ning said softly, "Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, you don't have to blame yourself for the past." The emperor said in shame, "I've always blamed my mother for controlling the court. If not for that, the country would have long fallen into the hands of concubine Jing and the remnants of the previous dynasty." Princess Ning lowered her head. The emperor said sincerely, "Ning, that woman is not fit to be your mother. You can only have Imperial Mother in your heart. Imperial Mother is the one who truly loves and protects you." Princess Ning smiled. "Ning knows. Ning will be filial to Imperial Mother. Ning will also be filial to Imperial Brother." The emperor smiled in relief. Princess Ning's eyes flickered as she said, "By the way, brother, I just saw Lord Xiao in my mother's palace." The emperor thought for a moment. "Lulang?" There were not many men who could enter Empress Dowager Zhuang's bedroom. The only one surnamed Xiao was Xiao Lulang. Princess Ning nodded. "Yes, Imperial Mother calls him Lulang. Lord Xiao seemed to be here for the Ministry of Justice's case, but I didn't hear what he said." The emperor remembered something and said, "There was indeed such a thing. He just came to the imperial study and said that the suspect in Xianle House had woken up." "Did she really wake up?" Princess Ning asked. The emperor looked at Princess Ning strangely. "This matter concerns the reputation of the imperial family, so I'm particularly concerned. Did I overstep?" The emperor smiled. "How could that be? That's good." Princess Ning smiled in relief. "I saw in the file that she was drugged with a drug called 7 days of intoxication. It is said that she will be in a coma for 7 days. The emperor smiled at the mention of this. "With the little magic doctor here, this is not difficult." Princess Ningen looked at the memorial on the table and asked in a relaxed tone, "Did she confess?" The emperor said, "They are still interrogating her." Princess Ningen touched the tip of her nose with a handkerchief. "Imperial brother, do you want to send someone to take a look?" The emperor thought for a moment. Okay. The emperor sent Eunuchy this time. Eunuchy didn't expose himself in front of old concubine Jing. But the emperor didn't hide anything in front of Princess Ningen. Besides the hardships Princess Ningen suffered in the frontier fortress, it increased his trust and affection for her. Eunuchy came back quickly. Princess Ningen was still in the imperial study. He reported, "Your Majesty, the suspect named Hua Xiao did wake up. Minister Xing personally interrogated her, but she refused to say anything. She didn't eat or drink. It seemed that she was going to go on a hunger strike." "Does Xianle House know that she is awake?" It was Princess Ningen who asked. She seemed to be particularly concerned about this case. But considering that she was also the emperor's sister and one of the suspects behind the case, her concern was reasonable. If Princess Xinyang were here, she would be more concerned about the progress of the case. As Eunuchy thought so, he answered her question respectfully. "I know. Ever since the case of Immortal Music House became the talk of the town, it's hard to conceal the actions of the Ministry of Justice. There are always people trying to find out something from the Ministry of Justice. Xianle House is no exception." A maid of Xianle House came to visit the suspect with some snacks. Princess Ningen asked, "What is her name?" Eunuchy looked at Princess Ningen in confusion, and then looked at the emperor. The emperor was happy to spoil Princess Ningen, so Eunuchy couldn't not give face to the princess. Eunuchy said, "I think her name is Ling, or Linger. That's probably her name." Ling, was Hua Xiao's personal maid. Princess Ningen asked again, "What did they talk about?" Eunuchy said, "I don't know." The maid begged to speak with Hua Xiao alone, and Minister Xing agreed. There was a solitary cell at the end of the prison of the Ministry of Justice. It was different from a normal cell. It was more like a solitary secret room. Not only was there an extra iron door, but it was also guarded by 2 strong yamen runners. There were burning braziers hanging on the walls on both sides of the corridor. The flickering flames shone on the expressionless faces of the yamen runners, making them look more dignified and cold. The door of the cell was locked. Everything seemed to be calm, but no one knew that the suspects had already caused a ruckus in the cell. Hua Xiao was tied to a chair, and her hands and feet were bound by ropes. Xiaoheng didn't lie. Hua Xiao did wake up, and Ling, maid came to Xianle House. She gave Hua Xiao a bowl of last meal. Hua Xiao sneered. "Do you think that by casually bribing a maid to pretend to be the young lord to poison me, I will suspect the young lord? Naive." Xiaoheng didn't comment. He looked at her and said, "You believe in your young lord, but I don't know if your young lord has the same confidence in you." Hua Xiao laughed until her body trembled slightly. "Xiao Darren, Xiao Zhuangyuan, I don't know how to call you. Do you really think the young lord will be fooled? You underestimate the young lord too much. You are too arrogant. From the moment you used Bai Kuan's identity to write the confession, the young lord already knew that you were setting a trap for her. Because the young lord doesn't have a person named Bai Kuan. You can only fool the people of the capital, but as long as I don't say the identity of the young lord, you can't convict the young lord." Xiao Heng's expression didn't change in the slightest because of her words. "Bai Kuan is fake, but you, Hua Xiao, are real." Hua Xiao's smile disappeared, and she said coldly, "So what? I won't confess. I won't betray the young lord." Xiao Heng asked, "Does it matter if you confess or not? If there can be a Bai Kuan in this world, there can be a second one." Hua Xiao frowned. "What do you mean?" Xiao Heng stopped, flicked his wide sleeves, pressed the mechanism at hand, and the stone door slowly opened. He took out a confession letter from his arms. "Come, this is Hua Xiao's confession letter." Hua Xiao's face changed. "You?" Xiao Heng said. "Personally written." Hua Xiao trembled with anger. "You are trying to frame me again. Can't you be a little more creative, Xiao Darren? Is this all you have left?" "It doesn't matter if the method is old or not, as long as it is practical." Xiao Hung handed the confession letter to the Yamen runner beside him. Send it to the imperial palace to His Majesty, and say that Hua Xiao confessed. Hua Xiao scolded. Despicable. If you have the ability, kill me. Otherwise, once His Majesty interrogates me, I will say that the confession letter was written by you. Then let's make a bet. You won't live until the moment His Majesty interrogates you. Xiao Hung raised his eyebrows and looked at her. His eyes gradually became cold. The murderer is not me. The Yamen runner was Xing Shangshu's confidant. After receiving Xiao Heng's instructions, he immediately went to the imperial palace. The Yamen runner didn't have a token to enter the imperial palace. After reporting to the emperor, he could only be let in. The Yamen runner cupped his hands and said, "Please go and report to His Majesty. I am here to deliver the confession letter." The prisoner of Immortal Music House confessed. This case was very big. Xiao Hung and Xing Shangshu had entered the imperial palace several times. Even a fool could see that His Majesty attached great importance to the case. The imperial guards guarding the city didn't dare to neglect, and hurriedly sent someone to the imperial study to pass the message. The little eunuch in the imperial study also reported to Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei bowed and entered the imperial study, reporting, "Your Majesty, the prisoner of Immortal Music House confessed." The emperor was very excited. "Really?" Eunuch Wei said. "Yes, the people of the Ministry of Justice sent the confession letter. It is at the gate of the imperial palace. They said that it was written by Hua Xiao." Princess Ning'an, "It can't be fake, right?" Eunuch Wei said. "It can't be fake." When Hua Xiao faked her death in Immortal Music House, as a suspect, she went to the Ministry of Justice to make a statement. Her handwriting is there. Princess Ning'an squeezed her handkerchief tightly. The emperor was very excited. "What are you doing? Quickly announce it." Eunuch Wei was also very excited. He smiled and said, "Yes, this slave will go personally." Princess Ning'an's eyes moved slightly. She put down the half-drunk tea and said to the emperor, "Since Imperial Brother has something important to do, I will leave first." The emperor patted her hand and said dotingly, "You don't have to leave. Let's listen to the case together." Princess Ning'an's eyelashes trembled slightly. "This isn't very good." The emperor said, "What's not good about it? You are Zhen's sister, the princess of Zhao country. Since this case is related to the princess of Zhao country, you have the right to listen. If Xingyang was here, even if Zhen chased her away, she wouldn't leave. Xingyang was a person whose means and ambition were written on her face. If she wanted to interfere in the imperial court, she would interfere in the imperial court. Fortunately, her ambition didn't lie here. After interfering in the imperial court several times, she felt that it was meaningless, so she went home to take care of her son. There was a bit of distance from the imperial study to the gate of the imperial palace. Eunuch Wei's footsteps were not fast. If he took a small path, he would definitely be able to rob the confession letter before Eunuch Wei. Princess Ning'an used her handkerchief to wipe the thin sweat on her forehead. She looked at the gradually darkening sky and said, "At this time, Xian'er should be looking for me. He's not a 3-year-old child. Does he still need to look for his mother at night?" The emperor didn't like that little remnant of the previous dynasty, but for Princess Ning'an's sake, he didn't make his dislike of Huangfu Xian too obvious. "Zhen will go with you to see Xian'er in a moment. Sit in Zhen's imperial carriage. It'll be quick." On such a cold day, how could he be at ease letting Ning'an walk back alone? Princess Ning'an began to frequently switch her hands to drink from the quilt. "Are you this thirsty?" "A little." After drinking 3 full cups, Princess Ning'an said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, I want to." Before he could finish his sentence, Eunuch Wei brought him in with a face full of joy. "Your Majesty, she's here." The emperor said seriously, "Come in." Eunuch Wei led the bailiff into the room. The bailiff presented the confession letter with both hands. Eunuch Wei reached out to take it. "I'll do it." Princess Ning'an stood up and walked around the desk to take the letter from the bailiff. The capital in the first month was still cold. There were 2 braziers burning in the imperial study, one of which was not far from the emperor. As Princess Ning'an walked towards the emperor with the confession letter in hand, she suddenly tripped. Her beautiful face paled as she let out a cry and fell forward. The confession letter in her hand also flew out, and flew right into the brazier. Between the confession letter and Princess Ning'an, the emperor would of course choose to protect Ning'an. How could he bear to let Ning'an fall and injure herself? The emperor stood up, and caught Ning'an with his strong right arm. The moment Ning'an was caught, she let out a long sigh of relief. She leaned into the emperor's arms and panted slightly. She said guiltily, "I'm sorry, brother. I lost the confession letter." The emperor raised his eyebrows and smiled at her. "Look." Ning'an turned her head, and was instantly struck by lightning. She saw the emperor's left hand accurately grab the confession letter. "Emperor. Fortunately, I often play cards with Imperial Mother. I can grab cards with my left hand." Chapter 561. Ning'an, are you okay? Why is your face so pale? Did you bump into something? The emperor looked at Princess Ning'an, who seemed to be nervous in his arms, and asked. Princess Ning'an whispered, "I'm fine. It was a close call. Fortunately, brother caught me in time. Otherwise, I would have been hurt." The emperor looked at the chair behind him and said with fear, "Yes, your head almost hit the chair. The consequences would have been unimaginable." Princess Ning'an vaguely hummed. The emperor helped her sit down on the stool. The confession had been in the emperor's hands, so it was impossible to let it have a second accident. After the emperor sat back in the chair, he glanced at Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei had served the emperor for many years. If he couldn't understand this look, he would have been a chief steward for many years. He hurriedly called 2 little eunuchs to carry the brazier away to ensure that even if the emperor fell 8 or 10 times, the confession would not fall into the brazier. The emperor couldn't wait to open the confession letter. This confession letter had a total of 10 pages, which was 9 pages more than Bai Kuan's confession letter. It recorded in detail Hua Xiao's birth, her first few years of wandering, and how she came to Immortal Music House. Hua Xiao was originally a young lady of an official's family. Her grandfather was the governor of South City. Because of a corruption case, he was sent to Zhao prison. Her grandfather was beheaded, and the rest of the family was sentenced to exile. Hua Xiao was only 2 years old. She was not deeply moved by the changes in her family. Every day, she could not eat enough and wear warm clothes. From time to time, she saw her family being beaten. It took a long time for her to understand what happened to her family. At that time, she was already 7 years old. She was a clever and beautiful little girl. She was bought by a brothel's madam. She planned to educate her for a few years and become the brothel's money tree. However, Hua Xiao's life in the brothel was not smooth. She was often bullied by older children. One cold night she ran away. How long could a 7-year-old girl walk? In the middle of the night, she fainted in a dirty alley. When she came, she was lying in a carriage going somewhere. The carriage was very well decorated. It was clean and spacious, and it exuded a fragrance that was different from ordinary cosmetics. It was in this carriage that Hua Xiao met the most important person in her life. Her real name was not Hua Xiao, and her surname had been forcibly erased when she was sold to the brothel. She was called Lan in the brothel, and she hated this name. The gentle woman in front of her was given a new name. The woman looked at the setting sun outside the window and said to her, "You will be called Hua Xiao." The obedient little girl nodded in a daze. The emperor was a little moved to tears. It was clearly a confession letter, so why did it have to be so touching? Was Hua Xiao really the daughter of the Guan family? That's right. Was she really sold to a brothel? That was not the case. As for Hua Xiao's background, Imo Qinxue only said, "It seems that her grandfather used to be an official somewhere. Later, he committed a crime and was confiscated." The latter part was all made up by the old chancellor. He was not afraid that the emperor would send people to investigate. Anyway, there were so many officials who were confiscated that a bundle of sacks couldn't hold them all. Hua Xiao came to the Immortal Music House 2 years earlier than Imo Qinxue. This was obvious to all, so there was no need to make it up. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was the woman who adopted Hua Xiao. She trained Hua Xiao into a woman with both talent and beauty and excellent martial arts. She sent her to the Immortal Music House in the capital, and became her second confidant. The first confidant was Emo Qianxue. Emo Qianxue came to the woman's side later than Hua Xiyao, and Emo Qianxue had been secretly trained by the woman. However, they had never met before entering the Immortal Music House. In the confession letter, Hua Xiao's analysis was that the woman was worried that they would grow up together and develop feelings for each other. They were not allowed to rely on and have feelings for people other than their master. This was actually the personal analysis of the old chancellor. This part was true. When the emperor saw this, a strong disgust rose from the bottom of his heart. Who was so perverted and vicious? He looked dignified as he finished reading the confession letter. The confession letter not only explained Hua Xiao's personal experience, but also explained the secret deployment of Immortal Music House in the capital these years. For example, Immortal Music House once came to make trouble in the name of the Empress Dowager. The emperor was even angrier. She actually used his mother? Very good. The behind-the-scenes owner of Immortal Music House was really bold. The second half of the confession letter focused on the case against Gu Jiao, which was similar to what Bai Kuan said. Emo Qianxue faked her death and got close to Gu Jiao. Hua Xiao conveyed the young master's order several times, asking Emo Qianxue to take action against Gu Jiao. The last time she went to find Emo Qianxue, she was knocked out and drugged by Emo Qianxue. When she woke up, she was in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. The confession letter also explained that Hua Xiao didn't intend to betray the young master, but the young master sent someone to poison her. She really fed her loyalty to the dogs. Since the young master did it, then don't blame her for doing it 15 times. In fact, you also know the young master. She is indeed the princess of the imperial family, and she does call your majesty brother. Her name is... The 9th page ended here. There was only one name on the 10th page. When the emperor saw the name, he suddenly gasped and looked at Ningyan in horror. Bixia Hall. Huang Fuxian was in a daze in front of the window again. Liana helplessly walked into the room with the dry clothes, put them on the bed, and came to Huang Fuxian's side. A cold wind blew, and Liana shivered. Liana sighed. Young master, why are you sitting here in the cold wind again? Let me push you over to the fire to warm you up? I thought only the frontier was cold, but I didn't expect the capital to be so cold. As she spoke, she pushed Huang Fuxian's wheelchair to the fire basin. Huang Fuxian didn't object because he was frozen and couldn't speak. Lianer turned back and closed the window. Huang Fuxian sat by the fire basin to warm himself, while Lianer folded the clothes one by one and put them back in the wardrobe. She looked at the neat clothes in the wardrobe, then looked at her own clothes that were not folded properly. She cleared her throat and said, Why did you fold them so well? Don't you have to wear them? The rules in the palace were strict. Those who could be assigned to serve in Iridescent Cloud's hall were the most outstanding palace maids. Lianer had not received such strict training in the princess's residence at the frontier fortress, so the palace maids did not take her seriously. However, she was Princess Ning An's confidant, so the palace maids didn't dare to say anything to her face. They could only fold the clothes she had folded again after she left. Really? Lianer's self-esteem was hurt again. She put her ugly clothes on top of a pile of clothes that were so neat that it was unreal, and went out sullenly. Not long after she went out, Huang Fuxian, who had recovered his body temperature and was no longer stiff, pushed his wheelchair to the window and propped it up with a pole. The window was not short, and he didn't have legs, so he couldn't stand, so this action was actually very difficult for him. When he reached the pole, he almost fell off the wheelchair. Fortunately, it was a close call. He felt the biting cold wind and looked at the empty courtyard. His hands and feet were frozen stiff again. The sky was dark. He looked down and curled his lips in self-mockery. Little brother. Little Mushroom appeared with his voice again. Huang Fuxian's eyelashes fluttered quickly, and his stiff body became even stiffer, but his expression didn't change at all. Little Jing Kong was small, so the windowsill was too high for him. Even if he used a stone as a cushion to climb up, it was still difficult for him. However, little Jing Kong was surprised to find that the stone had grown taller today. He climbed up the stone first, then easily flipped over the windowsill. Little brother. After he slid down, he turned around and looked at Huang Fuxian cutely. There was snow on his sleeves and pants, but there was no snow on his head or shoulders. Did you fall? Huang Fuxian asked coldly. Yes. Little Jingkong nodded honestly. I only fell twice. What did he mean by only fell twice? 2 falls were not enough? Little Jingkong hadn't fallen for a long time, but his instincts were still there. He hugged his little head in time, so it didn't hurt. Huang Fuxian glanced at him indifferently, then reached out his hands expressionlessly. He supported the wheelchair with one hand and reached for the pole with the other. He had done this many times before, but now he was embarrassed in front of little Jingkong. He successfully fell off the wheelchair. Little brother, are you okay? Little Jingkong squatted down to help him up. Go away, Huang Fuxian said angrily. Little Jingkong looked at him, thought seriously, and said, You don't have to be embarrassed, I often fall too. You're a kid. It's natural for you to fall. You won't fall anymore when you grow up. But I'm a cripple. I'll fall my whole life. I'll be a good-for-nothing for the rest of my life. Huang Fuxian refused little Jingkong's help. He used his hands, which were full of veins, to drag his injured body back to the wheelchair with difficulty. His leg started to hurt again. It was the place where his leg was amputated. Every once in a while his bone would pop out. Every time this happened, he had to endure the pain and grind his bone. Every time he had to grind his bone, he had to go to hell. He almost couldn't save himself several times. He didn't want to experience the pain of grinding his bone again, or he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to survive this time. But it was strange, wasn't it? Didn't he want to die long ago? What was he afraid of now? Little brother, what's wrong? Is it painful? Little Jingkong looked at Huang Fuxian, who didn't look right, and asked with concern. No, Huang Fuxian said indifferently, grabbing a blanket to cover his injured leg. Little Jingkong wasn't a person who liked to stare at other people's injured parts. In fact, no one taught him this on purpose. He just observed how Jiao Jiao did it, and did it accordingly. His gaze quickly turned to Huang Fuxian's face. Little brother, why is your face swollen? It was swollen last time, but it wasn't this serious. It seemed that he had been exposed to too much cold wind for the past 2 days, and the swollen part was frostbitten. Huang Fuxian looked at him calmly. Are you curious? Yes. Little Jingkong nodded. Huang Fuxian curled his lips slightly and said playfully, My mother hit me. Little Jingkong put his hands behind his back and leaned forward. He looked confused. Why did your mother hit you? Huang Fuxian sneered. Because I'm disabled. Little Jingkong clenched his fists and said seriously, She can't hit him. Bad brother-in-law is a cripple, and Jiao Jiao didn't hit him. Huang Fuxian was speechless. Why is he a bad brother-in-law? Huang Fuxian asked. He's a bad brother-in-law. Little Jingkong curled his lips and said. How bad? Huang Fuxian's eyes had a trace of true coldness. Very, very bad. Little Jingkong said. Huang Fuxian knew very well how bad an adult could be to a child. Do you want me to help you teach him a lesson? He asked. That's not necessary. Little Jingkong coughed softly. I can teach him a lesson myself. Little Mushroom's face was red, and his eyes were flickering. Obviously, he didn't really hate that bad brother-in-law. Huang Fuxian's mood became worse. He couldn't explain why. Little Nine fluttered his wings and flew to Huang Fuxian's pillow. After tearing down so many things, he found that his favorite was Huang Fuxian's pillow. Little Nine, don't tear down the house, Little Jingkong said helplessly. Little Nine didn't listen, and kept tearing down the pillow. Soon, the cotton in Huang Fuxian's pillow was pecked out. Little Jingkong sighed like an old man. It's all because of little 8 of Brother Yan's bad influence. Huang Fuxian asked, Who's Brother Yan? Little Jingkong said, He's my brother at home. Huang Fuxian frowned. You have other brothers? Little Jingkong stretched out 2 little fingers. Yes, I have 2. Brother Yan and Brother Shaoshan. Huang Fuxian asked with a dark face. Do you like them? Little Jingkong nodded without hesitation. Yes, I like them. Huang Fuxian's face became even darker. You have so many brothers, why do you still come to me? To take you out to play. Humph. Huang Fuxian turned his face away coldly. Little Jing Kong stretched out his chubby little hand and grabbed his fingers. The soft touch reminded him of a kitten's paw pad. Little brother, I'll take you to my house. Little Jing Kong had just finished speaking when a little eunuch's hurried footsteps and panicked screams came from outside the door. Oh no! Something happened to Princess Ningen. Chapter 562. Little brother, something happened to your mother. Little Jing Kong looked at Huang Fuxian worriedly. Don't be sad. I'm not sad, Huang Fuxian said calmly. Little Jing Kong scratched his head in confusion. How could he not be sad? If something happened to Jiao Jiao, he would be very, very sad. Huang Fuxian slowly withdrew his hand from the little guy's grasp. Maybe they heard wrong. Nothing happened to my mother. You should go back first. Little Jing Kong. Oh! This time, something did happen to Princess Ningen. The incident happened in the imperial study. Once the news spread, the entire harem was alarmed. Empress Xiao, noble consort Zhuang, consort Xu, and the others all went to the imperial study, only to find that it was surrounded by imperial guards. No one could enter. I can't enter either? Empress Xiao asked coldly. The commander of the imperial guards was surnamed Fu. He cupped his fists in salute and said, We're searching for assassins inside. For the safety of the empress and the other imperial concubines, please wait here for a moment. How is His Majesty? Consort Xu asked anxiously. Commander Fu said. His Majesty retreated from the back door and returned to Pure Flower's palace. Noble consort Zhuang rolled her eyes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Did they come here to catch assassins? Empress Xiao and the others hurried to Pure Flower's palace, which was also surrounded by imperial guards. Fortunately, there were no assassins here, so no one stopped Empress Xiao. Noble consort Zhuang and consort Xu saw that she was going, so they also followed. Empress Xiao's position was stable. Her son was the crown prince, and her brother, Marquis Xianping, was fighting in the South Island. Noble consort Zhuang lost favor for a while because of Prince Ning, but she was backed by the Empress Dowager and the Zhuang family. As long as the Empress Dowager didn't punish her, and the Zhuang family didn't dislike her, she would always have a place in the harem. Consort Xu was the same. Her two nephews had just made great contributions at the frontier fortress, so she also rose in status. Who would dare to block her path? The fourth concubine to enter Pure Flower's palace was Consort Yu, Rui Wang's birth mother. Last year, Consort Rui Wang gave birth to Xiao Junju in the 10th month of the previous year, which could be considered a meritorious service for the imperial family. The other concubines were not so lucky. All of the palace servants in Pure Flower's palace knelt on the ground with their heads bowed. The entire palace hall was filled with a cold and solemn atmosphere. For some reason, Empress Xiao had an ominous feeling in her heart. When she passed through the Chuehua gate, she suddenly stopped and looked at a little maid kneeling on the ground. She asked, Did your Majesty come back alone? The palace maid said nervously, Empress, Princess Ningen came back with her. Empress Xiao frowned. Ever since Qin Shiyu was bullied by Huang Fuxian again and again, Empress Xiao didn't like Princess Ningen. It was just that the emperor would come to comfort her from time to time, so she did not find fault with Ningen. But in the end, he was still unhappy. The emperor and Princess Ningen came to the bedchamber in the imperial carriage. The palace maids and eunuchs didn't know the emperor's condition. They only heard that Princess Ningen was injured and covered in blood. Empress Xiao didn't ask any more questions, and quickly walked towards the bedchamber. At the entrance of the bedchamber, the palace maids and eunuchs were kneeling on the ground and wiping the mottled bloodstains. Empress Xiao's heart tightened. As she stepped in, a strong smell of blood mixed with the smell of golden sore ointment assailed her nostrils. Empress Xiao's scalp went numb. Your Majesty! Noble consort Zhuang passed by her and ran straight towards the dragon bed. Consort Xu and consort Yu glanced at Empress Xiao and restrained themselves. No matter how worried they were about His Majesty's health, they didn't have the courage to run ahead of Empress Xiao like noble consort Zhuang. Princess Ningen was sitting on a chair beside the bed. Her forehead was injured, her face was covered in blood, and her right arm was injured. An imperial physician was treating her injuries. 2 other imperial physicians were gathered in front of the dragon bed to check on the emperor's injuries. Eunuch Wei was anxiously wiping his tears beside the dragon bed. "Your Majesty, this concubine has come to see you." Noble consort Zhuang couldn't wait to come to the bed, only to find that the emperor's forehead was wrapped in thick gauze. His face was pale, and he seemed to have fallen into a coma. Noble consort Zhuang's beautiful face turned pale as she asked, "What's wrong with His Majesty?" After imperial physician Liang finished examining the emperor's right arm, he began to examine his left arm. Hearing this, he bowed to noble consort Zhuang and said, "His Majesty's head is injured. As for other injuries, we are carefully diagnosing." Empress Xiao stopped in the middle of the bedchamber and said with dignity, "Noble consort, come here. Don't disturb the imperial physicians who are treating His Majesty." "I don't want to. I want to protect His Majesty. Someone come." At Empress Xiao's command, Eunuch Su, along with 2 powerful eunuchs, stepped forward and grabbed the shouting noble consort Zhuang. Empress Xiao's gaze swept over noble consort Zhuang, consort Shu and consort Yu. "All of you wait outside." Eunuch Su came in front of the 3 imperial concubines and said, "3 imperial concubines, please." Noble consort Zhuang didn't want to go out, but she also knew that the situation was better than her. After Prince Ning's accident, her imperial mother no longer spoiled her. She had no capital to challenge Empress Xiao. Noble consort Zhuang angrily left the bedchamber. Since she had gone out, consort Shu and consort Yu also couldn't stay in the same place, and had to leave together. Princess Ning'an came to greet Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao looked at her injury and asked, "What did the imperial physicians say?" Princess Ning'an looked haggard. "It's just a superficial injury. It's not a big deal." Empress Xiao asked, "What happened in the imperial study? I heard that an assassin came." Princess Ning'an lowered her head and choked with sobs. "Yes, an assassin tried to assassinate imperial brother. I couldn't stop it, and let imperial brother get injured." Empress Xiao sternly said, "You go back to Bixia Hall to recuperate. I will deal with the assassin." Princess Ning'an reluctantly looked back at the unconscious emperor. She also glanced at Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei quickly lowered his eyes. Princess Ning'an turned her face and bowed to Empress Xiao. "Yes." After she left, Empress Xiao called Eunuch Wei over and asked with a dignified look, "What's the matter with the assassin? Why would an assassin sneak into the imperial study? Doesn't His Majesty have an imperial expert around him?" Eunuch Wei looked embarrassed. "There is, but..." Empress Xiao frowned. "But what?" Eunuch Wei said with a pained heart. "It just happened too quickly. No one expected this to happen. If Princess Ning'an had not stepped forward bravely and blocked the blade for His Majesty, I'm afraid His Majesty would have been dead by now." Seeing that the first move failed, the assassin grabbed the inkstone on the table and smashed it on His Majesty's head. Empress Xiao's eyes were cold. "Who is the assassin?" Eunuch Wei lowered his eyes and said, "A yamen runner from the Ministry of Justice." After interrogating Eunuch Wei, Empress Xiao finally figured out the ins and outs of the emperor's assassination. It turned out that His Majesty had recently been investigating a case related to the royal family. Today, the prisoner in the prison of the Ministry of Justice pleaded guilty. The yamen runner named Sun Ping came to deliver the prisoner's confession to His Majesty. Minister Xing was the emperor's trusted aide. Naturally, the emperor would not suspect the person he sent. Sun Ping took advantage of the fact that the emperor was flipping through the confession letter to suddenly pull out the soft knife hidden in his belt and stab towards the emperor. Eunuch Wei was at the door. He was far away and didn't see what Sun Ping was doing. Princess Ning'an reacted first. She rushed over and blocked the knife. Her right arm was seriously injured. When she fell down, she accidentally hit her forehead on the stool. When Eunuch Wei found something wrong and called someone to protect His Majesty, it was too late. Sun Ping was too close to His Majesty. His Majesty was hit by the inkstone Sun Ping grabbed. When Sun Ping wanted to hit Princess Ning'an a second time, Princess Ning'an rushed over, pulled out the remaining knife in her right arm, and stabbed Sun Ping's heart. At that time, there were only His Majesty, Princess Ning'an, and Eunuch Wei in the imperial study. There was no fourth witness. Empress Xiao asked the guards at the city gate and confirmed that Sun Ping did enter the palace in the name of delivering the confession. Of course, Empress Xiao also sent Eunuch Su to the Ministry of Justice. The news he received was consistent with what Eunuch Wei said. Sun Ping was here to deliver the confession. However, the Ministry of Justice didn't expect Sun Ping to assassinate His Majesty. Sun Ping and Sun Jian were cousins. One was in his early 20s, and the other was 23. The two of them worked under Minister Xing. Their positions weren't high, but they were always around Minister Xing. Minister Xing thought highly of them. When they heard that Sun Ping had done such a rebellious thing, everyone's first reaction was disbelief. If it was Sun Jian who did it, they would think twice. Sun Jian was more cunning than Sun Ping. Occasionally, he would bully others. However, Sun Ping had always been honest. Eunuch Su, where is Sun Ping? Minister Xing asked. He's already dead, Eunuch Su said coldly. Minister Xing sucked in a breath of cold air. Eunuch Su asked in an arrogant tone. Who let Sun Ping enter the palace? Xiao Heng took a step forward. Minister Xing pulled him back and said to Eunuch Su, It was me. Eunuch Su raised his chin and harumphed coldly. Then Minister Xing, please follow me into the palace. Also, this matter concerns His Majesty. This assassination case will be handed over to the Supreme Court, and the censorate will handle it. Minister Xing said politely, Eunuch Su, please wait for a moment. Allow me to tidy my attire, so as to avoid being disrespectful in front of the palace. Amen, Eunuch Su replied indifferently. Then, he led the palace servants out of Minister Xing's room. Minister Xing lowered his voice and said to Xiao Heng, I don't believe that Sun Ping would assassinate His Majesty. Lulang, investigate the truth. Xiao Heng nodded solemnly. As soon as Minister Xing left, Xiao Heng wrote a letter to Empress Xiao. The letter stated that Sun Ping was sent by him, and the confession was obtained by him. It had nothing to do with Minister Xing. There was something else going on with Sun Ping. However, he hesitated and didn't send the letter out in the end. Minister Xing was brought to a side hall of Pure Flowers Palace. Empress Xiao sat on the main seat and looked coldly at Minister Xing, who was kneeling on the ground. She said, Minister Xing, do you have anything to say now? Were you the one who sent Sun Ping? Minister Xing said, Empress, Sun Ping was indeed sent by this humble subject. However, this humble subject doesn't believe that he would assassinate His Majesty. Empress Xiao said, Do you not believe me, or do you want to distance yourself from this matter? Minister Xing said, Sun Ping was this humble subject's bailiff. He died for no reason. This humble subject should do his best to investigate the truth and seek justice for him. Why would this humble subject be in a hurry to distance myself from this matter? Empress Xiao narrowed her eyes. So you're saying that this empress is wrongly accusing you? Minister Xing said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. This humble subject doesn't dare. Empress Xiao said indifferently. This empress also wants to believe you, but the evidence is conclusive. Minister Xing looked up at her. May I ask what the empress is referring to as evidence? Empress Xiao said seriously. Witnesses and material evidence. We have both. Eunuch Su walked over with a tray. On the tray was a piece of brocade cloth. On the brocade cloth, there was a bloody soft knife and a blood-stained ink slab. These are Sun Ping's murder weapons. Eunuch Su told the empress the whole story of the emperor's assassination. Princess Ning and Eunuch Wei said the same thing. Princess Ning An's biggest backer was the emperor. Everyone in the imperial court was debating whether to confer her the title of Princess Royal or not. The emperor wanted her to be conferred the title. The emperor's death was a great loss to her. Therefore, from this perspective, she had no motive to commit the crime. As for Eunuch Wei, he had been serving the emperor for a long time. Who would doubt his loyalty? At this point, Minister Xing realized how weak his inference was in front of these two powerful witnesses. Empress Xiao asked, What else do you have to say? Minister Xing said, This humble subject has nothing to say. Empress Xiao said coldly, Guards, escort Minister Xing to the Supreme Court. Minister Xing knelt on the ground with his back straight. He slowly took off his official hat and carefully handed it to the palace guards who came to detain him. Empress Xiao called the officials of the Supreme Court over and took them to the crime scene to collect evidence. The palace guards who had been interrogated before were also interrogated one by one. Empress Xiao was busy until late at night. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and fell asleep on the back of the chair in the side chamber. It was late at night. The candlelight in the bedchamber flickered. Eunuch Wei knelt on the foot of the dragon bed, silently wiping his tears. A ghost-like beautiful figure quietly entered the room. The gorgeous train of her dress swept across the smooth floor. Eunuch Wei was crying when he suddenly saw a huge shadow on the dragon bed. He was so scared that he shivered. When he was about to turn around, a white hand gently pressed on his shoulder. Eunuch Wei's whole body tensed up. "Eunuch Wei, are you cold?" The person behind him asked gently. Eunuch Wei swallowed and suppressed the fear in his heart. He whispered, "Princess, I'm not cold." "If you're not cold, then why are you shivering?" she asked. Eunuch Wei forced himself to stop shivering. "Is my royal brother awake?" She lifted the bright yellow curtain and hung it with a hook. Then she sat down on the edge of the bed. Eunuch Wei looked at her uneasily and said, "Not yet." She raised her hand and gently touched the emperor's cheek. "My royal brother has suffered a lot." Eunuch Wei lowered his head and didn't say anything. "Eunuch Wei, who do you think caused my royal brother to be like this?" Sun Ping. Sun Ping." She was stunned and then laughed. She laughed so hard that she leaned forward and back. The sinister laughter echoed in the bedchamber. Eunuch Wei shuddered. He quietly turned his head to look at the palace guards kneeling in the bedchamber, and found that they all fell asleep on the ground without exception. Eunuch Wei shuddered even more. She laughed enough, and wiped the tears with her fingertips. "Eunuch Wei, isn't it me? Didn't I kill myself to prove my innocence? But my royal brother didn't believe me, so I accidentally harmed my royal brother?" Eunuch Wei didn't know how to respond. If he said the wrong thing, he was afraid that she would go crazy. If he said the right thing, he was afraid that she would go crazy. She said, "Eunuch Wei, you really are a person. I let you work for me, and you really betrayed my royal brother. Are all of you rootless people so cowardly?" At the end of her sentence, she gritted her teeth and kicked Eunuch Wei to the ground. Eunuch Wei wasn't as old as Eunuch Qin, but he wasn't young either. This fall almost broke all the bones in his body. Was this still the princess he knew? She was clearly a violent madwoman. Whoever was with her really had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. She gave a mocking laugh. "Royal brother, open your eyes and look. This is the eunuch you trust. Their bodies are broken, and their hearts are broken. They have no loyalty to speak of. Royal brother, I originally didn't plan on making a move against you so quickly, but why don't you believe me? Haven't you always trusted me the most? Is it because I didn't drug you, that you are not as loyal to me as you are to Mufei? But I gave it to you now," Princess Ning'an said, as she took out a small porcelain bottle from her chest. Eunuch Wei's expression suddenly changed. He wanted to stop her, but she could even beat the dragon shadow guard. If he rushed over, wouldn't he be sending himself to death? He didn't realize before that this princess hit so deeply. Princess Ning'an saw Eunuch Wei struggle. She didn't care about the suspicion and disgust of an ant. She only found it funny. She laughed a few more times, before turning to look at the emperor on the dragon bed. "Don't worry, it's not a drug to control your mind. You've taken too much of that drug. If you take more, you'll become a fool. How could I bear to? I still hope that imperial brother will be able to witness everything I do with a clear mind." Princess Ning'an pried open the emperor's mouth and poured the medicine in. Not long after, the emperor's eyelids began to tremble slightly. This was a sign that his consciousness was recovering. But although his consciousness had recovered, his body was even more unable to move. He would know everything that Ning'an had done. In a state of incomparable clarity, he would bear all the betrayal that Ning'an had brought him. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. His lungs burned like fire. But there was nothing he could do. Chapter 563. Little Jing Kong sat in Lu Quan's carriage and returned to Bai Shui Alley at night. The secret guard on the roof of the carriage, who was responsible for protecting him, also flew into the house. "Jiao Jiao! Jiao Jiao!" The first thing little Jing Kong did when he entered the house was to shout Jiao Jiao, regardless of whether Gu Jiao was there or not. Fortunately, Gu Jiao was really at home today. She came to treat Master Zhao next door. In the evening, Master Zhao's eldest grandson suddenly ran to the clinic and said that Master Zhao fell and couldn't get up. Gu Jiao quickly put down her work and rushed back. Uncle Zhao's fall was an accident. His right wrist and right ankle were sprained, and the pain was unbearable, so he couldn't get up. When Gu Jiao checked Uncle Zhao's injuries, she also checked other things and found that Uncle Zhao had high blood pressure. It wasn't serious, so Master Zhao didn't feel much. But if he really felt unbearable discomfort, the situation would be very serious. After Gu Jiao treated Master Zhao's injuries, she prescribed some medicine to lower his blood pressure. When she returned to the east room, she heard little Jing Kong's voice. Gu Jiao put down the medicine box and walked out. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong threw himself into Gu Jiao's arms. The 5-year-old boy could no longer hug Gu Jiao's thigh when he first came here. Now, he could barely reach Gu Jiao's waist when he stood on his tiptoes. Gu Jiao would usually bend down and let little Jing Kong throw himself into her arms. When she did this action, she did not have the same motherly gentleness as Yao Shi. In truth, she was a little stiff, and her expression was a little too calm. But in the instant that she wrapped her arms around little Jing Kong, the sense of security that came from being blocked behind her was something that no hug could compare to. Little Jing Kong breathed in Gu Jiao's scent with peace of mind. He closed his eyes and calmed down. Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao rubbed his little head. You went to the palace? Gu Jiao had heard about it from Yao Shi. Okay. Little Jing Kong nodded. I'm going to visit great-aunt and my brother. Gu Jiao took his little hand and walked to the backyard. How are grand-aunt and little brother? Little Jing Kong said happily. Good, it's all good. No, that's not right. Little brother isn't very well. What's wrong? Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong sighed. Something seems to have happened to his mother. I don't know what happened. I'm worried about him. Something happened to Princess Ning'an? Gu Jiao paused. Then I'll ask around for you. Okay. The two came to the well, and Gu Jiao fetched a bucket of water for him to wash his hands. Fortunately, little Jing Kong was a child who could withstand the cold and was not delicate at all. If it were Qin Shuyu, he would have been screaming from the cold. Gu Jiao felt that the well water in winter was really warm, and she could take a bath directly, but her family didn't let her. After washing his hands, little Jing Kong went to practice the set of boxing that Gu Changqing taught him. He practiced it every day, at least once, at most 3 or 4 times without stopping. Gu Jiao felt that once a day was enough to strengthen his body. There was no need to work so hard. Little Jing Kong didn't just want to strengthen his body. He wanted to protect Jiao Jiao and his chickens. There was no harm in practicing more boxing, so Gu Jiao let him be. At night, Gu Jiao learned that the emperor was assassinated and was in a coma. In the study of the old chancellor next door, Gu Jiao, Xiao Heng, and the old chancellor sat on a cushion beside a short table. I knew she would do it, but I didn't expect her to be so ruthless. The old chancellor sighed. They publicized the case of a mortal music house, forcing the emperor to investigate the case and give the people an explanation. Then they got Hua Xiao's confession. Their original intention was to force her to do it. After all, a person would only reveal their flaws when she did it. The old chancellor said thoughtfully, I thought she would use the trick of injuring herself to make the emperor soften. Or she would destroy the confession before the emperor saw it, and then send someone to assassinate Hua Xiao. But why did she stab the emperor? She smashed it. Xiao Heng corrected. It's all the same. The old chancellor cleared his throat. The emperor is so pitiful. Xiao Heng, your expression clearly doesn't show that. Gu Jiao was thirsty and went to drink tea. Xiao Heng took her cold tea without a trace and gave her the cup of hot tea that he hadn't touched. His eyes didn't fall on Gu Jiao, and his expression was very indifferent, as if it was just a casual movement. He said, the emperor should have seen the confession and chose not to believe her. He might even want to detain her, so she took the risk to attack the emperor. There are 2 doubts. First, why didn't the emperor believe her? Second, There was a dragon shadow guard beside the emperor. How did she get past the dragon shadow guard and attack the emperor? Empress Xiao hadn't seen the power of the dragon shadow guard, so she couldn't imagine how fast they were. No one could easily hurt the emperor under the eyes of the dragon shadow guard. Even if the emperor was hurt, it was impossible to escape unscathed. I'm very confused about the first point, Xiao Heng said. Gu Jiao nodded. So was she. The emperor doted on Princess Ning, and so much that it didn't seem right to suspect her based on a confession. Unless something else happened in the imperial study that shattered the emperor's familial filter for Princess Ning. The old chancellor stroked his white beard and said, "Back then, old concubine Jing fell from the horse too quickly. I always felt that there was something between her and the emperor that we overlooked." Xiao Heng said, "As for the second doubt, I have a guess in my heart." The old chancellor looked at him. "Say it." Xiao Heng analyzed. "It's impossible for her to get past the dragon shadow guard and attack the emperor. She either lured the dragon shadow guard away or defeated the dragon shadow guard. She didn't know that Sun Ping would come to deliver the letter, so it's unlikely that the dragon shadow guard was lured away in advance. So she can defeat the dragon shadow guard?" The old chancellor looked at Gu Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, does she know martial arts?" Gu Jiao took a sip of the hot tea that her husband handed over. Her stomach felt warm. She shook her head. "I didn't notice." The old chancellor frowned. Could it be that she's an expert like old concubine Jing, who used medicine to change her pulse, and hid the fact that she knows martial arts? Gu Jiao said, "If that's the case, her body will show signs of weakness. She doesn't have this kind of situation." Xiao Heng said, "You don't have to know martial arts to deal with the dragon shadow guard. Everything in the world reinforces and restrains each other. The dragon shadow guard came from the Yin Kingdom. I think that the Yin Kingdom must have a way to deal with the dragon shadow guard." The few of them coincidentally thought of the power behind the collusion with Immortal Music House. Could it be that they were really afraid of a young lord of Immortal Music House? With Empress Dowager Zhuang's ability, was it difficult to issue an edict to depose the princess? The reason why she had to lower herself to play mind games was largely to test the power of the Yin Kingdom hidden in the dark. Xiao Heng paused and said, "Hua Xiao can't continue to stay in the Ministry of Justice." The emperor couldn't tell whether the confession letter was real or fake, but the young master of Immortal Music House could see the flaw at a glance. After all, what was written in the confession letter wasn't Hua Xiao's real experience at all. The narrative tone was also wrong. The only similarity was the handwriting. However, in the case that the first 2 points were fake, it wasn't difficult to guess that the handwriting was also fake. The young master of Immortal Music House understood that Hua Xiao hadn't betrayed her so far. However, things were different now. She had made such a big move, and the risk she had to take was much greater than before. Hua Xiao's existence was always a threat to her. Xiao Heng didn't care about Hua Xiao's life, but Hua Xiao was always one of the important witnesses to bring down the young master of Immortal Music House. After several people's discussion, Hua Xiao was secretly sent to the medical center that night and became neighbors with Mo Qinxue. Hua Xiao, Mo Qinxue. Gu Jiao planned to transfer secret guard A to watch Hua Xiao, but Mo Qinxue snorted and said, "No need to be so troublesome. I can keep an eye on her. Use more bone-softening powder." Hua Xiao. After settling Hua Xiao, they assessed the risk of the other related people. From the youngest to the oldest, it was Empress Xiao, the emperor, and Minister Xing. Empress Xiao was investigating this case. The less she knew, the safer she would be. As long as her direction was wrong, it was what Princess Ning wanted. Once she realized who the real murderer was, the situation would become dangerous. This was also why Xiao Heng decided not to tell her the inside story for the time being. The emperor was now in the hands of Princess Ning, and his personal safety was difficult to guarantee. But if he died at this time, Ning An's interests would stop here. Before squeezing the emperor's value, Ning An would not touch him. She just didn't know how long she could squeeze this value out of him. The first one to be executed might be Minister Xing. The next day, The Supreme Court began to investigate Sun Ping's assassination of the emperor. Minister Xing firmly claimed that Sun Ping was wronged and hoped that the Supreme Court could give Sun Ping justice. Minister Xing was, after all, a second-rank official. Unless His Majesty personally issued a decree to torture him, the Supreme Court really couldn't torture him. But it was not a good idea to waste time like this. Just when the Supreme Court could not find conclusive evidence for the case, a Yamen runner from the Ministry of Justice came to the Supreme Court and claimed that a suspect detained by the Ministry of Justice had evidence of the case. The Supreme Court hurriedly called the person to the interrogation room. Minister Xing was also there. Minister Xing never expected that the person who came would be Assistant Minister Li. Assistant Minister Li was set up because he was investigating the case of Xian Le House and took a life. There was not enough evidence to reverse the case for him, so he was temporarily detained in the Ministry of Justice. Minister Xing had a plan in mind. When Xian Le House was overthrown, he would release Assistant Minister Li. 2 lords. Assistant Minister Li saluted the two of them. The Minister of the Supreme Court said, "No need to be so polite. I heard that Assistant Minister Li has clues of the case." "That's right." Assistant Minister Li looked straight at the ground in front of him and said, "Actually, this official knows who the mastermind behind this is." "Oh, Sun Ping is only a sharp blade. The real murderer is someone else." "He is." Assistant Minister Li suddenly paused. Minister Xing's heart surged with an ominous premonition. Assistant Minister Li steeled his heart and said, "Lord Xing, I'm sorry. I've let down your years of cultivation, but this official really can't hide it for you anymore." Minister Xing looked at him in disbelief. "Assistant Minister Li." Assistant Minister Li did not look at him. He only took out a few letters and handed them to the Minister of the Supreme Court. "These are the evidence of Lord Xing and Sun Ping's private dealings. Sun Ping's cousin Sun Jian used to be a street thug. Once Lord Xing met a few robbers on a trip. Sun Jian had a grudge against them, so he beat them up. Unexpectedly, this incident caught Lord Xing's eye. Lord Xing brought the two brothers into the Ministry of Justice to become Yamen runners. Sun Ping can be considered honest, but Sun Jian's bad habits did not change. Lord Xing had helped him pay off his gambling debts several times. These are all Sun Jian's promissory notes and letters of remorse. Not long ago, Lord Xing gave Sun Ping a large sum of silver and asked Sun Ping to do something important for him. This official accidentally overheard it outside the watchroom. Lord Xing told him that this matter was of great importance and that he must keep his mouth shut about Sun Jian. This official also heard Sun Ping say that if I don't come back, please take care of my cousin for me. Although my cousin likes to gamble, he has been changing, and has been changing for a long time. The Minister of the Supreme Court asked, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Assistant Minister Li said bitterly, "We are the Ministry of Justice and often have to investigate some confidential cases. I thought that Sun Ping had been sent out to investigate a major case that could lead to his death. That is not something I should ask, so I didn't think too much about it. It was only this morning that I heard the Yamen runners outside the prison say that His Majesty was assassinated and that the murderer was Sun Ping that I thought of this matter. The most hurtful thing was never the enemy's sword or spear, but the cold arrows of one's comrades." "Why did you do this?" "Lord, is what I said not true?" It was true, but it was not the entire truth. Minister Xing had indeed asked Sun Ping to do something for him and gave him a few banknotes, but he was only taking care of the family of a Yamen runner who had passed away. That Yamen runner had been killed by the murderer while investigating a murder case. Minister Xing had always felt guilty, feeling that he had not protected his subordinate well. Who would have thought that something like this would happen before Sun Ping could give out the banknotes? As expected, when one was unlucky, even water would be stuck between one's teeth. The Minister of the Supreme Court looked at Minister Xing with a complicated expression and said to Assistant Minister Li, "So, the mastermind who ordered Sun Ping to assassinate His Majesty was Minister Xing?" Assistant Minister Li said, "The person who ordered Sun Ping was Minister Xing, but the mastermind behind the assassination of His Majesty was not him." Minister Xing was only acting on behalf of someone else. With these words, not only was Minister Xing stunned, even the Minister of the Supreme Court was stunned. The Minister of the Supreme Court said seriously, "Is there something else? Who is the mastermind behind the scenes?" Assistant Minister Li closed his eyes with a pained expression, as if he had made a huge decision. He said, "It was the Empress Dowager." Minister Xing punched Assistant Minister Li to the ground. Assistant Minister Li handed over a portion of the letters that Empress Dowager Zhuang had written to Minister Xing. They were not personally written by Empress Dowager Zhuang, but this was easy to understand. Afraid of leaving something behind, how could such a clever person like the Empress Dowager have her own handwriting? She did not even know how to use the handwriting of the people around her. However, if each letter was burned with candlelight, Empress Dowager Zhuang's phoenix seal would appear on the paper. The contents of the letters confirmed that Minister Xing had been secretly plotting between the Emperor and Empress Dowager Zhuang over the years. The last letter was from 7 days ago. Empress Dowager Zhuang said that she had endured the Emperor for a long time. The Emperor had been at odds with her for many years, and found that he could not win against her by force, so he began to use filial piety to confuse her. She thought that the Emperor had truly buried the hatchet with her, and even gave away the power of court that she had controlled for many years for the Emperor. Who would have thought that the Emperor had been secretly plotting to get rid of her? The Emperor was heartless, so he could not blame her for being unjust. She wanted the Emperor's life. All of this was made up with a nose and eyes. If Minister Xing did not know that this was a trap set for him, he would have believed it himself. These letters were all written by Empress Dowager Zhuang, and there was no reply from Minister Xing. This was understandable. Minister Xing's reply must be in Empress Dowager Zhuang's hands. If it could not be found in Empress Dowager Zhuang's hands, there was an explanation. With Empress Dowager Zhuang's shrewdness, she would not leave any evidence. She must have burned it after reading it. Then why should I keep the evidence? Am I not afraid that it will be exposed? Minister Xing questioned Assistant Minister Li. Assistant Minister Li covered his swollen face and replied calmly, "That is because you understand that being the Empress Dowager's puppet is like asking a tiger for its skin. If one day the Empress Dowager kills the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness, at least you still have a trump card to threaten the Empress Dowager in order to protect yourself." This reason was impeccable. Minister Xing should be angry, but his first reaction was to give a thumbs up in his heart. It was a perfect crime. Empress Dowager Zhuang was once the most powerful woman in Zhao country. Before the previous emperor passed away, he had appointed her as regent. It was the previous emperor who had rightfully handed over the power to her. So what if she held court behind the curtain? As long as she didn't rebel, no one could do anything to her. But now that the regicide had happened, everything was different. Empress Xiao was usually very afraid of Empress Dowager Zhuang. But even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Empress Dowager Zhuang had committed regicide. How could she continue to swallow her anger? At worst I'll die. If I die, my brother will avenge me when he comes back. Commander Fu of the Imperial Guards was a confidant of Marquis Xianping. Empress Xiao took the token left by Marquis Xianping to her, and ordered Commander Fu to lead the troops to put Empress Dowager Zhuang under house arrest in Renshou Palace. Empress Xiao had no right to punish Empress Dowager Zhuang. She could only wait for the emperor to wake up, and then make a decision. Therefore, after putting Empress Dowager Zhuang under house arrest, Empress Xiao returned to Qingkuan Palace to deal with official business. After the emperor was assassinated, everyone in the imperial palace was in a state of panic. In the past, when it was time to eat, the gates of each palace would be bustling with activity. But today, it was especially solemn. The palace servants came out of the imperial kitchen with food boxes. When they saw each other, they didn't greet each other with laughter. They silently saluted when they should, and treated those who didn't need to. Inside Pure Flower's palace, a young eunuch also brought in the emperor's food. "You can all withdraw." "I'll do it," Eunuch Wei instructed the palace servants. Yes. Everyone left in a single file. Eunuch Wei looked around and confirmed that there was no third person in the bedchamber. Then he came to the side of the emperor's bed and softly called out, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." The emperor didn't respond. "Your Majesty, this servant has offended you." Eunuch Wei took out a raw fish bladder. He had soaked this fish bladder with medicine to get rid of the fishy smell. He cut a small hole in the fish bladder and forced the emperor's mouth open. Then he used his finger to shove the fish bladder in. Just as he finished doing this, an indifferent voice came from behind him. "Eunuch Wei, what are you doing?" Eunuch Wei trembled and almost stabbed the fish bladder into the emperor's throat. He forced himself to calm down and turned around with a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death." So it was the princess. I thought the empress had come. Princess Ning'an walked forward and looked at him suspiciously. "Why are you feeling guilty when the empress is here?" Eunuch Wei used the action of tidying the emperor's bedding to discreetly stuff the fish bladder into the emperor's pants. Eunuch Wei's eyes flashed, and he said embarrassedly, "This servant is now yours." It's inevitable that I feel a bit guilty when I see the empress. Princess Ning'an smiled coldly. "That's true. If the empress finds out that you betrayed His Majesty, this princess won't be able to keep your life. So you have to be careful. Don't let this princess not take your life, but the empress will." Eunuch Wei agreed fawningly. "Yes, yes." "How is His Majesty?" Princess Ning'an asked haughtily. Eunuch Wei thought to himself, "You really have shed all pretenses. You don't even bother to pretend. Where is the affection between siblings? Even Princess Xingyang treats His Majesty better than you." Eunuch Wei replied. "He still seems to be unconscious." Princess Ning'an took out a bottle of medicine from her wide sleeve. "This servant will do it," Eunuch Wei said politely. "You." Princess Ning'an looked at him suspiciously. Eunuch Wei said, "His Majesty hasn't washed in 2 days and is a bit disheveled. The princess is precious. It's better for this servant to do it. You can watch from the side. If this servant doesn't feed him properly, you can remind this servant." Princess Ning'an looked at the slovenly emperor and pursed her lips. She handed the bottle to Eunuch Wei. "Okay, you do it." Eunuch Wei took it and pulled out the cork. He carefully and nervously reached out to grab the emperor's chin. His hand couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was obvious that he was very nervous. However, this nervousness wouldn't arouse suspicion. After all, this was the first time someone had offended the emperor's body. Anyone would be afraid. Princess Ning'an stared unblinkingly at Eunuch Wei as he carefully poured the medicine into the emperor's mouth. She smiled faintly. "You poured it better than me. Not a single drop spilled." Eunuch Wei smiled but didn't say anything. He looked scared and servile. Princess Ning'an was successfully pleased. She couldn't help but laugh. "That's enough. Your head is firmly on your neck. Even if you spill it, I won't kill you. If Empress Xiao wants to kill you, I will protect you. Do you know why?" Eunuch Wei naturally wouldn't say that it was because the princess was kind and benevolent. Wouldn't that be hitting the horse's hoof? Eunuch Wei smiled mockingly. "It's because this servant is His Majesty's steward. There are some things that His Majesty needs this servant to convey. This servant is still somewhat useful to the princess." Princess Ning'an sneered. "You're smart." Eunuch Wei said, "That's right. Princess, shouldn't you avoid coming to Pureflower's palace in the future? If the Empress finds out," Princess Ning'an said carelessly. "If she finds out, just say that I'm here to visit Imperial Brother. Imperial Brother and I have a close sibling relationship. Why would the Empress suspect me?" Eunuch Wei said sincerely. "That's because you came openly. The Empress won't suspect you. If you keep coming here secretly and get caught by the Empress isn't stupid." Why did Princess Ning'an come here secretly? Wasn't it to drug the Emperor while avoiding everyone? There weren't many people at this time. When she thought of this, Princess Ning'an realized that the palace servants weren't here tonight. Where did they all go?" she asked in confusion. "I sent them away because I did something bad." Eunuch Wei broke out in a cold sweat, but his expression didn't change as he said, "I calculated that the princess might come at this time, so I sent them away in advance." Princess Ning'an looked at Eunuch Wei and laughed. "No wonder Imperial Brother thinks so highly of you. Eunuch Wei, you're truly meticulous," Eunuch Wei said with a sincere expression. It's this servant's duty to share the master's worries. If this servant wants to live, I naturally have to show the princess my abilities. Princess Ningen smiled. Good. After this matter is done, whether or not you can live will depend on how much this princess likes you. Eunuch Wei said. This servant will be willing to sacrifice my life for the princess. Princess Ningen coldly hooked the corners of her lips. All right, you go guard outside. I have something to say to Imperial Brother. Remember, don't let anyone in. Yes. All right. Princess, please give your orders. Where is my Imperial Brother's Imperial Jade Seal? Eunuch Wei froze. Princess Ningen looked at him with a faint smile. Just now you said that you would sacrifice your life for me. Now you're not willing to give me the Imperial Jade Seal? Eunuch Wei braced himself and went to the small study in the bedchamber. He opened a secret compartment, took out the Imperial Jade Seal, and handed it to Princess Ningen with both hands. Princess Ningen smiled proudly. Go out. Eunuch Wei looked back at the unconscious His Majesty, then turned and left the bedchamber. Princess Ningen took the Imperial Jade Seal and sat down next to the Emperor. Her other hand took out a bright yellow Imperial Edict from her wide sleeve. In Zhao country, the Emperor's Imperial Edict was mostly dictated by the Emperor. Hanlin officials wrote the edict with a little rhetoric. Finally, it was presented to the Emperor to be stamped. But there were also special cases. For example, the Emperor wrote his own edict, or appointed someone to write the edict. Imperial Brother, you must want to know what happened today. Why don't I tell you? There's progress in the case of Sun Ping's assassination of Imperial Brother. You can't imagine who the mastermind behind Sun Ping is. It's Imperial Mother. I didn't expect it either. Imperial Mother loves you so much. How could she let someone kill you? But there are witnesses and evidence. Imperial Mother can't overturn the case this time. Who is investigating the case? It's the Minister of the Supreme Court and the Empress's sister-in-law. Imperial Brother knows the temper of the Empress sister-in-law. Hearing that Imperial Mother had done such a terrible thing, the Empress sister-in-law made a prompt decision and ordered the Imperial Guards to put Imperial Mother under house arrest in Rinshou Palace. The Empress sister-in-law also told me to ask Imperial Brother how to deal with Imperial Mother. What? Imperial Brother wants to kill Imperial Mother? That's not appropriate. Imperial Mother raised Imperial Brother for a while. How could Imperial Brother kill his mother? I forgot. Imperial Brother has already done it. Wasn't Imperial Mother killed by Imperial Brother? Thinking about it, Imperial Brother won't even bat an eyelid if he kills Imperial Mother, right? Princess Ningan's smile made people shiver. It was as if she was possessed. But in the next moment her smile disappeared. She said coldly, Imperial Mother was killed by you all. You have the face to ask me if I have any resentment? Imperial Brother, how about I kill your Imperial Mother, and then ask you if you have any resentment? The unconscious Emperor's body suddenly began to tremble slightly. His hands and eyes under his eyelids seemed to be violently struggling and shaking. He was like a beast trying to break free of its shackles and cages, even if the price was his own flesh and blood. Ha! Princess Ningen held him down with one hand. She said mockingly, killing her is too easy for her. It is better to let her become a nun and taste the pain my Imperial Mother suffered. Then let her watch as her son dies tragically in front of her. Let her watch as the country she protected falls bit by bit into the hands of others. Isn't this worse than death? The Emperor's entire body trembled violently. There was no pity in Princess Ningan's eyes. She withdrew her hand from the Emperor and stood up. Taking the Imperial Edict, she left the bedchamber. She threw another bottle of medicine to Eunuch Wei. Give him another dose at night. Eunuch Wei looked at the Imperial Edict in her hand. His pupils contracted. He didn't dare ask more. He lowered his head and took it with both hands. Yes. Princess Ningen raised her chin and said, His Majesty just woke up. This is the Imperial Edict he asked me to write for him. Empress Dowager Zhuang killed the Emperor and rebelled. She is disgraceful, and will go to Taiping Temple to become a nun. She is not allowed to return to the palace without being summoned. Eunuch Wei, come with me to Rinshou Palace to issue the Imperial Edict now. Eunuch Wei's expression changed. Princess, Princess Ningen looked at him coldly. Go or die. Eunuch Wei trembled as he took the imperial edict. He didn't believe that His Majesty would do anything to Empress Dowager Zhuang. The mother and son had already buried the hatchet. His Majesty would rather die than hurt the Empress Dowager. This was clearly, Princess Ningen said coldly. Don't challenge my patience. If you don't go, you can change to someone else. Eunuch Wei's chest rolled. I can't die. I can't die. If I die and she changes to someone else to His Majesty's side, His Majesty will be even more doomed. Eunuch Wei's eyes were red. He said in a trembling voice, Go. I will go to Renshou Palace to issue the edict now. Eunuch Wei followed Princess Ningen to Renshou Palace. Empress Xiao ordered that no one could enter Renshou Palace to visit Empress Dowager Zhuang. However, seeing the imperial edict was like seeing His Majesty. Therefore, Eunuch Wei and Princess Ningen were not among those who were stopped. The imperial edict has arrived, Eunuch Wei sang. There was no response from Renshou Palace. Eunuch Wei sang again. The imperial edict has arrived. Only the palace people came out. Princess Ningen looked at the closed bedroom. Mother, His Majesty has an imperial edict. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't seem to want to pay attention to people. Since ancient times, no emperor had ever given an imperial edict to the Empress Dowager. This was the first time since the beginning of time. It was reasonable for Empress Dowager Zhuang to ignore it. Eunuch Wei shouted the imperial edict again. Princess Ningen frowned. She walked forward and pushed open the red hollow door. She saw an empty bedroom. Where was Empress Dowager Zhuang? Chapter 564. Eunuch Wei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Princess Ningen, who was frozen in place, was not so happy. Her eyes turned cold. Eunuch Wei. I'm here. Eunuch Wei collected his emotions and immediately turned into a lackey. Princess, what orders do you have? Princess Ningen ordered faintly. Go and find my mother. Yes. Eunuch Wei responded and searched Renshou Palace 3 times with the imperial guards. The rest of the palace people were all there, except for Empress Dowager Zhuang and Eunuch Qin. Go and ask those palace people. Princess Ningen said. I asked, but they don't know. Eunuch Wei said. Princess Ningen looked at him coldly. Eunuch Wei blocked the view of the imperial guards and whispered. Princess, we can't use torture in Renshou Palace. It's too conspicuous. Besides, it's the Empress's job to organize the harem. If she oversteps her authority, it'll be easy for others to use against her. Princess Ningen took a deep breath and slowly suppressed her anger. Go and call Commander Fu. Yes. After Commander Fu came, Princess Ningen asked him, How did you guard Renshou Palace? My mother suddenly disappeared. Didn't you notice? I don't know if something happened to my mother, and she was taken away by thieves. Commander Fu was at a loss. To be honest, he really didn't know. He saw Empress Dowager Zhuang taking a walk in the courtyard in the afternoon. How did she disappear after dinner? When was the last time you saw my mother? Princess Ningen asked. Commander Fu said truthfully. It was in the afternoon, around 5 o'clock. The Empress Dowager was taking a walk in the courtyard, and then she went back to her bedroom. I was only responsible for guarding and couldn't disturb her. In other words, the imperial guards could only surround Renshou Palace and couldn't watch Empress Dowager Zhuang closely. But then again, they were guarding so tightly. How did the Empress Dowager disappear? The moon was dark and the wind was strong. A figure swept onto the roof where the cold wind was whistling and nimbly jumped on the eaves and walls in the dark night. Not long after, the figure entered Jadewater Alley and landed in Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng's home. It was not early now, so Yao Shi and the children had all gone to bed. Only Gu Jiao, Xiao Heng, and the old chancellor were still sitting in the central room. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Gu Jiao stood up. Xiao Heng walked over before her and opened the door. Gu Qingfeng carried a person on his back as he entered, looking travel-worn. Panting heavily, he said, I'm so tired, so tired. It's too far from the palace. Xiao Heng looked in the direction of the courtyard and closed the door behind Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng carefully placed Empress Dowager Zhuang on the chair. Be careful. The old chancellor stretched out his hand to support him. Are you freezing? Empress Dowager Zhuang ignored him. He took a closer look, and his expression changed. Gu Qingfeng turned around and pulled at his collar, while looking at the unconscious Empress Dowager Zhuang. Is the Empress Dowager asleep? Could it be that she was knocked out by him? Well, he was indeed a bit fast just now. Zhuangjins, Zhuangjins, Zhuangjins. The old chancellor called a few times, and his heart tightened. Could it be that something happened? Gu Jiao bent down and approached her grandaunt. Grandaunt, we need one more. Empress Dowager Zhuang instantly woke up, opened her eyes and sat up. Where? Then she really went to play the Yi card. Everyone looked at her vigorous figure with her sleeves rolled up, ready to fight for 300 rounds, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Gu Qingfeng. Has she been looking forward to playing cards for a long time? Princess Ning'an took eunuch Wei to Qingkuan Palace to report to her about the imperial edict and Renshou Palace. Empress Xiao put down the half-read account book in her hand and said to Princess Ning'an indifferently, if there is such a thing in the future, you better inform me first. Princess Ning'an bowed. Yes, sister-in-law. Eunuch Wei broke out in a cold sweat for Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao called Eunuch Su. You go and tell Commander Fu that no matter if Empress Dowager left by herself or was kidnapped, he must find her, both in the palace and outside the palace. Yes. Eunuch Su responded. Empress Xiao glanced at the two indifferently and said, Princess Ning'an, you go back first. Eunuch Wei, stay. Ning'an, please excuse me. Princess Ning'an bowed, took a few steps back, and brushed past Eunuch Wei. Eunuch Wei looked straight ahead, and maintained the posture of bowing. Princess Ning'an also didn't have the slightest change, and left Qingkuan Palace. Empress Xiao looked at the imperial edict in her hand, and looked at Eunuch Wei seriously. I ask you, did His Majesty really wake up just now? Eunuch Wei said, yes. Empress Xiao suspiciously said, when His Majesty was issuing the imperial edict, you were always there? Eunuch Wei nodded. Yes, I served him with the brush and ink. After finishing the edict, His Majesty exhausted his vitality and fell asleep again. Empress Xiao frowned. She could be suspicious of anyone, but she could still trust Eunuch Wei. Empress Xiao sighed. I understand. Keep the imperial edict well, and take good care of His Majesty. The next time His Majesty wakes up, remember to send someone to inform me first. I will remember. After leaving Qingkuan Palace, Eunuch Wei headed in the direction of Pure Flower's palace. He hadn't taken a few steps when he saw a beautiful figure under a large tree. He jumped in fright. Princess. Princess Ning'an turned around with a smile that wasn't a smile. Eunuch Wei blinked and bowed. Princess, the Empress just asked. There's no need to tell me. I don't think you have the guts to betray me in front of the Empress. Yes, yes. Eunuch Wei smiled embarrassedly. Then the princess is waiting for me here. This. Princess Ning'an tossed him a porcelain bottle. Tomorrow's medicine. Give it to His Majesty at dinner time. Eunuch Wei's eyes flashed. Ah yes, this servant will definitely do as instructed. Princess Ning'an chuckled. If you can't. Eunuch Wei shook his head like a rattledrum. I don't dare, I don't dare. This servant's life is in the princess's hands. If the princess tells this servant to go east, this servant doesn't dare to go west. Princess Ning'an's lips hooked coldly. It's good that you know. All right, hurry and go serve imperial brother. This medicine isn't foolproof. If he really wakes up, Eunuch Wei hurriedly said. This servant won't let anyone discover that His Majesty is awake. This servant will immediately notify the princess. It's good that you know. After saying this, Princess Ning'an calmly returned to Jade Cloud's hall. After confirming that she was far away, Eunuch Wei let out a long sigh of relief and quickly returned to Pure Flower's palace. It's been so long. I wonder how the swim bladder in His Majesty's mouth is doing? Did he sprinkle the medicine? Did he swallow it? Eunuch Wei arrived in front of the dragon bed and sent the palace servants away. He then pried open the emperor's mouth and slowly took out the swim bladder. The medicine inside was still there. Eunuch Wei's heart relaxed. I have to quickly take care of it. Eunuch Wei took the swim bladder and walked out. He vaguely felt like he had forgotten something, but he couldn't remember what it was. The immobile emperor, Our underpants. There's something in our underpants. There was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. The news of Empress Dowager Zhuang colluding with Minister Xing to murder the emperor quickly spread through the capital. The civil and military officials and the citizens of the capital never expected that the mastermind behind the scenes would be Empress Dowager Zhuang. But if one carefully thought back to the years when Empress Dowager Zhuang controlled the court and suppressed the emperor, it wasn't hard to accept the fact that she was the mastermind. The people began to voice a crusade against Empress Dowager Zhuang. But the Zhuang family actually remained silent at such a critical moment. Grand Tutor Zhuang also claimed that he was sick and didn't attend court. This caused Empress Dowager Zhuang's reputation and situation to worsen. Grandfather. Royal Prince angrily rushed to Grand Tutor Zhuang's courtyard. The guards at the door couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. Grand Tutor Zhuang was practicing calligraphy in the study. When he heard his grandson's voice, he didn't even lift his eyelids. He dipped the tip of his brush in ink and said, "Shouldn't you be on duty in the inner court at this time?" Royal Prince did go to the inner court, but he immediately returned after hearing some things. Thanks to his status, no one in the inner court dared to stop him. He came to the desk and looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang, who was concentrating on practicing calligraphy. He understood that he wasn't really sick these days. He just didn't attend court on purpose. "Grandfather, have you heard about Grand Aunt?" he asked. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't look at him. He wrote the character for Shan. "This isn't something you should worry about." Royal Prince looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang with burning eyes. "This isn't something I should worry about." "Then what about Grandfather?" "Grandfather, aren't you worried? Something so serious happened to the Empress Dowager. Shouldn't Grandfather come out to protect her reputation and go to the Supreme Court and Ministry of Justice to find evidence of her being slandered?" Grand Tutor Zhuang's brush paused. He glanced at him. "How do you know it's slander?" Royal Prince said seriously, "The Empress Dowager wouldn't do such a thing. If she wanted His Majesty's life, she wouldn't have waited until now. Grandfather knows the Empress Dowager's methods better than I do." Grand Tutor Zhuang asked, "So what?" Royal Prince looked deeply at Grand Tutor Zhuang. "Grandfather, are you planning to stand by and watch?" Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't admit or deny it. "I'm doing this for the Zhuang family." Royal Prince sneered. "For the Zhuang family? What for the Zhuang family? Without the Empress Dowager's protection, can the Zhuang family still be the Zhuang family of the past?" Grand Tutor Zhuang slammed the brush on the table. "Then do you think the Empress Dowager is still the Empress Dowager of the past? She drew a clear line between her and the Zhuang family long ago." Royal Prince clenched his fists and said bitterly, "So Grandfather just watched and didn't save her? She's your younger sister. After her biological father sold his daughter and sent her to that man-eating palace. After she lost her only flesh and blood. After she had licked her wounds and racked her brains for the Zhuang family for so many years. Her grandfather had abandoned her just like that. Grandfather only remembers the year she drew a clear line between her and the Zhuang family. But he doesn't remember the decades when the Zhuang family ate her flesh and blood." Grand Tutor Zhuang said angrily, "Enough." Royal Prince wasn't intimidated by Grand Tutor Zhuang's anger. He looked disappointedly at Grand Tutor Zhuang, whom he had respected for so many years. "Grandfather, when I was 8 years old, you sent me to Qin country as a hostage. The Empress Dowager tried her best to stop you. She said that it was enough for the Zhuang family to have her, and that there was no need to sacrifice more people. What did Grandfather tell me?" "Grandfather, you said that it was too hard for the Empress Dowager to support the Zhuang family alone. She couldn't bear everything alone. So I went. I was humiliated all those years in Qin country, but I never regretted it. But now I regret it. Grandfather, you didn't do it for the Empress Dowager or the Zhuang family. You only did it for yourself." These words were harsh, but Grand Tutor Zhuang was past the age to argue with the younger generation. He suppressed his anger and continued to write a few words. He said, "Hunger, you're my most outstanding grandson and the future heir of the Zhuang family. I hope you can understand your identity." "Ha, identity?" Royal Prince laughed at himself. and didn't say anything else to Grand Tutor Zhuang. He had already understood his grandfather's meaning. It was useless to say more. It was better to save his energy. Grand Tutor Zhuang called out to him. "Where are you going?" Royal Princeton turned around and said coldly, "Grandfather doesn't care about the Empress Dowager. Then I can only save the Empress Dowager myself. I'm going to reverse the verdict for the Empress Dowager." Grand Tutor Zhuang threatened. "If you dare to take a step out of the Zhuang family, don't come back to see me again." Royal Princeton clenched his fingers and stepped over the threshold. Grand Tutor Zhuang said in a low voice, "I mean what I say. Zhuang Yuheng, your identity was given by me. Your power and status were also given by me. Without me, without the identity of the Zhuang family's legitimate grandson, you, Zhuang Yuheng, are nothing in the capital. Think carefully. It's not hard for you to walk out of the manor today, but it won't be so easy for you to come back in the future." Royal Princeton heard this and retracted his foot. Grand Tutor Zhuang raised his eyebrows in satisfaction. "Don't go to the cabinet these few days. Stay at home." Before he could say the words rest, Royal Princeton lifted the hem of his robe and knelt on the ground. He put his hands on the ground and kowtowed heavily. With just one kowtow, his forehead turned red. "Thank you, grandfather, for teaching me." Grand Tutor Zhuang was stunned. Royal Princeton's eyes turned red. He kowtowed for the second time. "Thank you, grandfather, for teaching me." Blood seeped out of his forehead, and his eyes were watery. Grand Tutor Zhuang's expression changed. He shouted, "Zhuang Yuheng." Royal Princeton didn't stop. He kowtowed for the third time. His hot tears fell onto the cold floor. "Thank you, grandfather, for your love. Yuheng is unfilial." After he finished speaking, he stood up with his forehead full of blood. He turned around with a choked voice and ran into the night without looking back. Chapter 565. Princeton regretted it after he came out for a stroll. It was so cold and the road was so dark. He should have brought some money and warm clothes before leaving home. Now he was penniless, without a carriage, and even his trusted secret guard Wu Yang had been detained by his grandfather. Wu Yang was the person who went to Chen with him. He was 7 years older than him. He was both his secret guard and his playmate. He always thought that Wu Yang was completely loyal to him, after going through so many hardships. Reality gave him a cruel blow. Unknowingly, he had wandered around the capital for several hours, and fell several times. There were still many people on the street. However, for the first time in his life, he felt that the bustle had nothing to do with him. He walked through the busy streets, and came to a small courtyard where he used to live. However, he was stopped by the servant inside when he was about to enter. The servant said awkwardly, "Prince, I just received orders from the Zhuang family. You are not allowed to enter the house." Very good. Very good. He couldn't even stay in the courtyard. If he couldn't stay here, there were other places. Princeton went to 3 residences under the Zhuang family's name in a row. Without exception, he was rejected. Princeton couldn't even enter the restaurants and inns where he was treated as a guest. First, he didn't have money. This wasn't the main point. In the past, he didn't have money, and could do whatever he wanted in the capital. There were many people fighting to pay him. The second point was the main point. Grand Tutor Zhuang ordered people to send messages to the restaurants and inns he went to. How did Grand Tutor Zhuang know his past like the back of his hand? "Thank you, Wu Yang." After being rejected countless times, Princeton looked at the quiet sky and laughed until his shoulders trembled. His grandfather was right. Without the identity of the Zhuang family's grandson, he was nothing. Grand Tutor Zhuang probably wanted to use this method to force Royal Princeton back. Royal Princeton had been a sensible and obedient child since he was young. He had suffered and suffered, but he had not faced all of this alone. He had Wu Yang and many masters by his side. He had the Empress Dowager and Grand Tutor Zhuang behind him. Now he had nothing left. He couldn't even find a place to stay. It was sad and laughable. However, there was one thing that he was very thankful for, and that was that Gu Jiao had cured his eyes. He was no longer night blind. Otherwise, it would be an extravagant hope for him to even walk on the streets. The biting cold wind cut his face like a knife. At first he could still feel the pain, but gradually he became numb. After walking for a while, even his mind was numb. He had no idea where he was. When he realized where he was, his eyebrows twitched, and he turned around to leave. Unfortunately, it was too late. A small mushroom head poked out from the door. "Are you looking for someone?" Royal Princeton opened his mouth. The courtyard door was pushed open by the little bean, and the candlelight in the courtyard came in. The little bean saw his face clearly and said, "You're the big brother who came to my house. We've met in the countryside. Do you still remember me, brother?" Royal Princeton was speechless. When Gu Jiao's family was still in the countryside, he went to their house. In order to meet the Empress Dowager, he went there more than once. But how long had it been? How could the little bean still remember him? Then, before Royal Princeton passed by and didn't disturb them, the little bean rushed into the courtyard and shouted, "Brother-in-law, there's a guest at home." Royal Princeton was shocked. Xiao Heng came over and said to little Jing Kong, "Do you want to sneak out to play again?" Little Jing Kong blinked guiltily. "I didn't." After saying that, he ran away. Xiao Heng looked at Royal Princeton, who was trying his best to stay calm, but was actually at a loss. He didn't know what to say. Royal Princeton also felt guilty. Although he wasn't an adult according to the customs of the Zhao Kingdom, he was going to get married, and the ceremony would be brought forward. Soon he would be a real man. Men were all prideful, especially in front of love rivals and rivals. Royal Princeton made up his mind not to let Xiao Heng see that he was a stray dog. He straightened his back and said with a strong aura, "I'm just passing by. I'm not here to be a guest. I'll leave first." Xiao Heng looked at him deeply and said, "Come in and sit." Royal Princeton was stunned. Were they close? He was just passing by. Xiao Lulang actually invited him to sit in the room? "Fine, I'll sit. Who's afraid of who?" Royal Princeton nodded without changing his expression, and entered the room with Xiao Heng with a cold face. At this time, the young men were running around in the courtyard. The front and back doors of the central room were open, and there was no fire. Xiao Heng invited Royal Prince and to sit on the chair by the table, and poured a cup of hot tea for him. Royal Prince and had been wandering the streets for the whole afternoon and half the night. He was cold and thirsty. He took the teacup and slowly took a sip. His stomach instantly warmed up. Xiao Heng sat opposite him. "You haven't eaten yet, right?" "I've eaten," Royal Princeton said stubbornly. Gulp, he growled alone. Royal Princeton's face turned red. Xiao Heng called Yuya over, and had her go to the kitchen to cook a bowl of noodles. Yuya looked back at Royal Princeton a few times. Royal Princeton thought, "Even if I'm handsome, you don't have to keep looking at me, right?" "Xiao Lulang, your servant girl doesn't know the rules." Grand Aunt went to Auntie Lu's house to play cards. Old Chancellor went to serve tea and his private savings. They were not at home. Yao Shi carried Gu Xiaobao to watch Grand Aunt play cards. Gu Xiaobao was excited when he saw the cards. Yao Shi didn't know why. Royal Princeton drank his tea and looked around. "Jiao Jiao is not here." Xiao Heng exposed him. Gu Jiao went to the clinic. Indeed, she was not here. Royal Princeton drank his tea to hide his awkwardness. Yuya cooked a bowl of noodles with smoked bamboo shoots and bacon. It was accompanied by a small dish of pickled vegetables. Royal Princeton was the legitimate grandson of the Zhuang family. He usually ate all kinds of delicacies. However, he didn't know why, but he felt that this was the best noodles he had ever eaten. After a bowl of noodles, Royal Princeton felt comfortable all over. Even his frozen toes were warm. He didn't leave a single drop of soup. He also finished all the pickled vegetables. He drank the tea and ate the noodles. If he stayed any longer, Royal Princeton would feel embarrassed. Just as he was about to leave, little Jing Kong's frantic voice came from the room. This kind of voice usually only happened when Gu Jiao was out. When Gu Jiao was at home, he was very obedient. "Sit for a while. I'll go take a look." Xiao Heng got up and went to the west room. Little Jing Kong couldn't find anything again. He rummaged through his little treasure chest. His toys were scattered all over the floor. "What are you looking for?" Xiao Heng asked. Little Jing Kong put his hands on his waist and stomped his feet. "Xiao Jin. My Xiao Jin is missing. It's being naughty again." Xiao Hung got down and found the golden abacus under the bed. Then he pulled little Jing Kong to clean up the things on the floor. Royal Prince didn't mean to peek. It was just that he was facing the west room. It was hard not to see him. He didn't expect that an official from the imperial court would do something that only the servants would do at home. Wasn't there a maid? It's late. You should take a bath. I don't want to take a bath. Sure enough, when Gu Jiao wasn't here, he wasn't a good baby who liked to take a bath. Xiao Hung didn't want to spoil him. Xiao Hung came out to get water. He pointed to the study room and said to Royal Princeton, "I'll give Jing Kong a bath first. Why don't you sit in the study room? It's warm there." Forget it. It was hard to refuse such kindness. He would just sit there for a while. When Xiao Lulang finished his work, he would bid him farewell. Thinking of this, Commandery Princeton entered Xiao Hung's study. Before Royal Princeton came, Xiao Hung had been in the study room. Therefore, he lit a brazier and it was burning brightly. Xiao Hung went to the kitchen to get hot water. He carried it back and forth a few times. He also chopped some firewood and threw it into the stove. Royal Princeton was baffled. He worked in 2 yamens during the day and had to work at home. Why didn't he hire more servants? Wasn't he good at earning money? When he was in the Imperial College, he helped people recite poems and compose essays. Soon, Royal Princeton found that Xiao Hung was doing far more than that. There were a few homework books on the desk. Most of them were about little Jing Kong. The other half were about Gu Yan and Gu Xiaoshan. So Xiao Lulang had to tutor his 3 brothers-in-law. Beside the homework was a thick stack of paper. The ink on the top few pages was still wet. It was obvious that they were written tonight. Royal Princeton glanced at it and was surprised to find that he didn't recognize the words on it. He didn't say that he was proficient in the 6 languages, but he knew a little. These weren't the words of the lower 3 kingdoms or the upper 3 kingdoms. Could it be Sanskrit? Royal Princeton didn't know Sanskrit, but he had seen Sanskrit Buddhist scriptures before. They didn't look like this. Amidst the screams and howls, Xiao Hung forcefully bathed the little boy. He put on his clothes and threw him into the bed. Xiao Hung took the bathwater out and cleaned up the room before returning to the study. Royal Princeton looked at the paper in his hand and said embarrassedly, "I just looked at it casually. It's fine. Take a look." Xiao Hung entered the room. Royal Princeton pointed to the room next door. Is he like this every day?" Xiao Hung nodded. "He's like this when Jiao Jiao isn't here." Taking a bath was like fighting a war. Royal Princeton thought about how he was annoyed by the noise next door. It was hard to imagine how Xiao Lulang survived every day. Thinking about it this way, Xiao Lulang didn't have it easy either. "Alright, what are these?" Royal Princeton looked at the stack of papers on the table and asked. "Calculation," Xiao Hung said. "Calculation?" Royal Princeton frowned strangely. Xiao Hung looked at the paper in his hand. "The one you're looking at is for calculating the ancestral rate." Royal Prince Anne's expression became even more strange. Isn't ancestral rate calculated using the circle cutting method? He knew about the circle cutting method, but this obviously wasn't. Xiao Hung explained, "This is another method." Royal Princeton was still confused. Using these strange patterns? Xiao Hung thought seriously for a moment. Strictly speaking, they should be another language. Royal Princeton, another language? Outside of the 6 states? Tujua language? Xiao Hung, no, the Tujua uses the Jin language. There are some differences, but it's more or less the same. The reason had to be explained from the ancestors of the Tujua and the Jin. At that time it wasn't the Jin, but the previous dynasty of the Jin. It was rumored that it was originally part of the Tujua, but later on, the tribe became independent. However, it was also said that the Tujua was part of the previous dynasty of the Jin. This saying was recorded in the history books, but history belonged to the victors. Who could say that the previous dynasty of the Jin didn't let the historians change the history books? Royal Princeton was suddenly interested. He lowered his status and asked Xiao Hung for advice. If it was in the past, he definitely wouldn't be able to lower his face. Tonight, who knew what was wrong with him tonight? Xiao Hung never hid anything. As long as someone sincerely asked for advice, he would tell them everything he knew. He was willing to teach them everything. He started with simple numbers and slowly talked about the basic formulas. Royal Prince didn't know that arithmetic could be so interesting. He seemed to have opened the door to a new world and fell into it. Moreover, he seemed to understand why the students of the Imperial College and the Hanlin Academy were willing to ask Xiao Lulang for advice. Xiao Lulang never showed off his literary talent when teaching. What he taught was real knowledge that people could understand. Until now, he finally realized that Xiao Lulang didn't rely on connections to get to where he was today. Everything he had was obtained with his own ability. "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Heng asked. Royal Prince smiled. "When you became the new top scholar, I wasn't convinced by you." Xiao Heng looked at him. "Are you convinced by me now?" Royal Prince opened his mouth and nodded. "You can say that." Xiao Heng put down the paper in his hand and saw through the appearance. He hit the nail on the head. "You can stay overnight. 1 tael of silver per night." Royal Prince choked. Cough. "Talking about money hurts feelings." Xiao Heng said calmly. "On credit 30% interest." "There was interest? Wait, how did you know I wanted to pay on credit?" Royal Prince coughed softly. In which room?" Xiao Heng raised his finger. "Next door." Royal Prince An's face darkened. He couldn't lose face in front of Xiao Lulang. "Let's make it clear first. I'm not homeless. It's just that I can't refuse your kindness. I'll reluctantly stay for 1 night." As he spoke, he went to the old chancellor's side like a proud peacock. The big rooms were all full. There was only 1 small room left. Until he crossed the threshold, he maintained the pride and nobility that a royal prince should have. After Xiao Heng left and closed the door for him, he subconsciously looked at himself in the bronze mirror. In the middle of the night, there was a series of screams that sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Ah! This beggar with messy hair, a straw stuck in his head, a face full of dirt, his clothes torn open, and his sleeves torn 3 times was not him. Chapter 566. There are all the novels that can't be found on the internet here. After Princeton died on the spot for a full 3 seconds, Xiao Heng asked Yuya to send a bottle of medicine. Princeton wanted to die even more. Gu Jiao treated Mo Qianxue and Hua Xiao's injuries in the medical center and returned to Bishui Alley with a small medicine box. Hua Xiao was originally next door to Mo Qianxue, but in order to better monitor Hua Xiao, Mo Qianxue directly asked Gu Jiao to put the 2 of them in the same room. It was not Gu Jiao's room. Mo Qianxue didn't want others to live in Gu Jiao's room. Hua Xiao lay on the small bed. After using the bone-softening powder, she felt uncomfortable all over. She could only stare coldly at Mo Qianxue on the big bed. "Mo Qianxue, you traitor!" Mo Qianxue didn't speak. She sat at the head of the bed, back against the soft pillow, silently weaving the red rope she learned from little Jiang Li. Hua Xiao laughed and said, "What? You dare to do but don't dare to admit it? Master shouldn't have trusted you so much. It was the lodge master who picked you up. In the end, you betrayed young master." Mo Qianxue stopped weaving the red rope in her hand and glanced at her. "Hua Xiao, what do you know?" Hua Xiao said coldly. "Then tell me, what don't I know? Or did I say something wrong?" Mo Qianxue paused. "You didn't say anything wrong. Yes, I betrayed young master." Some things were relieved when she admitted it. She didn't want to accept the fact that she betrayed young master in the past, but when it really came to this point, there was nothing to argue about. She didn't carry out young master's order. In everyone's eyes, she betrayed young master. No one thought that she could actually jump out and testify against young master. She didn't do so. She couldn't kill Gu Jiao. She chose to escape or die, but she couldn't push young master to the death table. After all, young master was her master. Mo Qianxue said softly, "Hua Xiao, do you know? I almost died that night. In order to gain Gu Jiao's trust, young master ordered his men to be ruthless. I almost lost my life." Hua Xiao sneered. "Aren't you fine now? Young master is certain that the miracle hands hall can cure you." Mo Qianxue shook her head. "You don't understand. If she hadn't given me her blood, she wouldn't have been able to do anything." Hua Xiao said indifferently, It's just a matter of sacrificing a few drops of blood. Hua Xiao was not a doctor. She didn't understand that not everyone's blood type could be transfused with each other. Obviously, the young master of Immortal Music House didn't know, so the young master really didn't care about her life or death. Mo Qianxue said indifferently, I can't be bothered to talk to you. Women were generally like this. It would be fine if they had a good quarrel, but this kind of quarrel halfway through was like punching a few balls of cotton. Hua Xiao said angrily, Humph, our lives are young masters. Even if we die for young master, so what? You're just greedy for life and afraid of death. Mo Qianxue took a deep breath, got rid of the distracting thoughts, and continued to weave the red rope in her hand. Gu Jiao knew that she was an important witness, but Gu Jiao never forced her to testify against the young master. She didn't even mention this request. If the young master knew that she had the opportunity to testify against Gu Jiao, would the young master have scruples about whether she was willing or not, and whether she was embarrassed? Definitely not. She used to be like Hua Xiao, thinking that the whole meaning of life was to contribute to the master. She was not an independent individual. She was just a vassal of the master. Until she met Gu Jiao. How could Hua Xiao understand? She didn't get what she didn't want others to get, and she didn't believe that others could get it. No matter how Hua Xiao angered Mo Qianxue, Mo Qianxue's words went in one ear and out the other, making Hua Xiao faint. Recently, there were a lot of cases in the capital, and they were reversed again and again. First, Xianle House colluded with the imperial princess, and then it was revealed that the mastermind behind the scenes was the Empress Dowager. The emperor wanted to punish the Empress Dowager, but who knew that the Empress Dowager disappeared? Minister Xing, as the Empress Dowager's henchman, was locked up in the Supreme Court. Assistant Minister Li made a meritorious report and temporarily replaced Minister Xing's position. To officially become Minister Xing, the emperor had to personally close the case, issue an edict, and a series of other procedures. The imperial court was in turmoil, and the people were uneasy. Grand Tutor Zhuang claimed that he was ill. The memorials to the imperial court were piled up like a mountain, and the pressure of the cabinet was all piled up on Grand Secretary Yuan's shoulders. The two assistants were both Grand Tutor Zhuang's confidants. This time, when something happened, the two of them were very negative. Fortunately, Grand Secretary Yuan was able to control them. It was just that it was a bit tiring, and for the first time, Grand Secretary Yuan had the idea of appointing a junior assistant. Under normal circumstances, the cabinet didn't appoint a junior assistant. After the Grand Secretary stepped down, one of the two assistants would be chosen to become the new Grand Secretary. Only when the two assistants weren't enough would the position of junior assistant be added. The interests of the junior assistant conflicted with those of the assistants, as well as the powerful chain of interests behind the assistants, because it would often encounter strong opposition from the cabinet ministers. However, it was indeed a type of revolutionary new method, and as a result, it received the emperor's support. The monarch and his ministers competed with each other, and in the end, they reached a clever balance, agreeing to establish a junior assistant. However, the position of junior assistant had many restrictions. First, the age couldn't exceed 20. Second, one had to be a scholar of 2 lists. Third, one had to have made great contributions to the court, or at least 2 years of experience as a Hanlin official. These conditions were too harsh, to the extent where no one had ever met them. No, it wasn't that there hadn't been anyone. The Zhuang family was Zhuang Yuheng, 20 years of age, a scholar of 2 lists, second place in the new imperial examination. He had previously taken the crown prince's place as a hostage in Qin country, making great contributions. However, on one hand, he was a member of the Zhuang family. On the other hand, Grand Secretary Yuan actually had another candidate he favored. Unfortunately, the conditions weren't met. Grand Secretary Yuan sighed regretfully. The two matters that gave Empress Xiao the most headaches recently were the emperor's illness and Empress Dowager Zhuang's whereabouts. The emperor's head was injured, and the imperial doctors couldn't say when the emperor would wake up. As for Empress Dowager Zhuang's whereabouts, There was no progress either. There were checkpoints at the city gates. How high were the city walls? How high were the walls of Rinshou Palace? Empress Xiao didn't believe that Empress Dowager Zhuang had the ability to fly out of the imperial city. So Empress Dowager Zhuang was definitely still in the city. Empress Xiao ordered Commander Fu to increase the search efforts. In the past few days, Princess Ning'an either stayed at Pure Flower's palace to accompany the emperor, or went to Cunning Palace to pay respects to Empress Xiao. No one found her actions strange. One of her two backers in the imperial palace was gone, and the only remaining emperor was unconscious. If she didn't curry favor with Empress Xiao, how could she establish herself in the imperial palace in the future? In addition, her son Huang Fuxian didn't come out to cause trouble these days. She really was someone who understood the situation. In the afternoon, Princess Ning'an went to Empress Xiao's Cunning Palace again. Empress Xiao was checking on Qin Shuyu's homework in the warm room. Qin Shuyu was stuttering and absent-minded, giving Empress Xiao a headache. Can you focus a bit more? I want to see Imperial Father. Qin Shuyu said pitifully. Didn't I already take you to see him? Qin Shuyu was the emperor's son. How could Empress Xiao not take him to see the emperor? She also took the crown prince. The crown prince was an adult. No matter how sad he was, he could only cry secretly. Qin Shuyu, on the other hand, would cry like a ghost and howl like a wolf when he pounced on the emperor. Those who didn't know would think that his imperial father had already passed away, and he was mourning for his imperial father. Empress Xiao didn't dare to take him there anymore. A young eunuch stuck his head in at the door. Eunuch Su walked over and asked him a few questions. When he came back, he reported, Empress, Princess Ning'an is here. Empress Xiao frowned. Take the seventh prince to the study, and let him carry him properly. I'll check on him later. Yes. Eunuch Su took Qin Shuyu's hand and led him to the study. Princess Ning'an walked in. After returning to the imperial palace to recuperate, she lived a life of luxury. It was no longer as hard as it was at the border. Princess Ning'an's face had turned pale, and her hands were much more tender. How are your injuries? Empress Xiao asked. She winked at the young maid. The young maid brought a stool and placed it next to Empress Xiao. Princess Ning'an looked at her right arm and said with a smile, It's fine. Thank you for your concern. Sit down. Empress Xiao said. Princess Ning'an sat down slowly. The young maid served hot tea. Princess Ning'an took the teacup with her left hand and took a sip. She pretended to ask casually, Sister-in-law, is there any news about my imperial mother? Princess Ning'an and Empress Xiao used to have a good relationship. It was just that they hadn't seen each other for many years, and Huang Fuxian always bullied Qin Shuyu. That was why Empress Xiao was dissatisfied with Princess Ning'an. Now Princess Ning'an had saved the emperor and treated her respectfully. Moreover, Princess Ning'an was on the emperor's side. This made Empress Xiao and Princess Ning'an less unhappy. Empress Xiao shook her head. Not yet. Princess Ning'an paused and said, Sister-in-law, I don't know if I should say something. Empress Xiao said, Go ahead. Princess Ning'an said in a low voice, A few days before the incident, I saw Lord Xiao in my imperial mother's study. He came for the case of Xian Leju. Empress Xiao frowned. Princess Ning'an continued, I don't mean to suspect Lord Xiao. It's just that my imperial mother has a good relationship with Lord Xiao. Could it be? Empress Xiao's eyes darkened. Could it be what? Are you suspecting that Xiao Lulang has something to do with the assassination of the emperor, or that Xiao Lulang is harboring Empress Dowager Zhuang? Princess Ning'an's eyes flashed with astonishment. Empress Xiao's good impression of Princess Ning'an disappeared. Xiao Lulang is the new top scholar promoted by the emperor. He is loyal to the emperor. It's impossible for him to collude with the Empress Dowager to harm the emperor. Are you kidding? His Majesty is Aheng's uncle, her uncle. Aheng will harm anyone but the emperor. Princess Ning'an lowered her eyes. Sister-in-law, don't be agitated. I am too worried about my brother. I hope to find my imperial mother one day. After all, she cares for me. I hope to persuade her to repent and be saved. Empress Xiao said coldly. In short, this matter has nothing to do with Xiao Lulang. I won't allow anyone to slander her by insinuations. Don't mention this again in the future. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. Princess Ning'an looked at the tea in the teacup. Her tone was weak, but her eyes were calm. Ning'an will remember. Empress Xiao pressed her aching temples and reached out to pick up the tea on the table. Serve the tea and send the guest off. Princess Ning'an was very sensible and handed the tea to the little palace maid. She got up and bowed to Empress Xiao, saying, Sister-in-law, Ning'an will go to visit my brother first. I will come to pay my respects to you tomorrow. Empress Xiao responded faintly. Princess Ning'an was about to turn around when she thought of something. She said, By the way, sister-in-law, the servants who served Xian'er at the border have arrived. At the time, the army left in a hurry. They had to say goodbye to their families, so they set off a few days later. Can they continue to serve Xian'er? Empress Xiao said carelessly. You can arrange it yourself. They were just servants. She could go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to register them. She wouldn't make things difficult for the mother and son over such a small matter. Princess Ning'an glanced at the high and mighty Empress Xiao, but the latter didn't look at her directly. Princess Ning'an looked down, bowed, and left Kunning Palace. Unexpectedly, on her way to Pure Flower's palace, she ran into Qin Shuyu, who had snuck out. Because he had snuck out, only Qin Shuyu was there. Princess Ning'an looked at him with narrowed eyes. Empress Zhao's arrogant attitude flashed through her mind. She coldly curled her lips and walked toward Qin Shuyu. Little Qi, what are you doing? Auntie Ning'an, Qin Shuyu greeted her. Although Huang Fuxian was annoying, Ning'an had never bullied Qin Shuyu. Princess Ning'an smiled and said, Did you sneak out? Qin Shuyu felt wronged. Yes, they didn't allow me to see Imperial Father. Princess Ning'an asked again. Did anyone see you on the way? Qin Shuyu shook his head like a rattledrum. No, I was very careful. Princess Ning'an's smile deepened. Are you sure? Yes. Qin Shuyu nodded. He was very sure. Princess Ning'an raised her hand and gently patted Qin Shuyu's head. She said gently, Little Qi is really an amazing prince. You didn't even get discovered. It seems like no one knows that you came here. Qin Shuyu looked at her smile, and for some reason he felt scared. Aunt, why is your smile so strange? I'm so scared. Princess Ning'an pinched his chubby little face. Don't be scared. I'll take you to a place. Qin Shuyu decisively refused. I'm not going. I want to see Imperial Father. Princess Ning'an said gently, We're on the way to see your Imperial Father. Qin Shuyu thought for a moment. Okay then. Princess Ning'an took Qin Shuyu's chubby little hand and expressionlessly pulled him to the pond. The pond in the Imperial Palace wasn't as deep as the Imperial Liquid Pond, but it could still drown people. Qin Shuyu became more and more confused. This isn't the way to the Imperial Palace. This is a shortcut. Princess Ning'an stopped at the edge of the pond. Do you see what's over there? What? Qin Shuyu took a step forward. Princess Ning'an stared at his back without blinking. She reached out her hand coldly and gave him a hard shove. Mother! A demonic voice suddenly sounded not far away. Qin Shuyu would recognize the owner of this voice even if he turned into ashes. It was Huang Fuxian, that annoying little cousin. Ah! Qin Shuyu's hair stood on end. The fear of being bullied flooded his heart. Almost instinctively, he used his own unique secret, the peerless running technique. Whoosh! Qin Shuyu ran away. Princess Ning'an didn't expect the little chubby in front of her to run away. She wanted to pull back her hand, but it was too late. Her push missed, and her body fell forward into the cold pond with a splash. Chapter 567. The lake water in the first month was bone-chilling. Even though Princess Ning'an could swim, she was still frozen to the point of almost losing consciousness. Coupled with the heavy winter clothes, she couldn't swim at all. By the time Princess Ning'an finally managed to swim ashore, she was already half dead. The little fatty, who caused her to fall into the water, was long gone. Huang Fuxian didn't run away. He just sat in a wheelchair by the shore. Princess Ning'an lay in the grass, trembling and gasping for breath. After a long while, She finally had the strength to speak. Who allowed you to come out? Princess Ning'an had already grounded Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian said, I came out of my own accord. They couldn't stop me. Huang Fuxian did whatever he wanted and threatened to kill her. Who in the palace could stop him? The injuries on Princess Ning'an's right arm and forehead were real. The injury on her forehead was lighter and had already healed. However, her right arm had been stabbed by a knife and needed several stitches. Just now, when she flopped in the water, the wound split open again. Blood seeped into her wet sleeves and dyed a large patch red. Princess Ning'an endured the piercing pain and gritted her teeth to get up. She walked shakily to Huang Fuxian and gasped. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Huang Fuxian met her cold gaze and said fearlessly, I just saw Mother and wanted to say hello. Princess Ning'an raised her hand to slap Huang Fuxian. Unfortunately, she didn't have much strength left. Before the slap landed on Huang Fuxian's face, she fell to the ground first. When Lianer came out to find Huang Fuxian and found this place, Princess Ning'an had already fainted. Princess Ning'an slept for 4 hours before waking up. The first thing she did when she opened her eyes was to teach Huang Fuxian a lesson. Princess, you should at least put on some clothes. Lianer took the cloak and chased after her. Don't come in. Princess Ning'an locked Lianer outside the door. She ignored the pain from her wound and came to the bed aggressively. Just as she was about to vent her anger, she found that something was wrong. Huang Fuxian's condition was not very good. To be exact, it was very bad. His entire face was as pale as paper, and his forehead was covered in a thin layer of sweat. His consciousness seemed to be drifting. Princess Ning'an suddenly panicked. She changed her terrifying aura and sat down by the bed. She held Huang Fuxian's hand and touched his forehead. Xianer, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Huang Fuxian was tortured half to death by the pain of his broken limbs, but he did not say a word. He just silently endured the pain of his flesh being pierced by the bones. Princess Ning'an choked and said, Xianer, talk to your mother. Don't sleep. I don't want you to leave Mother too. Mother cannot lose you. What's wrong with you? Huh? What's wrong with you? As she spoke, she turned around and shouted towards the door. Imperial Physician! Summon the Imperial Physician! Huang Fuxian finally opened his eyes and looked at her. He used most of his willpower to endure the pain and said weakly, Stop, Mother. Princess Ning'an's emotions stopped abruptly. What did you say? Huang Fuxian's breath was drifting. I will be filial to you for the rest of my life. I will be filial to you. I will not be angry with you. I will not make you angry. I will be your good son. Let's leave here, go far away, to a place where no one knows, just like when I was young, when I liked you. Princess Ning'an expressionlessly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. They killed your father, killed your grandmother, and destroyed the great cause that should have belonged to you. I don't want those. Huang Fuxian grabbed her hand. The pain was eating away at him. His eyes were red. I only want you. Let's leave here, okay? No. Princess Ning'an coldly withdrew her hand. She stood up and looked down at the pale Huang Fuxian. Live well. When you grow up, leave an heir for your father. Then she turned and left the room. Lianer came over with the Imperial Physician. She looked at her mistress strangely. Princess, what's wrong? Princess Ning'an didn't answer her. Instead, she said, Let the Imperial Physician take a look. Yes. Lianer brought the Imperial Physician into the room. Princess Ning'an returned to her room. Not long after, Lianer anxiously reported, Princess, the young master is not cooperating. The Imperial Physician is not allowed to treat him. Princess Ning'an said indifferently, I see that he has so much strength. He should be fine for a while. I won't treat him. Just let him be in pain. Lianer opened her mouth. Princess. Princess Ning'an's eyes flickered. Send an Imperial Physician to guard him. I. Princess Ning'an's expression was extremely cold. She quietly stood in front of the window and looked at the courtyard that was as still as snow. Then she looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. Suddenly, she seemed to have made a decision. She turned and walked in the direction of Pure Flower's palace. Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei had just finished wiping His Majesty's body, and was about to go to the small kitchen to find something to eat. Just as he walked into the garden, a figure suddenly appeared and covered his mouth. He was so shocked that he started whimpering. "It's me," the other person said in a small voice. Eunuch Wei was stunned. The other person removed his hand. Eunuch Wei turned around and said in surprise, "Eunuch Qin?" "Shoo." Eunuch Qin made a shushing gesture and pulled him behind a large tree. Eunuch Wei was puzzled. "Didn't you escape? Why are you still in the palace?" Eunuch Qin said, "I originally planned to leave that day, but I was still worried and decided to stay." Eunuch Wei clicked his tongue and said, "Aren't you afraid of being caught?" Eunuch Qin said, "I've worked in the palace for so many years. It's not hard to find a place to hide." Eunuch Wei glared at him. "Even so, you shouldn't have come here. It's too dangerous. I'll keep an eye on the palace people for you. Hurry and leave. Don't come here again." If Eunuch Wei could still say this, it meant that he hadn't betrayed him. Eunuch Qin inwardly sighed in relief. To be honest, he had gathered a great deal of courage to come find Eunuch Wei. He was worried that if Eunuch Wei really did betray him, then his appearance would spell his death. Eunuch Qin looked around and lowered his voice. "Tell me, what exactly happened in the imperial study that day? How did His Majesty become like this? Also, what's up with His Majesty's shadow dragon guards? Who's there?" When Princess Ning'an passed by the small garden of Pure Flowers Palace, she saw a sneaky figure behind a large tree. Eunuch Wei awkwardly walked out from behind the large tree. "Princess?" Princess Ning'an asked suspiciously, "What are you doing sneaking around there?" Eunuch Wei smiled and said, "This one lost the key and was looking around." "Did you find it?" Princess Ning'an asked. "No," Eunuch Wei said regretfully. Princess Ning'an coldly hooked her lips and walked towards Eunuch Wei. A trace of unconcealable panic flitted across Eunuch Wei's face. Princess Ning'an walked closer and saw the other figure on the ground. Her eyes turned cold. "Hurry and get out here." That figure timidly walked out. Princess Ning'an frowned. "You are." Eunuch Wei hurriedly blocked the person behind him and begged, "Princess, this servant didn't do it on purpose. This servant won't dare to do it again, this servant." Princess Ning'an looked at Eunuch Wei's hand grabbing the other person's wrist and realized something. She burst out laughing. "So Eunuch Wei is also into food. The palace really does prohibit it. But this princess is kind-hearted and didn't see anything tonight." Eunuch Wei pulled the palace maid behind him to kneel. "Many thanks, princess. Many thanks, princess." Eunuch Qin only walked out from behind the large tree after Princess Ning'an went to the emperor's sleeping quarters. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. This person can be trusted, right? Eunuch Qin was referring to the palace maid that had been pulled in at the last minute to put on a show. "She can be trusted, don't worry," Eunuch Wei said. "We didn't have a few trusted subordinates. She was the one who had reported that Princess Ning and had entered Pure Flowers Palace." Eunuch Wei. Princess Ning'an's indifferent voice came from inside the sleeping quarters. "Coming." Eunuch Wei hurriedly gestured to Eunuch Qin to leave quickly. Eunuch Qin looked at the emperor's sleeping quarters, then walked out of Pure Flowers Palace with a dark expression. "Princess." Eunuch Wei cheerfully walked up to Princess Ning'an. Princess Ning'an sat on the emperor's chair and put down the finished imperial edict. She said to Eunuch Qin, "All right, use the imperial jade seal to stamp it." "This?" Eunuch Wei stared at the imperial edict and his eyes widened. "Princess." Princess Ning'an smiled. "What? Did I write something wrong? His Majesty's body is not well, and he can't personally govern. The Empress Dowager also colluded to plot against His Majesty. The country can't go a day without a ruler. Is there anything wrong with letting the Crown Prince handle court affairs in His Majesty's place? Isn't this the rule set by the old ancestor?" "This is the rule set by the old ancestor, but your last sentence is against the rules. How can you go to court to supervise the country?" Eunuch Wei tried his best to dissuade her. "The Empress probably won't admit it so easily." Princess Ning'an sneered. "She'll either admit to everything written on the imperial edict or not. I bet she'll let her son personally govern the country." Of course Empress Xiao would let the crown prince personally govern. Even if the price was another princess, Ning'an, to supervise the country. Empress Xiao probably didn't care about this widowed princess, who had been acting subservient in front of her recently. If she was going to supervise the country, then so be it. If she was unhappy one day, she could have the crown prince remove Ning'an's authority at any time. But would things really go so smoothly? Ning'an wasn't a sheep, she was a wolf. It was hard to say whether it was the crown prince who removed Ning'an's authority, or if it was Ning'an who removed the crown prince. Back then, Empress Dowager Zhuang had used her authority to supervise the country step by step to cover the sky in court. Eunuch Wei wanted to cry. It's over, it's really over now. At night, an eagle circled above the imperial palace. It let out a cold cry and flew into the night sky. The next morning, Empress Xiao received news that she was to head to Pure Flower's palace. Eunuch Wei was going to read the imperial edict. Empress Xiao washed up and dressed neatly, before heading to Pure Flower's palace with a complicated expression. Eunuch Wei was already waiting in the main hall of Pure Flower's palace. Empress Xiao walked over angrily and said in a low voice, "Did His Majesty wake up again last night? Didn't this Empress tell you to immediately report to this Empress as soon as His Majesty woke up? Are you treating this Empress's words like the wind?" Eunuch Wei thought, "It's not that I want to treat your words like the wind, but Princess Ning'an didn't give me any time to prepare. By the time I entered, she had already finished drafting the imperial edict. If you rushed over, the result would have been the same." Eunuch Wei said embarrassedly, "This was His Majesty's will. This servant can't do anything about it. Please forgive this servant, Empress." Empress Xiao glared at him coldly. "Wei Quan, you're very daring." Eunuch Wei felt bitter inside, but he didn't say anything. Not long later, the crown prince also came over in confusion. "Imperial mother? Imperial son?" Empress Xiao frowned. Why was the crown prince also here? Could it be that the imperial edict was related to the crown prince? Empress Xiao looked indifferently at Eunuch Wei. "This empress and the crown prince are both here. You can announce the edict." Eunuch Wei laughed dryly. "This is an important matter. His Majesty wants to announce the edict in front of the Empress and all the imperial concubines. Those who could bear the title of imperial concubine, or at least standard third-ranked noble concubines, or above. Soon noble consort Zhuang, noble consort Xu, noble consort Yu, and all the imperial concubines arrived at Pure Flower's palace one after another. Princess Ning'an also came. There were enough people here, so everyone thought she was also called here to listen to the imperial edict, and didn't pay too much attention to her. Seeing that everyone was here, Eunuch Wei unfolded the imperial edict in his hand. "Everyone hear the edict." Everyone led by Empress Xiao knelt on the ground. "By the will of the heavens, the Emperor decrees that we have ascended the throne for 21 years. Although we have worked tirelessly day and night, we have bowed to the Emperor. Today we are bedridden and our dragon body is lacking in health. The crown prince is of noble character and deeply respects us. From today onwards, the crown prince will take over the court and temporarily govern the country." Hearing this, Empress Xiao let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was an imperial edict to help the crown prince ascend the throne. The other imperial concubines were also very shocked when they heard the contents of the imperial edict. However, they weren't shocked that the crown prince would temporarily govern the country, but rather that the emperor would hand over his authority. This meant that the emperor was too ill. It was even possible that he would fall sick forever. Back then, the previous emperor had been like this. Also, Eunuch Wei cleared his throat. Everyone was shocked. Also, the crown prince is still young and has just started governing the country. We are also worried and have specially appointed him as regent. You. Eunuch Wei opened his mouth, a trace of extreme fear flashing through his eyes. "What do you mean?" the crown prince asked. Princess Ning'an's lips curved imperceptibly. Eunuch Wei broke out in a cold sweat. After a while, he steeled his heart and read out the words on the imperial edict. "Princess Xinyang will be regent." Princess Ning'an was struck by a bolt from the blue. Chapter 568. The rest of the people didn't have as big of a reaction as Princess Ningen, but they were also very strange. His Majesty, why did he let a princess govern the country? The one who asked was noble consort Zhuang. If it was revealed today that Princess Ningen would govern the country, she would also ask the same question. Since Empress Dowager Zhuang was the Empress Dowager, she had set a precedent for a woman to govern the country. However, Empress Dowager Zhuang was the empress, and Princess Xingyang was only a princess. Moreover, she didn't hear that His Majesty loved this princess very much. The relationship between the emperor and Princess Xingyang was indeed not very close. The marriage between Princess Xingyang and Marquis Xianping was arranged by the emperor. Most people didn't know that the emperor was actually following the will of the late emperor, so the husband and wife didn't get along well. It was inevitable that people would think that the emperor randomly matched them. Princess Xingyang probably had complaints about the emperor in her heart. Everyone thought so. So why did the emperor let her govern the country? This imperial edict isn't fake, is it? Noble consort Zhuang's mouth really didn't have a lock. She dared to say anything. Empress Xiao was the first to have a black face. She stood up and looked coldly at noble consort Zhuang. Noble consort, what do you mean? The imperial edict is clearly written in black and white, and is stamped with the imperial seal of the Zhao country. Do you not believe in the imperial seal of the Zhao country, or His Majesty's decree? The imperial edict had the part where the crown prince was the regent. If she said it was fake, wouldn't she also deny the crown prince? Empress Xiao didn't care who was the regent. In short, the crown prince had to replace His Majesty in the imperial court. Noble consort Zhuang laughed and said, "Who knows if someone stole His Majesty's imperial seal while he was unconscious, and then wrote an imperial edict? Isn't that right? Eunuch Wei." Eunuch Wei's temples suddenly jumped. Noble consort Zhuang. Oh, noble consort Zhuang, you're usually so stupid. How come you're smart today? That's right, that's the truth. But unfortunately, I can't admit it. Empress Xiao said seriously. Eunuch Wei, tell us about the whole process of His Majesty's imperial edict. This. Eunuch Wei looked at the imperial edict that was obviously still in Princess Ning An's handwriting, and braced himself to say. When His Majesty woke up, Princess Ningen was also there. His Majesty had Princess Ningen draft the imperial edict on his behalf, and had this old servant bring the imperial jade seal to stamp it. Noble consort Zhuang sneered. Let Princess Ningen write the imperial edict? Why is it that every time His Majesty wakes up, Princess Ningen is there? When we go to visit His Majesty never wakes up. This was referring to the matter of the emperor asking Princess Ningen to draft an imperial edict to punish the Empress Dowager. Empress Xiao said coldly, "That's because you can't wake His Majesty up. Don't you know whether His Majesty wants to see you or not? Wasn't that right?" These women in the harem added together were not as important as Princess Ning, and noble consort Zhuang was completely choked, and had no words to refute. Princess Ningen, is this the imperial edict you wrote last night? Empress Xiao asked Eunuch Wei to pass the imperial edict to Princess Ningen. Princess Ningen took it and looked at it carefully. It was her handwriting without any flaws, but she would never confuse her own title with Xingyang's. So the imperial edict had been swapped. But even if she told the truth at this time, no one would believe her. Not to mention, it was not a tenable truth. Princess Ningen held the imperial edict so tightly that the veins on her hands bulged. Eunuch Wei was frightened. Princess Ningen wouldn't think that he did it, right? In all honesty, he hadn't touched the imperial edict after putting it in the brocade box last night. Who the hell knew how Ningen had turned into Xingyang? Princess Ningen took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, replying to sister-in-law yes. Empress Xiao raised her eyebrows. Princess Ningen and Eunuch Wei are loyal to His Majesty. You should believe their words. Moreover, the crime of deceiving the emperor is punishable by beheading. Who would dare to pass a false imperial edict? Eunuch Wei thought. There are many people who pass false imperial edicts. Would you believe that there is only one in front of you? Princess Ningen said. It seems that Princess Xingyang hasn't returned to the capital yet. If she hadn't returned to the capital, there was still room for negotiation. If they could draft an imperial edict, They could draft a second one, a third one, or even find a reason to remove her title of regent. It wasn't difficult at all. But before she could finish speaking, she heard the young eunuch at the door rush over, panting, "Princess Xingyang has arrived." Princess Ning'an. Everyone stood up and looked towards the entrance of Pure Flower's palace. Under the golden light of dawn, Princess Xingyang, dressed in a light golden muslin palace robe and a bamboo hat, slowly walked over with the support of a young maidservant. Princess Xingyang's beauty was well known throughout the world. Even though she had passed the most beautiful years of her life, she was still unbelievably beautiful. But today, she wore a bamboo hat with a muslin veil, hiding her devastatingly beautiful face. Even so, her every movement still had the bearing of a member of the imperial family that made it hard for people to look away. There were 3,000 beauties in the imperial harem, but it had to be said that no man would look at Princess Xingyang when she appeared. Princess Xingyang gracefully walked towards Empress Xiao. Just as she was about to greet her, she accidentally stepped on her skirt and fell in front of Empress Xiao, prostrating herself on the ground. "Empress Xiao, there's no need for that. Why aren't you helping your master up?" Eunuch Su scolded the young maidservant. The young maidservant pursed her lips and bent down to pick up Princess Xingyang. That's right, she was picking her up. Her movements were rough, and there was even a trace of disdain in her eyes. "Eunuch Su." Princess Xingyang straightened her clothes and said to Empress Xiao, "Greetings to the Empress." Empress Xiao nodded. The crown prince came over and bowed to Princess Xingyang. "Aunt." Empress Xiao said to Princess Xingyang, "You came back just in time. There is an imperial edict to announce to you. But, why are you wearing this?" "A few days ago, I ate something wrong and had an allergic reaction, so I have a lot of rashes. It's hard to see people." As she spoke, Princess Xingyang lifted her veil, revealing her chin covered in rashes. Empress Xiao only took one look and felt scared. She quickly waved her hand and wiped the tip of her nose with a handkerchief. "Okay, be careful when you eat. Receive the imperial edict." The person accompanying Princess Xingyang wasn't her personal maid, Yujin, but an unfamiliar maidservant. However, Empress Xiao didn't care about Princess Xingyang's affairs, so she didn't bother to ask. Eunuch Wei read the imperial edict to Princess Xingyang alone. Princess Xingyang knelt, but the young maidservant didn't. No one at the scene realized that something was wrong. By the time everyone reacted, Princess Xingyang had already received the imperial edict. Xingyang receives the imperial edict. Long live the emperor. Then she turned her head and handed her noble jade-like hand to the young maidservant behind her. She said in a tone of voice, "Help this princess up." The young maidservant pulled her up with a look of disgust, almost ripping her arm off. Princess Xingyang's veil was mesh-like. The inside couldn't be seen from the outside, but the outside could be seen from the inside. She looked at Princess Ning'an and asked in confusion, "This is... I am Ning'an." Princess Ning'an said to her calmly. Princess Xingyang nodded. "So it's little sister Ning'an. You've changed so much that I almost didn't recognize you." Ning'an curtsied. Princess Xingyang nodded in return. Empress Xiao said to everyone, "Okay, there's nothing else here. You can all leave." Princess Xingyang said, "I'll go in and see His Majesty." "Okay," Empress Xiao agreed. Princess Xingyang had returned from outside the city. It was reasonable for her to pay respects to the emperor. The crown prince would go to court tomorrow. Empress Xiao had too many things to take care of, so she left with the crown prince. Noble consort Zhuang, and the others naturally had to leave as well. When Princess Ning'an turned to return to Bixia Hall, she was stopped by Princess Xingyang. Princess Ning'an stopped and looked at her. "Sister Xingyang, do you have any other orders?" Princess Xingyang said in a concerned tone, "You don't look well. Are you sick?" Princess Ning'an pursed her lips and didn't say anything. Eunuch Wei hurriedly explained, "Princess Xingyang, you don't know. Not long ago, His Majesty was attacked by an assassin. It was Princess Ning'an who took the blow for His Majesty. Princess Ning'an must have not recovered from her injuries." Princess Xingyang said, "I see. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen in less than a month after I left the capital. Little sister Ning'an placed righteousness before family and risked her life to protect His Majesty. It's truly admirable. If little sister Ning'an doesn't mind, why don't you come with me to see His Majesty? We sisters haven't seen each other in many years. It's a good opportunity to catch up. Eunuch Wei looked at Princess Xingyang strangely. When did Princess Xingyang become so enthusiastic? His gaze instinctively swept over Princess Xingyang's body. When his gaze landed on Princess Xingyang's slender hand that held the imperial edict, his temples twitched violently. What was going on? Princess Xingyang had a hand. Princess Ning'an hesitated. Just as she was about to refuse, Princess Xingyang grabbed her wrist through her sleeve. Little sister Ning'an, you're not going to refuse me, are you? Naturally, she couldn't refuse in public. Princess Ning'an's backers in the palace fell one after another. Of course, she couldn't refuse Princess Xingyang, who had just been appointed regent. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in line with her image of trying to please Empress Xiao. Princess Ning'an said, "How could I? Let's go in." Princess Xingyang held Princess Ning'an's hand and stepped into the bedchamber. Eunuch Wei looked at Princess Xingyang's back and rubbed his eyes hard. Was he seeing things? What woman would have hand hair? A cold wind blew, blowing up Princess Xingyang's veil. She just happened to turn her head. Eunuch Wei took a closer look and almost fell to the ground. Princess Xingyang not only had hand hair, she also had an Adam's apple. Chapter 569. The three of them entered the bedchamber. During this time, Princess Ning'an also looked at Princess Xingyang strangely several times. Obviously, she also felt that Princess Xingyang was strange. However, Princess Ning'an and Princess Xingyang weren't close before they got married. After they got married, they were at different ends of the world. Not familiar with each other meant that there was no reason to suspect. There were many palace servants on duty in the bedchamber. Princess Xingyang called Eunuch Wei in and said, "Take them away first. I want to be alone with Imperial brother and Princess Ning'an." Ah yes. Eunuch Wei suppressed the fear in his heart and secretly glanced at Princess Xingyang's hand. Oh my, it really is there. He pretended to drop the token on the ground and used the time he squatted down to pick it up to look at Princess Xingyang's Adam's apple under her bamboo hat. Oh my, she really does have an Adam's apple. He hadn't carefully looked at Princess Xingyang before. Today was such a coincidence that he saw everything he shouldn't see. He suddenly felt a little sorry for Marquis Xianping. Eunuch Wei took the palace servants away. Only the sleeping emperor and the two princesses were left in the room. I'm so tired." Princess Xingyang let go of Princess Ning'an's hand and found a chair to sit down. Then she ordered arrogantly, "Xiao Yu'er, pour me some tea." The servant girl called Xiao Yu'er ignored her and walked to the dragon bed and grabbed the emperor's wrist. "What are you doing?" Princess Ning'an grabbed the servant girl's wrist. Princess Xingyang's expression changed, and she stood up. "You dare grab her wrist? Aren't you afraid she'll send you flying with a slap?" The servant girl looked indifferently at Princess Ning'an's hand. For some reason, Princess Ning'an felt this gaze was inexplicably familiar and made her shudder. "Okay, Xiao Yu'er, there's nothing else for you to do here. Go make me some tea." Princess Xingyang unobtrusively separated the two people's hands and shielded the servant girl behind her. She waved her hand behind her back. The servant girl slapped the back of her hand. It was a little painful. Princess Xingyang smiled and once again took Princess Ning'an's hand wrist. She whispered, "Let's go sit over there and talk." Princess Ning'an asked, "You're not here to see Imperial brother?" Princess Xingyang chuckled and said, "Of course. What I meant was that you go sit over there and wait for me. After I'm done with my brother, I'll go and chat with you." Princess Ning'an glanced at Princess Xingyang suspiciously. After all, she wasn't familiar with Princess Xingyang and wasn't sure if Princess Xingyang had been like this all these years. She didn't say anything and went to sit down on a chair. The young maidservant who was ordered to make tea also found a chair and sat down. Princess Ning'an, "Didn't you want to make tea?" "Oh my poor His Majesty, how did he get hurt so badly?" Princess Xingyang took out her handkerchief and reached into her veil to wipe away 2 non-existent tears. She then beckoned to the young maidservant. Xiao Yuer, come and watch over His Majesty. If His Majesty wakes up, call me. I want to have a few intimate words with Sister Ning'an. The young maidservant gave her a sidelong glance. She had gone overboard. The young maidservant came to the bedside. Princess Xinyang choked out. Watch over His Majesty carefully. Young maidservant. Princess Xinyang came to Princess Ning'an's side and asked sadly, Sister Ning'an, quickly tell me, what happened these past few days? Princess Ning'an looked in the direction of the dragon bed. I. Princess Xinyang blocked her with her broad body. Sister, tell me. I'm listening. Princess Ning'an frowned, but still told her what had happened. It was nothing more than an assassin trying to assassinate His Majesty, and His Majesty was smashed in the head and fell into a coma. It's getting late. I should go back and take care of Xian'er, Princess Ning'an said as she stood up. I'll see you out, Princess Xinyang said. No need. Princess Ning'an declined. Princess Xinyang insisted on seeing her out. As they tugged and tugged, Princess Ning'an's skirt was stepped on by Princess Xinyang, and she fell forward. Princess Xinyang, who had been behind her, somehow flashed in front of her and caught her steadily. Are you all right, sister? I'm fine. Princess Ning'an straightened up. Thank you, sister. Princess Xinyang said apologetically. I'm sorry, I stepped on your skirt. Princess Ning'an said, It's fine. Princess Xinyang sighed. I won't cause you any more trouble. You should hurry back and take care of Xian'er. I'll come see you when I have time. Okay. Princess Ning'an turned to leave. She had already crossed the threshold when she turned back to look at Princess Xinyang, her eyes filled with confusion. After confirming that Princess Ning'an was far away, only then did Princess Xinyang take off her bamboo hat, revealing an unfamiliar face covered in rashes. But how was it Xinyang? It was Gu Qingfeng. I can finally stand up straight. Gu Qingfeng stood up straight, and his skirt instantly shortened by a large chunk. He was taller than Princess Xinyang, and in order not to expose himself, he kept his legs bent. His calf Achilles tendons were sore. How is it? The young maidservant turned to ask her. The young maidservant was naturally not a young maidservant, but Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was wearing a mask made of human skin. She couldn't make too much of an expression, or the mask would fall off. Gu Qingfeng didn't wear it, because he had to speak and make a lot of expressions. If a piece of his face fell off, the scene would be quite frightening. The rashes on his face were drawn on. Have I ever made a mistake? Look at what this is. He raised his eyebrows proudly, reached out, and opened his palm to reveal a bronze key. This was the item he had stolen from Princess Ning'an earlier. There was another important reason why eunuch Qin didn't leave the palace with Empress Dowager Zhuang. He wanted to stay behind to investigate what Empress Dowager Zhuang had told him. After Princess Ning'an returned to the palace, she went to the nunnery. At first, Empress Dowager Zhuang thought she was missing her late mother, and didn't think much of it. Later, she guessed that old concubine Jing had left something for Princess Ning'an before she died. Eunuch Qin searched until his head went bald. Finally he found a clue. It seems to be a key, Eunuch Qin said in the letter. Along with the letter, Little Nine brought back the imperial edict for Princess Ning'an to be a regent. Thus, they came up with the plan of having Princess Xinyang be regent. Xiao Heng also thought of removing the regent position, but with Princess Ning'an's personality, she would probably make another imperial edict for herself. Thus, she still had to take the regent position. Why Princess Xinyang? First, Gu Qingfeng had seen her and heard her speak, so he didn't feel any pressure acting as her. Second, she had the golden whip bestowed by the late emperor. If anyone doubted it, Gu Qingfeng could take the whip to the throne room. Gu Qingfeng looked at the key and said, Say, what kind of key do you think this is? Old concubine Jing must have left something important for her daughter. Could it be a treasury for her daughter? Or was it a treasure trove, the kind that could rival a country's wealth? Or it could be an armory. Men and women had different hobbies. Women liked jewelry, while men liked weapons. In Gu Qingfeng's eyes, an armory was something that excited him more than gold and silver. Gu Jiao said, Make a guess. It didn't cost any money anyway. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand. Forget it, I won't guess. Hurry up and think of a way to make a copy. We still have to send it back to her later. Gu Jiao took out a piece of dough wrapped in cloth from her sleeve, pressed the key into it, and removed the mold. Then she handed it to him. Okay, you can return it to her now. Gu Qingfeng put away the key. Is His Majesty all right? Gu Jiao put the dough back into her sleeve. His head was severely injured, and he was fed medicine again. His condition isn't too good. Can he still wake up? Gu Qingfeng asked. I don't know, Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng sighed. Although it's not appropriate to say this, why do I feel like His Majesty deserves it? The emperor, who couldn't wake up but could hear everything clearly, was speechless. Gu Qingfeng continued to complain. Who told him not to spoil the person he should have, and not trust the person he should have? What a waste of his eyes. Gu Jiao was measuring the emperor's blood pressure when she felt the changes on the blood pressure gauge. Gu Qingfeng said with a strong aura. If it were up to me, Ningyan's inkstone was too light. She should have stabbed him a dozen more times, so that he couldn't get out of bed for 7 or 8 years. Let's see if he still remembers. The emperor's blood pressure soared. Gu Jiao turned around and looked at Gu Qingfeng sympathetically. Gu Qingfeng grabbed a fruit and took a big bite. Then he crossed his legs and looked at Gu Jiao. Why are you looking at me? Gu Jiao retracted her gaze and looked at the blood pressure gauge that was about to explode. She put it away without batting an eyelid. Then, she came to Gu Qingfeng's side, patted his shoulder, and put the bamboo hat on his head. After we're done with this, find a place to hide. Also, she looked down at his collar. Here it's crooked. When Eunuch Wei entered the bedchamber with a pot of brewed tea, he saw Princess Xingyang with her head lowered and her hands constantly rubbing her chest. Eunuch Wei was petrified on the spot. Chapter 570. Gu Qingfeng used to have a fake voice, but today was his first time cross-dressing. It was really hard for a straight man like him. Gu Qingfeng took a long time to make the two little fellows symmetrical. Oh, not bad. He was quite satisfied. Eunuch Wei, so you're this kind of Princess Xingyang. Gu Jiao gave the emperor acupuncture to alleviate his condition, but the specific effects would have to be observed later. Let's go, Gu Jiao said to Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng switched to Princess Xingyang's voice in a second. He stood up and bent his knees, letting his gorgeous skirt drag on the ground. Then he elegantly reached out a hand. Xiao Yuer, support this princess. Gu Jiao didn't even look at that hand and walked past him. Gu Qingfeng, who was ignored. Gu Qingfeng forcefully recovered his dignity and said, Xiao Yuer is still so anxious to open the way for this princess. All right, you can open the door. Gu Jiao looked at him with a dark expression. Can you not be so dramatic? The two left Pureflower's palace. Gu Qingfeng said, I want to return the key to her. Wait for me outside Jade Cloud's hall. Gu Jiao glanced at him. Is it convenient for you to wear this? It was indeed a bit inconvenient. A woman's clothes were actually so troublesome. They were layered and bound from head to toe. He couldn't even move his legs. Gu Jiao reached out a hand. I'll go. You wait for me in the Imperial Garden. Gu Qingfeng thought about it for a while. His clothes really hindered his movements. He handed the key to her and said, Then be careful. Eunuch Qin said that there were more than 10 servants coming from the frontier fortress. They said that they used to serve Huang Fuxian. Does that little cripple need so many people to serve him? I think there's something fishy going on. Understood. Gu Jiao took the key and went to Jade Cloud's hall. Gu Jiao had never been to Baixia Hall, but it did not affect Eunuch Qin from drawing a picture of Baixia Hall for her. She easily found Princess Ning An's bedroom. Princess Ning An's key was originally placed in her purse. Along the way, she had not opened the purse, so there was no possibility of it falling out. In order not to be discovered, she had to put it back in its original place. Gu Jiao's luck was good. Princess Ning An had just put down the purse on the dressing table, and then went to the side room. Gu Jiao put on her gloves, gently opened the pouch, and put the key inside. When Princess Ning An came out of the side room, Gu Jiao had already jumped out of the window. Gu Jiao planned to meet up with Gu Qingfeng, but when she passed by a room, she heard a muffled groan from inside. "There's a patient." Gu Jiao took a few steps back and looked through the narrow gap in the window lattice. She saw an empty wheelchair. She could almost guess whose room it was. There was an imperial doctor on duty in the room, but now he went to the outhouse. Gu Jiao opened the window lattice and jumped in. She came to the bed. Huang Fuxian's situation was very bad. His breathing was short, his pulse was unstable, and his forehead and body were constantly sweating. It seemed that he was enduring great pain. "Does it hurt anywhere?" Gu Jiao frowned strangely. She checked Huang Fuxian's upper body. Except for a few abrasions on his palms that had already healed, she did not see any injuries that could cause such intense pain. She then gently pulled Huang Fuxian's quilt. She pulled up Huang Fuxian's trousers and finally understood the problem. His bones grew out of his skin and flesh. Bones grew faster than skin and flesh. Therefore, many patients with amputations at a young age would undergo more than one bone grinding operation during their growth. This kind of operation was a kind of torture for the patient's body and mind. His situation had already caused slight inflammation. He had to undergo the bone grinding operation as soon as possible. No matter how bad it was, he had to quickly treat the wound to stop the inflammation. Gu Jiao did not bring a small medicine box, but she carried a palm-sized emergency medicine bag. She took out disinfectant and gauze, did a simple cleaning of the inflamed area, and took 2 anti-inflammatory pills to feed him. Huang Fuxian was in a daze. He felt that he had fallen into a cold embrace. He wanted to open his eyes, but he did not even have the strength to look up. "Drink it." He heard someone talking to him in his ear. He was a rebellious teenager. No one could order him to do things. Gu Jiao said, "If you don't drink it, I'll take off your pants." Huang Fuxian. Huang Fuxian drank the medicine aggrievedly. He was in great pain. Gu Jiao gave him a special painkiller from the research institute. This kind of painkiller had little side effects and could be taken by children. However, under normal circumstances, Gu Jiao still would not give it to children. But wasn't this an emergency? She could not care so much. Gu Jiao laid him down and pulled the quilt over him. At this time, the imperial doctor also came back. Gu Jiao jumped out of the window. "Why were you gone for so long? Did something happen?" In the imperial garden, Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Jiao, who had arrived late, and asked. Gu Jiao looked around and said, "Nothing, I went to see Huang Fuxian." Gu Qingfeng breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought you went to investigate the situation of those people from the frontier fortress. They are not in Bixia Hall." Gu Jiao did not feel the aura of any masters. Either they also used drugs to self-destruct their bodies to suppress their skills, or they were not there at all. Gu Qingfeng was puzzled. "Not in Bixia Hall." "Then where did they go?" Gu Jiao said. "Maybe they went to the Imperial Household Department. Didn't Eunuch Qin say that those who move into the palace from the outside must go to the Imperial Household Department to register?" "Ah, there is such a thing." Gu Qingfeng suddenly understood and thought of something. He smiled wickedly. "Why did you go see Huang Fuxian? Do you want to capture him to threaten Ning'an?" Gu Jiao gave him a speechless look. The next second her ears twitched. She grabbed Gu Qingfeng and hid in the grass behind her. On a small path not far away, Princess Ning'an hurried past with Lian, and a few men dressed as guards. It looked like they were about to leave the palace. Gu Qingfeng asked in a low voice, "I've always had a question. Why can a man outside live in the palace? Huang Fuxian is still young, and is the princess's son. This is another matter, but those guards." Gu Jiao said, "The masters in the palace are all eunuchs. What do you think? So they are eunuchs too?" Gu Qingfeng felt that his little melon was a bit cold. Gu Jiao nodded. "Should be. If they weren't eunuchs, Empress Xiao wouldn't let them in." Even though Xiao Heng was so loved by her grandaunt, who even left a room for him, he had never really stayed overnight in the palace. This was the palace's rule. "Follow them," Gu Jiao said. The two of them followed at a distance. They heard Princess Ning'an get into the carriage that the emperor had bestowed upon her as she approached the palace gates. The guards on duty stopped the carriage. Princess Ningen said, I'm going out to buy something. I've already told the Empress. Lianer took out a travel card given to her by Cunning Palace. The guards hurriedly let her go. Princess Xinyang didn't need to show the card when she left the palace. She didn't live in the palace in the first place. The guards were just a bit confused. Why did another princess come after they had just sent off one princess? Since they were both going out, why not go together? Princess Ning Anne's carriage stopped at the entrance of a silk shop. Lianer alighted from the carriage. It was unknown what Princess Ningen said to her, but Lianer entered the shop while Princess Ning and continued her journey in the carriage. The 4 guards and the driver also followed. Gu Qingfeng looked over from the carriage and snorted. Sure enough, buying something is just a cover. He turned his head and found Gu Jiao deep in thought. He couldn't help but ask, why are you in a daze? Gu Jiao said indifferently, who's in a daze? Gu Qingfeng asked. Then why aren't you saying anything? What are you thinking about? Gu Jiao said, I'm thinking about what happened in the imperial study that day. Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows. Didn't Eunuch Qin say that nothing happened in the letter? Even if His Majesty saw Hua Xiao's confession, Princess Ningen didn't hesitate to commit suicide by hitting a pillar to prove her innocence. Who would have thought that she would do it for nothing? His Majesty didn't believe her at all. After that, she knocked His Majesty unconscious. The Dragon Shadow Guard made a move, but with a wave of her hand, the Dragon Shadow Guard fell. After that, she killed Lu Ping and stabbed and smashed herself, pretending that the guard was injured. This is what Eunuch Wei saw, but perhaps there are some things that he didn't see. As Gu Jiao spoke, she made a waving motion with her hand. With this, the Dragon Shadow Guard was knocked down. Gu Qingfeng took off his bamboo hat and said, did she use some kind of hidden weapon? But what kind of hidden weapon can make a Dragon Shadow Guard fall down in an instant? The kind with poison? Gu Jiao didn't say anything. Gu Qingfeng didn't understand. Speaking of which, where did the injured Dragon Shadow Guard go? Eunuch Wei said that he escaped, but where could he escape to? And isn't the Dragon Shadow Guard loyal and devoted? Why did he abandon His Majesty and escape? Gu Jiao muttered, yes, why? Hey, their carriage stopped. Gu Qingfeng said. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and said to the coachman, stop for a moment. Their carriage stopped in an alley about 10 steps away, while Princess Ningan's carriage stopped in front of a gambling house. When Princess Ningen got out of the carriage, she was no longer dressed as she was in the palace. Instead, she was wearing a black cloak, and the hood of the cloak covered her head. Gu Qingfeng chuckled. Sneaking around, it's obviously not a good thing. Chapter 571. Gu Jiao looked at Princess Ningan's cloak, and couldn't help but think that concubine Jing also had a similar cloak. They were indeed mother and daughter. This was a gambling house where crooks mixed in with honest folk. One could see all kinds of people inside. Princess Ning and seemed to be very familiar with this place. Soon, she entered a room at the end of the corner on the first floor that was guarded by guards. Gu Jiao tried to enter, but was told that it wasn't a place where ordinary people were allowed to enter. So she had to keep an eye on them from somewhere else. Here. In a shabby courtyard next to the casino, Gu Qingfeng waved at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao walked over. This was a house that hadn't been inhabited for a long time. The wall in the backyard was only one wall away from the room in the casino. The two put their ears to the wall, and could faintly hear the conversation in the room. Didn't I lead them out? Are you blaming me for the failure of your own men? It was Princess Ningan's voice. Gu Qingfeng asked Gu Jiao silently. What do you mean? It should be the time when Xiao Heng was lured out of the capital by Assistant Minister Li's case. Minister Xing was also there. The two of them were almost killed by a group of men in black. It was only because of the black fire pearl that they managed to escape. From these words, it was almost certain that the other party was from the Yan Kingdom. There was a dangerous aura in it that even Gu Jiao was wary of. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes, a little excitement surging in her heart. Princess Ningen spoke again. Speaking of which, who is he? Why do you want to kill him? That's not something you should ask. It was a man's voice. It seemed that Ning'an didn't know Xiao Liulang's true identity. She might not even know that Xiao Liulang was Xiao Hung. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to sow discord in front of Empress Xiao, and ended up asking for a snub. Eunuch Qin's informant in the Palace of Earthly Tranquility brought out the news of sowing discord. Eunuch Qin told Gu Jiao and the others about it in a letter. It wasn't strange that Princess Ning'an didn't know. First of all, she hadn't seen Xiao Hung before, so it was difficult to connect the two just by looking at their faces. Secondly, this group of people probably didn't want Immortal Music House to inquire about Xiao Heng's identity. Princess Ning'an said, "Fine, I won't meddle in your business. However, I've already done what I promised you. You haven't fulfilled your promise to me even once." The man said, "Lure him out again." Princess Ning'an asked, "Why must we lure him out? Can't I just find a random place in the capital to make a move?" He goes to the Hanlin Academy and the Ministry of Justice every day. He can always find an opportunity to make a move on the way back and forth, right? The man said, "There are too many witnesses. We can't take this risk." Princess Ning'an said, "Then tonight should be fine, right? Or you can just sneak into his house. Can't you do that?" The man said, "Unless we kill everyone in the alley and leave no witnesses." But even so, there would still be traces of the crime. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they didn't want to make a move in the capital. Princess Ning'an said sarcastically, "It seems that there's no room for discussion between us." The man said, "If you want your things back, you'd better do as we say." Princess Ning'an sneered, "Why go through so much trouble? Why don't I help you kill him?" The man said, "If you can really kill him, that's fine. Bring his head here and we'll give it to you." After that, the room fell into a strange silence. No one knew what Princess Ning'an was thinking, but it wasn't difficult to judge that Princess Ning'an was very angry from the sound of the table being hit and the cup being thrown. In the end, the man seemed to have given Princess Ning'an a gift, which temporarily calmed her down. Gu Qingfeng whispered, "That group of people is the power of the Yin Kingdom. What did they take from Princess Ning'an to force Princess Ning'an to work for them? Could it have something to do with the key?" "She's gone," Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng said, "Then should we follow her or follow that group of people?" Gu Jiao said, "That group of people. They had cast such a long line and finally caught the fish. Naturally, they would chase after the fish and bite it. But no one expected that Gu Qingfeng's nose would suddenly itch. He couldn't hold it in and sneezed loudly. "Who's there?" the man asked coldly. Gu Qingfeng hated his nose. Why didn't he sneeze earlier or later? Why did he have to sneeze now? This was great. They were exposed. Gu Jiao whistled at the sky, then grabbed Gu Qingfeng and flew out of the courtyard. Princess Ning'an's bodyguard used Qinggong to chase after them. Gu Qingfeng lifted the veil of his bamboo hat and grabbed the heavy skirt with both hands. He stepped on his splayed feet and ran forward. A woman's skirt really affected his speed. In a moment of carelessness, the two were caught by the 4 bodyguards. The two sides fiercely exchanged blows. Gu Jiao didn't bring any weapons and fought with her bare hands. She held back 3 bodyguards by herself, but one of them still ran towards Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's heavy palace attire really made it impossible for him to run away or fight. The other side slashed down with a cold sword. Gu Qingfeng dodged. "I'll dodge." The other side slashed at empty air and swung his sword again. "I'll dodge again." The other side slashed a few times, but didn't hit, and was completely enraged. He suddenly gave up on the sword and changed to a dagger at his waist. With lightning speed, he stabbed towards Gu Qingfeng's heart. This move was too strong and too fast. Gu Qingfeng didn't have time to dodge. With a loud bang, Gu Qingfeng's chest exploded. The guard was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Did he blow up a woman's thing? Gu Qingfeng wanted to disguise as a man, so her figure had to be similar. Their first choice was steamed buns. However, light steamed buns were too small and big steamed buns were too heavy. In the end, Gu Jiao took out 2 small buns from the small medicine box and let Gu Qingfeng blow on them. They could be as big as he wanted. They were light and didn't fall off easily. Perfect. Gu Qingfeng thought it was quite fun. He asked Gu Jiao if she had any extra. He would give one each to his brother and Gu Qinglin, so they could blow on them when they had nothing to do. In the end, Gu Jiao said she didn't have any. There were only these two left, and this guy exploded one of them. Gu Chengfeng was enraged. He picked up his pair of large palms and slapped the other party. Gu Jiao took care of the three people, but Gu Chengfeng was still slapping them with righteous indignation. Okay, let's go. Don't stop me. I want to beat him. I want to beat him. Gu Jiao grabbed the angry Gu Chengfeng and dragged him out of the alley. When Princess Ning'an and the man rushed to the alley, Gu Jiao and Gu Chengfeng were long gone. Princess Ning'an lost 4 bodyguards, but she didn't come out empty-handed. She found a section of golden muslin that had been cut off at the scene. She had seen this type of golden muslin on a person this morning. Before the 4th bodyguard died, he revealed 2 important pieces of information. It exploded. He was wearing women's clothes, but he spoke with a man's voice. Princess Ning'an measured the footprints on the ground. There were 2 pairs of female footprints. One was a normal size, but the other was bigger than the bodyguard's feet. Ha! Princess Ning'an laughed softly, her shoulders shaking. Xinyang, oh Xinyang, so you're a fake. After Gu Jiao and Gu Chengfeng got into the carriage, they had the coachman quickly drive the carriage to a crowded area. Gu Chengfeng was still feeling the pain of losing his treasure. Why are we running so fast? Gu Jiao said, they have a master. I can't beat them if you're with me. Gu Chengfeng snorted. What do you mean? Are my martial arts bad? Huh. When you broke into the marshal's residence at night, I wonder who saved you from the Tang army's arrows. Gu Jiao glanced at him. You know it was back then. Gu Chengfeng was speechless. Gu Chengfeng cleared his throat. They can't do anything in the capital, right? Gu Jiao said. They can't do anything easily, but there will always be a time when they have no other choice. Gu Chengfeng sighed regretfully. So we lost them just like that? Gu Jiao smiled and said, I won't. In the clear blue sky, a mighty gerfalcon flapped its wings and flew past. The next day, just after 3 in the morning, Empress Xiao took Eunuch Su to the Eastern Palace. Today was the Crown Prince's first day in court. Empress Xiao was worried that her son would miss something, so she came over to explain everything again. Empress Xiao tidied up her son's clothes and said, Your uncle is not in court. If you can't make up your mind, don't agree on the spot. Don't worry, I've already arranged everything. Your uncle's subordinates will help you. The Crown Prince said, I know. Mother, you've told me many times. That's because no one has reminded you. Empress Xiao paused in the middle of her words. Then she changed the topic and said, I'll choose a few concubines for you. When the time is right, you can choose one you like to be your wife. I'll listen to mother's orders. The Crown Prince whispered. Empress Xiao stroked her son's shoulder. Although he was still upset, he was not as stubborn as his father. The Crown Prince said, Mother, I'm going to court. Empress Xiao was still worried. Although I don't get along with Princess Xinyang, she's still your aunt. She won't harm you. Listen to what she says. Don't argue with her in court. If someone wants to drive a wedge between you two, you're not allowed to listen. The Crown Prince muttered. If I bully her, my uncle will beat me when he comes back. My uncle loves my aunt. Empress Xiao rolled her eyes. Your uncle doesn't love her. He's just a man who cares about his face. Eunuch Su hurriedly walked in. Empress, Your Highness, something happened. Empress Xiao frowned and looked at him. What happened? Eunuch Su couldn't hide his panic. Princess Xinyang and Princess Ning'an quarreled outside the throne room. Empress Xiao was puzzled. What are they quarreling about? Why did Ning'an go to the throne room? Eunuch Su said. Princess Ning'an seemed to have gone to find Princess Xinyang. She said. Empress Xiao asked. What did she say? Eunuch Su braced himself and said. She said. Princess Xinyang is a fake. You said I'm a fake? What evidence do you have? Outside the throne room, Princess Xinyang, who was wearing a bamboo hat and veil, stood on the highest step. She looked down at Princess Ning'an, who was several steps shorter than her. If there's no evidence, then it's just slander. The doctor from the Imperial Censorate said, That's right. How could Princess Xinyang be a fake? Her voice is clearly the same. Princess Ning'an looked at everyone sincerely. I guess that you wouldn't believe me, but I really did see this person pretending to be Princess Xinyang on the street yesterday. I asked the old nannies in the palace. Princess Xinyang is accompanied by a female official called Yujin. No matter where Princess Xinyang goes, Yujin follows her everywhere. Then why is it that on such an important day as the court, Yujin is nowhere to be seen? The doctor from the Imperial Censorate choked. Yujin has been with Princess Xinyang for more than 10 years. Indeed, Yujin follows her every time she enters the palace. Princess Ning'an's gaze fell on the young maid beside Princess Xinyang. This was the same maid from yesterday, but she had already guessed her identity. Princess Ning'an pointed at the young maid and said, "This maid is wearing a human skin mask. She's also in disguise." What? Everyone was shocked. Not only was the princess a fake, but even the maid was a fake. For a moment, no one thought of the imperial edict conferring Princess Xinyang the regent of the country. However, if they knew that this master and servant were the Gu siblings in disguise, then the Gu family would not be able to escape the crime of rebellion. The crime of rebellion was punishable by the execution of the entire family. Xiao Luleng was the son-in-law of the Gu family. He would also die under the guillotine. This was what it meant to be given a pillow when one was sleepy. She was just worrying about how to kill Xiao Luleng. Everyone looked at the expressionless young maid, and then at Princess Xinyang, who was wearing a bamboo hat, and didn't dare to reveal her true appearance. Princess Xinyang's fingers were slightly clenched. It wasn't hard to see that she was nervous. The young maid gently patted the back of Princess Xinyang's hand, and shook her head slightly. This action seemed unintentional, but everyone still caught it. Princess Xinyang took a deep breath and slowly said, "Sister Ning'an, I've never done anything wrong to you. Why are you slandering me like this?" Princess Ning'an said, "I'm not slandering you. I just don't want you to use the identity of Princess Xinyang to swindle others. Yesterday, you went to see His Majesty. I don't know if you did anything, but I heard that His Majesty's condition is getting worse." Everyone's eyes darkened. They looked at Princess Xinyang with suspicion and coldness. Princess Ning'an stared straight at her. "If you were Princess Xinyang, would you dare take off your bamboo hat?" Princess Xinyang clenched her handkerchief and said calmly, "I have a rash. My appearance is unsightly. It's inconvenient for me to meet people." Princess Ning'an walked up the steps step by step. "Do you have a rash, or are you not?" Princess Xinyang said indifferently, "What if I am?" Princess Ning'an suddenly looked behind Princess Xinyang. "Brother?" Princess Xinyang turned around. Princess Ning'an took advantage of the unprepared situation and took off her bamboo hat. A face covered in rashes was exposed in front of everyone. What was surprising was that this was indeed Princess Xinyang's face. Princess Ning'an was shocked. "Impossible. You must be wearing a mask." She reached out to tear off the human skin mask on Princess Xinyang's face, but was slapped by Princess Xinyang. Impudent. Princess Xinyang's eyes were cold, and her aura was completely released. Princess Ning'an was hit and rolled down the steps. The imperial experts behind her swarmed forward to capture Princess Xinyang. Who would have thought that suddenly, a dragon-like figure would descend from the sky and block in front of Princess Xinyang? Chapter 572. Those imperial experts who were originally rushing towards Princess Xinyang were almost instantly blown away by a terrifying internal force. No one saw how this man who had suddenly appeared made his move. By the time everyone reacted, they had already fallen beside Princess Ning'an. It should be known that they were all experts brought from the frontier fortress. Although they weren't as powerful as the dragon shadow guards, they were definitely not ordinary people. Unexpectedly, they were so easily defeated by the other party. Princess Ning'an was so shocked that she couldn't speak. In a flash, she recognized the dragon shadow guard mask on the other party's face. But this was very strange, wasn't it? She had seen all four of the Emperor's dragon shadow guards. but none of them were so tall and swift. Moreover, one of the 4 dragon shadow guards was already dead, and the other 3 were still healing. It was impossible for them to move. So where did this dragon shadow guard come from? Not many ministers of the imperial court had actually seen the dragon shadow guard. For a moment, no one recognized the rumored dragon shadow guard, and only thought that he was a shadow guard at Princess Xinyang's side. The ministers didn't know much about the martial strength of experts, but seeing him easily defeat 4, they couldn't help but feel that he was very powerful. So powerful. Is he a shadow guard given by Marquis Xianping? Should be. The ministers began to whisper among themselves. Because of their fear of Long Yi, no one dared to step forward and help the injured Princess Ning'an up. Princess Xinyang walked down the steps step by step. Her face was covered with red rashes, but her aura didn't decrease in the slightest. Princess Xinyang stopped at a step in front of Princess Ning'an and looked down at her. You say I'm fake. Open your eyes wide and see, am I fake? Princess Ning'an's gaze firmly fell on Princess Xinyang's face. After looking for a long time, she shifted her gaze to the little maid. Princess Xinyang raised her hand and beckoned with her finger. The little maid understood and silently came to Princess Xinyang's side. Princess Xinyang indifferently said, You suspect my maid is wearing a human skin mask? Then I'll find someone to take it off for you to see. Finished speaking, she looked at a nearby eunuch. You come here. The eunuch quickly walked over. Do it. Yes. The eunuch walked in front of the young maidservant and said politely, Excuse me. He reached out to touch the young servant girl's face and behind her ears, then carefully examined the young servant girl's face. He turned to Princess Xinyang and Princess Ning'an and said, In response to the 2 princesses, this is her own face. Princess Ning'an's expression changed. Impossible. Yesterday, it was this servant girl who had been with the impostor Princess Xinyang. This servant girl's actions were strange, and she had even taken the emperor's pulse. It was clearly Gu Jiao. Princess Xinyang ordered. You go over yourself and show Princess Ning'an your face. Yes. The servant girl called you, walked up to Princess Ning'an, squatted down, and put her face close to Princess Ning'an. Princess Ning'an raised her hand and touched her face. It was indeed his face. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Princess Xinyang coldly asked, Ning'an, why did you do this? Princess Ning'an looked at the officials with complicated expressions and explained, It's because someone saw Princess Xinyang and this servant girl causing trouble on the street, and exposed the fact that she wasn't Princess Xinyang. So Princess Xinyang coldly snorted. That's why you didn't go to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility to report to the Empress, or the Eastern Palace to report to the Crown Prince, and you didn't even go to my residence to ask my retainers for confirmation. You just brought me to justice in public like this. Have you gone crazy from wanting to gain merit? Or are you deliberately trying to stop me from regenting the country? Princess Ning'an gritted her teeth and avoided the sharp words, trying to focus on the main point. If I wasn't sure you were fake, would I have come to expose you? You're the one who set me up. Princess Xinyang wasn't afraid at all. Even if I set you up, you have to be willing to fall into it. You're overstepping your authority. The Empress and the Crown Prince are both here. So when did you have the right to come to the throne room to expose the fake princess? That was because Empress Xiao was protecting Xiao Lulang. If she knew that one of the impostors was Xiao Liulang's wife, Gu Jiao, she might have suppressed this matter. But if it was brought to the throne room, there would be no turning back. What happened? Empress Xiao and the Crown Prince arrived, and the one who asked was Empress Xiao. Princess Xinyang told the Empress what had just happened. The Empress saw my face yesterday and knows how serious it was. If it wasn't for my face recovering quickly, I'm afraid no one would recognize me today. She might say, if you're innocent, won't the truth be revealed after a few days when your rash subsides? The problem is, while I'm in prison waiting for the rash to subside, won't I be plotted against? These words were too perfect. Even Empress Xiao felt that this method of framing someone was feasible. If Princess Ning'an's goal was to kill Xinyang in prison, then her actions in the throne room today could be explained. Princess Ning'an was very angry. She didn't think that a person could make up such a flawless lie. But aren't you forgetting something? I have no reason to harm you. She indeed had no reason to frame Xingyang. Now she wanted to see how Xingyang would make up another story. Princess Xingyang's lips curled mockingly. Do you really think that His Majesty didn't tell me anything? Princess Ning'an's brows furrowed. She didn't understand what Princess Xingyang was saying, but she instinctively felt that something was wrong. Princess Xingyang said, "There are some things that His Majesty didn't say because he wanted to save your face, and I didn't plan to expose it. But if you won't cry until you see the coffin, then don't blame me for announcing your and your mother's crimes to the world." Princess Ning'an's temples suddenly throbbed. She knew what Princess Xingyang wanted to say, but her reaction was too late. It was too late to shut Princess Xingyang's mouth. Princess Xingyang angrily looked at Princess Ning'an. When my son was 5 years old, he was poisoned near Rinshou Palace. The culprit behind the scenes was your mother, Jing and Shirtai. Not only did she poison my son to frame the Empress Dowager, she also drugged His Majesty and sowed discord between His Majesty and the Empress Dowager. She even found people to assassinate His Majesty and kidnap the Empress Dowager. Her crimes, one after another, are too numerous to list. Such a vicious and sinister person should be destroyed by the heavens and earth. It's funny that you actually think that we colluded to force her to death. Princess Ning'an, you, Princess Xingyang coldly said. What about me? What did I say wrong? Or is there nothing wrong? You're so guilty that you can only glare at me? Princess Ning'an couldn't say a word for a long time. It was also at this moment that she truly realized that she had been crushed. Whether it was the truth or a lie, she had been completely crushed by Xingyang. Nonsense. I didn't. Sister-in-law. Believe me. Princess Ning'an couldn't outtalk Princess Xingyang, so she could only turn her head and place her hopes on Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao and Princess Xingyang had always been at odds. If you asked Empress Xiao which princess she hated the most, it would be none other than Xingyang. However, most people only saw Empress Xiao throwing a tantrum at Princess Xingyang, but they didn't know that it was all trivial matters. If Empress Xiao really wanted to scheme against someone, she wouldn't show her emotions on her face. Empress Xiao sternly said, "I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Men, take Princess Ning'an away. Without my orders, she is not allowed to leave Iridescent Cloud's hall." This meant that she was going to put Princess Ning'an under house arrest. Yes. Eunuch Su complied and called for 2 capable eunuchs to drag the bruised and battered Princess Ning'an away. Go to court, Empress Xiao said to Princess Xingyang. Princess Xingyang nodded and reminded, "Don't let her get close to His Majesty again." Empress Xiao was stunned. Princess Xingyang didn't say anything else. She put on the bamboo hat handed to her by the servant girl and turned to walk towards the throne room. Everyone, including Empress Xiao, was stunned for a long time. Concubine Jing really did those things. Cough. A doctor from the censorate muttered in a low voice, but he was elbowed by the Minister of War. Minister Su from the Minister of War lightly coughed, hinting his old friend to shut up. Mother. Crown Prince looked at Empress Xiao worriedly. Mother is fine. You can go to court. Empress Xiao was greatly shocked. She didn't feel sorry for Concubine Jing. She actually knew a little about Concubine Jing, but she didn't know everything. She also didn't feel sorry for Princess Ning'an. She just couldn't come back to her senses. Empress Xiao patted her son's shoulder. Go quickly. Don't delay the court. Mother still has other things to do. Crown Prince. Oh. Empress Xiao closed her eyes. Although she was very unwilling, she still warned. Listen to your Aunt Xingyang. He doesn't dare to disobey. Long Yi beat him. Princess Xingyang didn't look back. Long Yi heard. Ha 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 ha, beat him. Long Yi flashed in front of Crown Prince. Crown Prince's hair stood on end. Hey. Why do I have to be beaten when I'm obedient? You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.